Shut up and sit down.
Hello everyone, welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway, The Roval, for another Champ Car iRacing special event, the 8 hours Charlotte Motor Speedway. We are delighted to have you on board for what's going to be another fantastic iRacing endurance event. Real Champ Car teams, real Champ Car drivers racing against each other online. It's great that, well, we'd rather be at the real racetrack. We can get together, we can put on a race, put on a show, and everyone can get at least some of their racing fix. I'm David Haynes. I'm joined by Devin Peters, also going to have Doc Waldrop with us as well for a bit. Who knows, we might even get Paulie Veltum later on. Michael Derby's producing our fantastic coverage for all 8 hours today. It's going to be another fantastic race. Qualifying is just wrapping up right now before we get ready for our 8-hour race. It's going to be a single file rolling start here. And I think the big takeaway here is the Roval is unforgiving. The walls are close, the curbs are high, but hopefully, Devin, it'll put on a spectacle.
Yeah, and I think there's no doubt about that today, Haynes. Just looking at the times in qualifying, we've got cars that are real close together, 3 different classes spread out over 6 different seconds of lap time. And it's going to be a lot of fun watching these guys try to navigate traffic around this cramped oval.
Let's talk about those 3 cars that we have for this race. Our fastest class today is going to be the Ford Mustang FR500S. It's a typical piece of American muscle. It's got a V8 in the front worth around 300 or so horsepower. It's our fastest cars today. In the middle, we've got the Volkswagen Jetta, bit of a diesel front-wheel drive touring car. It can go a long way on a tank of fuel. Just doesn't quite have the horsepower of the Ford Mustang. And then making up the rest of the field, the Pontiac Solstice. A little GM 4-cylinder in there, but it's still a front-engined, rear-wheel drive car. Drives like a race car should, some might say. All 3 of those classes are going to have their own fantastic little battles that we're going to have our eyes on today. And each of them racing in their own division for their own points. And a first is as valuable in the Mustang class as it is for the Pontiac Solstice, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the announcement that Hugh Jack's going to be sponsoring a prize, it is going to be fun times for all these drivers as they're keeping their eyes on the points as well as on the standings in this race.
Talking about those standings, I'm of the understanding that most teams have completed their 4 qualifying laps. Just going to wait till the end of this qualifying session before that's made official. But Danger's out. The combination of Pinky's out and Danger Racing team, well, they've been pretty quick and a team to watch when they were driving the Porsche Cayman. They've had to make the switch to the Ford Mustang, and that has not slowed them one little bit. They've currently got the fastest qualifying time in the Mustang class. You look to the Volkswagen Jettas, and another team that was fast in the Cayman have switched to Volkswagen Jetta, and on second thought currently have the pole position in that class. And then the Pontiac Solstice class on pole position right there, the huge ass Summer Solstice, and Justin Hall has made the switch to that team from the Village Idiots. So I hope the HJ guys in that team are thinking right now to fill that tank up right to the top.
Oh, we can only hope.
Hope does spring eternal.
Well, qualifying is now wrapped, so we'll bring you your official starting order here as all the cars are going to line up in a line just across from the pits. Fantastic, almost a Le Mans start here. All the cars lined up, and then they'll form up single file behind. We've got a looks like a Chevy Pace truck today Always a surprise what your safety car is going to be in Champ Car today. Looks like we've got the truck. So that grid on pole position for the Mustang class. Danger's out, and it looks like Wyatt Foster is going to drive that car for the start of the race. He's definitely not a driver to underrate. Team Village Idiots then in second. Shane Cameron looks like he's going to start that one. We've got 2 UGA Motorsports entries today as they've diversified. The number 13 with Michael Billy is going to start in third. Then Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed in fourth. Nate Franklin driving that car with a new sponsor on it. Flim Flam Speed, a speed shop in Richmond, Virginia. Drift Nuts in fifth. We've got Almost Team Jackie X in sixth. Seventh is Hot Pocket. Eighth, Daring Greatly Racing. Lee Moorman from Indiana looks like he's going to start for his team. The other Almost Team Jackie X, the number 66, is in ninth. And then 10th is American Lunatics. Got 11th is Chattanooga Touring Wagon. 12 is the UGA Motorsports Black. So all of our friends down in Georgia can say go dogs for 2 different teams today, both of them in the Mustang class. Senders Local Union is in 13th in that class, then running on empty. Lemons Wallbanger in 15th. Rum Runners Racing 16th. Resilience Racing in 17th. Fat Crack Racing in 18th. All of our teams are just starting to pull away behind that pace truck for a full pace lap. Devon, what does the Jetta field look like?
Well, the on second thought and on third thought teams, with Kyle Erbst and Peter Lazon starting off, respectively, have locked out the front row in the Jetta class, putting down a 131.7 on the pole, which is just a flying lap around here. I couldn't get within a second and a half of that. Team Hastings Tires Plus is in third place with Tony Chow at the wheel. Team NNM has had a solid qualifying effort with Nick Volsky taking the wheel. They're starting in fourth place in class. Bavarian Mustache Works in sixth place. Too Mediocre to Motor in seventh, and Huge Ass Dieselgate in eighth, with Team with Team Huge Ass Motorsports rounding out the field.
For our Pontiac Solstice, it's Huge Ass Summer Solstice at the front of that field. Then second is going to be Love Racing, who we've seen plenty of their guys on iRacing, so it's great to have them with us as well. Hang Loose Racing in third. Team ESBN Phenomenal are making their third appearance in 3 races in the Champ Car iRacing special event, so best of luck to them starting out of fourth. TNA Racing also not making their first appearance in 5th place there. Huge Ass Winter Solstice, the 6 months separated from the other car, in 6th place. CLT Motorsports in 7th. We've got Bucket List 370 in 8th. Team Unreal Aqua in 9th. Money Pit Racing in 10th. Bucket List 147 in 11th place in the Pontiac Solstice class. And then Team Unreal Purple. Devon, that's all of our, 37 or so starting cars for today's race. What are some of the places around this circuit that make it so difficult?
Well, this circuit is punishing all the way around, because finding lap time means that you're going to have to push, and pushing means that you're going to have to get yourself nice and close to the walls. And I think everyone knows that all of the cars in this race are plenty fragile. It takes just a little nick on the outside safety barrier on the inside of the field to do damage to these cars that's going to send them to the pits. We are coming around, though, turns 3 and 4 here with the leaders, and fans might be noticing that the start looks a little bit different than usual.
Yes, indeed. We're going a single file rolling start for today because of how narrow and difficult the start is. Thank you, everyone who's joining us for this 8-hour race. Let us know where you're watching, who you're cheering. We're delighted to have you. Pace Truck is in. Wyatt Foster and Danger's out. Lead the field to the race start. Flagman has the green flag. He waves it, and we are racing at Charlotte. It's a Champ Car iRacing special event, 8 hours of Charlotte. Of course, one thing to note as we get racing is that we're following the same Champ Car rules of 2-hour maximum drive time. That probably won't affect the Mustangs a whole lot, but in the Pontiac Solstice and the Volkswagen Jetta, both of those cars can go longer than 2 hours on a tank of fuel. Drive time going to be critical for them. Devon, I think we've had a pretty clean start for the Mustangs. looks the same in all of the classes.
Yeah, and that's no small feat. We're seeing some good battling in all the classes, but so far everyone's kept it off the wall.
Biggest gainer I can see so far, Huge Ass Winter Solstice in 5th have grabbed 2 spots, as it looks like CLT and TNA are racing behind them. Pontiac Solstice, of course, also featuring in the Wednesday night Champ Car iRacing series. So the regulars from that championship have had a bit of time behind the wheel of this car to get used to how that one drives.
Yeah, and we've actually got a change for the lead over in the Jetta class right now. On second thought, with Kyle Herbst has just pulled up the track and allowed Peter Lazone, the team car, to come through as they head towards the chicane on the back straight. Not sure if that's some team strategy playing out or just Kyle Herbst being a little less familiar with the car than whoever qualified it for them as they pull out onto turns 3 and 4 there.
Yep, your friends at NNM have picked up a position at the expense of Team Hastings Tyres Plus, and Varian Mustache Works Ben Shout had a bit of a spin through that backstretch chicane, which is where the curbs are most violent, most difficult around here, and no tunability at all to the suspension for the Volkswagen Jetta. The setup sheet is as it leaves the factory floor, so the car is a bit bouncy in places. The braking is pretty difficult. You've got to adjust to that driving the Volkswagen Jetta diesel machine.
Yeah, hitting the perfect line in this car is really, really the key, because getting offline anywhere can lead to the car starting to oscillate back and forth, and you can't put the power down when the front tires are bouncing off the ground, right?
Certainly can't. It's a great battle forming up in second for the Jetta class here. We've had the on second thought car drop back a little bit from their teammates and in towards the reach of NNM and Team Hastings Tyres Plus. Seems like the Jetta is surprisingly affected by the slipstream. It's keeping these cars close at the moment. You've got the diesel engines that don't rev particularly high. I think you're shifting at maybe 3,800 or 4,000 RPM there.
Yeah, it's a bit surreal to hear them hum by rather than roar by.
I know we get a lot of people tuning in from UGA with their potentially classmates and friends racing in this one, and let them know that Michael Billy's moved up 1 spot into second place and is starting to try and hunt down Wyatt Foster for the overall lead here. These Ford Mustangs are going to do about 1 hour, 20 minutes to a tank of fuel. Their V8's a little bit thirstier than the other cars in class. So they're out the front at the moment, but there's no guarantee that through pit stops they will be leading this race the whole way. Of course, to note, safety car and yellow caution periods, a strong possibility today. They will be in effect if race control see multiple car incidents that might need that kind of intervention. So you've got to be on your toes with strategy as well.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing the huge ass Flim Flam Speed entry and the almost Team Jackie X entry get close together for a little bit of a battle. I think Team Jackie X is going to have the run as they head up onto the turn number 3 here. Flim Flam Speed is a new sponsor for the Huge Ass Guys, located in Richmond, Virginia. They're a speed shop that's primarily working on Mustangs as well as BMWs, my understanding. But really cool to see the virtual world and the real world intersecting in that way. You know, a real speed shop supporting a virtual sim team.
Yeah, so almost Team Jackie X and George Harrison did get that move completed. That's well, they're charging up through the field, and they're currently our biggest mover in that Mustang class at the moment. They've gained 2 spots from where they started. They've passed Drift Nuts, and now they've passed Nate Franklin in the HJ Flim Flam Speed car. So good work from the almost Team Jackie X number 935 in the Martini livery. They've also got their number 66. Is it painted like the other Jackie X car? I'm going to take a look. Yeah, it is. It's got the golf colours. So there you go. Almost Team Jackie X doing what we love to see, bringing their Champ Car liveries and style to these iRacing events.
And in contrast, if we're talking about paints, we would be amiss if we didn't mention Team Hot Pocket running number 12, car number 12. As you might have guessed, their car is painted up like the inside of a pizza oven. Looks
Bit
really
of action
beautiful in
right
iRacing.
behind that as well, Devon. Daring Greatly Racing. I've got American Lunatics, Chattanooga Touring Wagon, and UGA Motorsports Black right behind them. So everyone sensibly goes single file through that backstretch chicane. Very, very brave to try and make a move there. So Lee Mullerman's doing the opening stint here for his team. American Lunatics have got Matthew Thomas driving that one, and he is very close, but it's difficult to make a safe, clean pass around here. There's only a couple of braking zones that are conducive for it. I have to say one of them is into this final chicane on the pit straight here. If you get a good run out of the backstretch chicane on the banking and towards that chicane, you might be able to make a move.
Well, and I think as soon as this Mustang field catches the back of the solstices, we're going to start to see some real overtaking happening because traffic management is going to be absolutely key today, Haynes. You can lose so much time getting stuck behind other cars, and there's not a big pace differential between the fastest cars and the slowest cars on the track today. So figuring your way around the traffic and getting through there efficiently is going to be a huge time saver or time loser for these guys.
Yeah, thankfully the Mustangs are a bit faster on the banking than the Jettas are, and the Jettas are a bit faster than the Solstice, so that's the easiest way to get the move done, but through the infield section of the Roval, much, much tougher. It is pretty close up the front of that Solstice field at the moment. Justin Hall in the HJ Summer Solstice. It's definitely not getting away from Nicholas Love in his namesake Love Racing. To bring my eyes back to Daring Greatly Racing in the Mustang field, where they almost go too wide into the final chicane. Everyone decides against it and checks up, but the mellow yellow car has gained a position for Chattanooga Touring Wagon there, ahead of American Lunatics, who stepped out of line to try and make the pass on Daring Greatly Racing. It didn't stick. They end up going backwards in the train. So that's something to think about there. They've definitely got UGA Motorsports Black right on their tail here as well. Ooh, tiny tap. Chattanooga Touring Wagon have a bit of a drift, managed to save it, but they've lost a spot there.
Mm-hmm. And we're starting to see the leaders catch the rear end of the solstice field. It'll be a few more laps before they're right into it proper. But I noticed as Wyatt and Michael were getting past Aaron Bluestone there, they had their first little moments where they had to lift or brake. And yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of that today. I think patience is going to win the day.
I think Doc is on the line with us. Doc, when you think about the Charlotte Roval and this layout, what's first coming to your mind with this kind of racing at this circuit, which is a bit different to a lot of the permanent circuits like Road America and others that Champ Car goes to?
Yeah, you certainly have to pay attention when you enter turn 3 after that chicane. Now, last time we raced, we didn't use this chicane, and you've let's see how to put this delicately. You got to screw it up, screw them up in there pretty good.
Yeah, plenty easy to bend a car if you catch those curbs the wrong way. But at the same time, if you don't catch those curbs the right way, then you're not trying hard enough and you're not going fast enough. Speaking of which, not going fast enough, Michael Billy has just managed to take an overtake on Wyatt Foster. Caught some lap solstice there as they were heading down the front straight, and now he's out in front. Of course, if we know anything about Wyatt, he won't like that. So we tight battle here as Michael tries to make better time through traffic than Wyatt was able to.
Oh, close moment there. So we had the change for the lead. Bit of a wiggle from the Solstice, and Wyatt Foster has to duck down below the yellow line as they go 3 wide, passing through some traffic. He doesn't gain a position below the line, so he won't be penalised for that. Again, it just shows you've got to be careful and alert trying to pass some of this traffic. And so far, being careful and alert's paid dividends for Michael, Billy, and UGA Motorsports as we had a change for position in the overall lead on this lap. Looks like Michael Billy is going to hold on to that one for UGA and the number 13 car ahead of Dangers Out.
I don't want to speak too soon, but I am looking at the Team Village Idiots car, and we are coming into lap number 8 here, and they have not pit yet. So I think that this week they've actually managed to put the correct amount of fuel into the car to start the race, which is a real step forward for that racing team. I'm excited to see what they'll accomplish.
Yeah, fantastic. They've put
Good
their best
point.
foot forward. We've only had one car on pit road since the start of the race. It was actually the UGA Motorsports black car. I saw them pit from behind one of the battles that we had our eyes on. So I don't know if maybe they had that mistake, or maybe they caught the wall somewhere, had a bit of steering damage they wanted to get fixed up early goings. That's the only car we've had down on pit road so far. I have to say, single file start gave us a very clean start, and that's probably a good thing for an 8-hour race.
Mm-hmm.
White Foster is starting to line up a move for the overall lead now on Michael Billy. Billy lost a teeny bit of time coming onto the banking with some traffic. Now he's on the outside for the backstretch chicane, and he lets that one go very sensibly. Both of these teams need to survive, need to keep their cars straight, hand it over to their other drivers, and hopefully finish strong. So another change for the overall lead. White Foster gets it back, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull away from Michael Billy in the UGA Motorsports car. So Billy starting to work his way through the majority of the Solstice field. Next would be the Volkswagen Jettas, but they're actually only a couple seconds slower than the Mustangs. So over a stint, remarkably similar, even if the Mustang's just a little bit quicker. Maybe not torquier, but definitely revs a little more freely with that Ford V8.
Yeah, that would be an interesting battle to compare those two motors. We are having a little bit of a battle here for the second place in the Jetta class. Nick Volsky, the first driver for NNM Motorsports, seems to be their hot shoe compared to the qualifying time that they were able to put up. And he and Kyle Herbst have been locked together now for a couple laps. The Jetta is really, really tricky to drive around here. I can't emphasize that enough. It might be the hardest out of all the classes that we have today. Not only is it front-wheel drive, which is a departure from the norm for some drivers out here, it's also so stiffly, it's got such stiff suspension that the slightest touch of the curves and even some of the off-camber that we have in these corners is enough to get the thing upset and bouncing and wiggling all over the place. And as the car is doing that, it's just eating the front tires alive. So these guys thinking about potentially a 2-hour-long stint are going to have to manage it. Otherwise, they're going to see tire temperatures north of 300 degrees when they're coming to the pit lane for that first set of tires.
Doc, plenty of front-wheel drive cars in Champ Car, but most of them will be compact Hondas and other things. What's your thoughts on a diesel front-wheel drive car here?
Well, we're starting to see some diesels in Champ Car, so it's. I think the jury's still out on them, but people pick what they're comfortable with. So like I said, we're starting to see some of them, and some are starting to get pretty good results.
Fuel economy is certainly not the first concern for these Volkswagen Jettas. I ran the numbers, and when you are racing them absolutely flat out, you still get about 25 miles per gallon in these iRacing Volkswagen Jettas. So they will go a very, very long way on their starting fuel, maybe even as much as 4 hours if you decide to do that. But of course, the 2-hour driving time is in effect, so we won't see any teams going longer than 2 hours before they have to pit for a driver change, and at that point, probably top the tank off.
Yeah, and of course in Champ Car, you don't. If you don't take fuel, the 5 minutes doesn't matter. So you can get in and out, and probably a driver change 2 minutes maybe.
So you're saying I need to find myself a 25 mile per gallon race Jetta?
I'm
potentially. Of course,
anything.
For this event on iRacing, we're not enforcing minimum pit stop times. We are only enforcing the maximum drive time. So as quick as you can get your driver swap and your fueling done here on iRacing, you can get back out there. No safety concerns for that one. Tell you what, those front tires might be starting to feel it for NNM and Nick Volsky. He's just dropped back a bit from on second thought, and Team Hastings Tires Plus are right there with them as well. So 7 cars for the Volkswagen Jetta class, but a few of them still quite close together, having a little bit of a racing. And we all have our hands in the air about what's the best strategy for these cars, with all that's been said about the fuel strategy and the tire temperatures. Oh, here comes Team Hastings Tires Plus trying to go around the outside of NNM. Maybe a move into the final chicane. What's the thoughts for Tony Chow? He's going to try it. Is it going to work? He's not close enough. That move there, 3rd and 4th battling in the Volkswagen Jetta class.
And people on the broadcast will have been able to hear those cars coming out of the exit of that chicane as the suspension tries to sort itself out. A real interesting car to drive, this one.
Certainly is a bizarre little creation that doesn't get a lot of love on the iRacing service, but it is very, very similar to a road-going car. It's one of the few front-wheel drive cars available to us on iRacing. So we're giving it a run here at Charlotte.
Now, we've got an interesting sight at the front of the field here right now. UGA Motorsports and Danger's Out, who's leading currently, are coming up on their first lap Mustang. And if you take a close look at the livery of that Mustang, you'll see that it's actually UGA Motorsports Black, the team car for the 2nd place UGA. So I wonder if there'll be any shenanigans as they pull up high, which might be considered atypical. But fortunately, it seems that they're letting the driver by cleanly.
Yep, so still very close for the lead of the Mustang classes. Oh, UGA Motorsports and Michael Billy has a moment there, has to check up behind his teammate in the UGA Motorsports black car. That's cost the leading UGA Motorsports car a lot of time to the leader. In fact, it's cost them 2nd place to Village Idiots as well. So the team cars not playing nicely together there, and it costs the UGA car that was in 2nd a position.
But I gotta say, Haynes, even though that first UGA car driven by Hayden Swank got a little bit loose and parked it in front of the Michael Billy car, they did not break the cardinal rule of racing, which is do not hit your teammate. Michael Billy was able to get the binders on and get it stopped with about 2 feet to spare. So a really good effort and some really heads-up driving on both their parts to, 1, lock the brakes up, and 2, keep it out of his team car.
Now the UJ black car lets Village Idiots and their teammate through pretty close for 2nd place amongst these Mustangs here. You have to say Michael Billy in the opening 20 minutes or so here has definitely had the pace. So presumably he's going to be looking to put a move on Village Idiots in the coming laps here. See where the confidence and that pace is for Michael Billy.
Oh, we have just had an off for the number 20, the 25th place car, the huge-ass Summer Solstice car, the leaders of the Solstice class. As they were being lapped by some Mustangs, it looks like Lee Muehlman of Daring Greatly Racing got a little bit wide and just made contact enough to send that Summer Solstice into the infield. They've recovered. It doesn't look like they've suffered too much damage, but still some action going on at the front of the Solstice field with Love Racing now taking the lead from that stricken huge-ass Summer Solstice car.
Yep, so now in the Pontiac Solstice class, Love Racing with a lead of 7 seconds. Justin Hall gets checked up a little bit by another Mustang as well, so right behind him now is Ronnie Osmer for Team ESPN Phenomenal. This might yet cost another position for Justin Hall, who is now, I suppose, a reformed Village Idiot.
One would hope.
Educated. Pontiac Solstice also going to be able to go more than 2 hours on a tank of fuel. It obviously has a reasonably sized tank and maybe not enough power to be able to use all of that fuel. So we'll see what strategies end up getting used in that class. But a lot of teams, if it stays green, will go the full 2 hours of their drive time, then get to that driver swap. Real question will be who pits and who stays out if we have a caution period at some point in this race, because otherwise the perfect strategy is break up the 8-hour race into 4 2-hour stints. Is it worth it to go off strategy and take some fuel and a driver swap under a caution if it means that you're going to end up still having to do another pit stop? A question to be answered later, I suppose.
Yeah, and I was watching the chat all week long and saw a few teams having kind of cagey conversations about how long the fuel would last and what they would do in different scenarios. So definitely be some considerations there as we get into a little bit deeper into the race and maybe see our first caution.
4th and 5th in the Solstice field, the number 88 huge-ass Winter Solstice is trying to make their way around CLT Motorsports, but haven't been able to do it. A good firm defense from Joshua Krog for CLT Motorsports there. Not giving up anything, but not defending dangerously either. So a good fair fight between these guys for 4th and 5th. Here comes Christopher Flamion, Chicago native, around the outside of the banking, becomes the inside for the chicane. Didn't have enough overlap. He wasn't close enough, but he gets the better run. He's going to look for the inside at turn 1 here. That's certainly a move that can work sometimes if you get a better run off the chicane. And the inside at Heartburn turn becomes 4th place for the number 88 Huge-Ass Winter Solstice. CLT Motorsports fought that one, but couldn't hold on to 4th place any longer. I want to say thank you to everyone who's tuning in to this broadcast of Champ Car teams, Champ Car drivers racing each other on iRacing. We're live on multiple platforms, ChampCar.Live, the Champ Car Endurance Series Facebook page, as well as HJ channels. We've got someone tuning in who's a fan of Hot Pockets, Devin.
Oh, yeah? Well, the Hot Pockets team has just witnessed a little bit of excitement ahead of them. They're currently driving in 7th place and having a pretty quiet race so far. But the UGA Motorsports car actually just had a great deal of excitement as they were heading down into the chicane on the back straight. Michael Billy having his second, I don't want to call it incident, but moment of excitement for sure of the race, as he managed to get caught up between another Mustang and sandwiched between a Jetta. Long story short, he was 90 degrees from the flow of traffic and had to take some time before he got it going again. He's lost another couple of spots, taking that formerly 2nd place car down to 5th place now and letting that huge-ass flim-flam speed car come flying by.
Yet another moment right there as he tries to go underneath a Jetta on the banking, and the Jetta was also trying to come low. Of course, the Mustang's now starting to catch some of the Jettas, and they're a little bit more difficult to get by than the Pontiac Solstice were. The Jettas have a little bit more torque off the corners, not quite the top speed of the Mustangs, but certainly nowhere near as easy to blow past than the Jettas were.
Mm-hmm. And it is potentially just a difference of experience, because anyone who's driven at the Charlotte Roval in real life will know that the sort of standard is for the slower cars to take the low side of the banking and the faster cars to go high. But some of our sim racers or some of our less experienced drivers here today might not have that knowledge yet. And so they might be getting caught out or surprising the leaders with their choice of lineups to the banking in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's certainly been happening in places. So in that Mustang field, your pole sitters in Dangers Out still lead. Team Village Idiots have gotten their 2nd place back. And I think your best performance so far has been the 935 Almost Team Jackie X and their Martini liveried Mustang, who've moved from 6th place up into 3rd. I don't think stunning me with their lap times at this moment, but definitely they've been smarter through traffic and a bit cleaner than some of their competitors as well. So that's looking good for Almost Team Jackie X at the moment. And of course, their champ cars are always very easy to spot, and they've carried those liveries across onto iRacing, despite the car underneath being a little different.
Yeah, these flim-flam prepared Mustangs today are just putting some laps down. If you look at lap times from recent Champ Car races, this would be very, very competitive with the front of the field, might even be too competitive in a few cases. But these these Mustangs are coming around here at quite a rate of speed. But you mentioned lap times. This is definitely a race where the first 3-4 laps after a caution might be all about that lap time, while every single one after that is going to be about the traffic management speed. How fast can you go while you're getting around every single one of these Solstice?
Well, I'm watching that UGA Motorsports number 13 right now because I think there might be a little bit of red mist for Michael Billy. He's always been quick, whatever car we've seen him in. Now he's closed right up to the back of Nate Franklin, who, if you check the onboard, has his visor down, which is great to see. And so Michael Billy's taking some alternative lines through the infield here, trying to set up a good run onto the banking, because good run onto the banking is basically your best bet at being able to make a pass around here. I think Nate Franklin's staying a bit high. He's going to give this position up, I think.
Yeah, Nate's a real consistent driver. I mean, you look at him in the real car, you look at him in the sim, he does these endurance races, and he'll do big, long stints and just never make a mistake. Won't wow you with his speed, but he will wow you with his consistency, and that's really what he's known for.
1 second split of the 2018 24 hours of the Nürburgring with Nate, so he's a good bloke in my books for that regard, and he's obviously playing the very low-risk strategy in the flim-flam speed car early going, seeing how fast Michael Billy has been and deciding that with less than 30 minutes into an 8-hour race, some cautions still to happen potentially, a lot of pit stops still to happen, he's decided that's not my battle, you go on, and we'll just keep all of the panels clean on my Mustang and get amongst it. Also got some supporters of Chattanooga Touring Wagon watching on ChampCar.Live, and I'd say they're having a pretty reasonable day. Started 11th, currently running 10th, so that's good for the number 348. Also, the mellow yellow cars looking mostly clean, so I think their suspension is all straight, and if they keep that up, that could lead to some good results. Seeing Justin Ford, one of the drivers for that car. They've also got Phil Fitzmaurice driving at the moment, and Austin Henry might drive later as well. So Justin Ford just cheering his teammates on.
I'm taking a look into the Jetta field right now at Team Hastings Tires Plus, number 550, and the Bavarian Mustache Works car. And those two seem to be locked in a pretty tight battle. That was a three-way battle until about a second ago when N&M managed to fit a Solstice between them at the entry into turns 1 and 2. Really tight. And actually, as they drive through the chicane on the back straight there, we see William Ward with Fat Crack Racing in the Mustang there. He is caused that motor to expire. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but they're smoking and they're heading straight to the pits. Now, how many fast repairs do these guys have today to help them out with this 8-hour race around a very unforgiving track?
A very generous number. I'll get that exact number for you, but of course, we want to keep everyone racing. They get 3 fast repairs, which work functionally similar to having a spare car. At a pit stop, you can get everything replaced in an instant, but only a certain number of times, that number being 3, before you start to have to take the long time in the paddock fixing the car.
And speaking of fixing the car, the N&M Motorsports car was just heading down the front straight there, caught a little bit too much curb on the final corner before the start-finish line and tapped the wall. They've suddenly dropped back, allowing both Ben Shout and Bavarian Mustache Works and Tony Chow and Team Hastings Tires Plus to go by for third place in the Jetta class, third and fourth place, respectively. So it'll be interesting to see if Nick Volsey's car has been damaged there, because these Jettas are kind of notorious for just bending as soon as they touch those safer barriers.
Yeah, he also clipped a little bit of the barrier coming towards getting back on the banking. So we'll keep an eye on what the lap times do for N&M, but not a dream start for them at the moment. They've gone backwards, I think, 1 position since the start of the race. Interesting to see that in a fast pair of hands, there's only 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of the field. So 2 cars in the top 10 of Well, in in qualifying, I think there was maybe 4 or 5 seconds to separate a Mustang and a Jetta. Some teams have put in their gun drivers right at the start. Some have saved them for a bit later. So there's actually some of the fast Jettas being very close in pace to some of the other Mustangs. Speaking about damage there, N&M are on pit road there. So your buddy's going to take some repairs and hopefully get back out there. Did they miss their pit stall?
I think they might have. These guys are relatively new to iRacing, and they might not have known that after qualifying you get shuffled into your new starting position, and so they may have been looking at the old spot for the pit board, and well, they drove right past the new pit stall for them.
Taking a look at the Mustang field. Michael Billy's shown why they've trusted him to start this race for UGA Motorsports. He's gone and grabbed third off almost Team Jackie X as the Flim Flam Speed Mustang stays pretty close to this one as well. So another position gained for Michael Billy. Another 3-car battle further back for some of our favorite teams. Hot Pocket are leading the other almost Team Jackie X car. The Golf liveried one and American Lunatics are there as well. So a 15 or more running Mustangs means that they're putting on some good battles.
Yeah, and I really love the paint job on that American Lunatics car. It's got that pinstripe look on the front of it. It's going to look very good all day long, but it might actually cause a little bit of confusion in the mirrors when people are looking back a little bit later in this race. As we see a move happening here, Paul Rigoli gets some overlap on Hot Pocket, unable to make that stick, but he might be setting up a run onto the tri-oval.
Got distracted and pushed a bit wide into the corner onto the banking. Now he's up high on the outside of American Lunatics. I think American Lunatics are going to get this one. Just lost a bit of focus, I think, Paul Rigoli, in the almost Team Jackie X car there. He was looking for a way past Hot Pocket and maybe couldn't see his turn-in point underneath the rear wing of the car in front. Now he has a bit of a drift through that backstretch chicane, formerly the Snake Pit as well. So a couple deep breaths, get it under control, and I'm sure he'll have the pace to keep battling these guys. His teammate in the 935 is on the pit road for what was the 4th place almost Team Jackie X. So we're starting to see a couple of teams maybe pick up a little bit of damage and decide an early pit stop will help them out.
Mm-hmm. And that will put Team almost Jackie X about a half cycle off of every other team. Now, it seems to me that a green flag pit stop is going to cost about a lap around here, regardless of which car you're in. So it would be a little surprising to see someone do it so early, but it's possible that they thought that they had a window that they could fall back into. As we see Michael Bulls and Rum Runners Racing also leading the pit lane. They're a little bit further down in the class, running closer to 17th.
A bit of an overtake on the pit exit there for George Harrison in the almost Team Jackie X Martini Mustang. And they brought that car onto pit road under its own power, but the front was noticeably dented. So was Team Jackie X getting running again, and no driver swap, but they did get that car fixed.
Oh, yeah, and let's check back into Hot Pocket and American Lunatics because they're still going strong. American Lunatics was able to get by 3 wide on the banking that time as they head through the chicane now. We'll see if Hot Pocket's able to get a run on Team American Lunatics as they head into the final turn before the start-finish line.
Trying to put the job on some traffic. This is the shortest circuit that we've brought Champ Car iRacing special events to yet. It's starting to show the Solstice traffic, a bit of own class Mustang traffic as well. And they negotiate it safely, but it extends the lead for American Lunatics in this battle over Hot Pocket. And almost Team Jackie X, the golf car, the 66, was very generous with the space they gave to the traffic, trying to make sure they don't get involved in any silly incidents early. They drop a bit of time, but they're going to stay in this fight. So we start to see some teams have to come onto pit road for some repairs. It was all very clean, the opening 5 or 10 laps here, which was great to see. No big incidents to report, but a couple of teams now are just finding that putting together lap after lap after lap cleanly around here is a challenge, with how close the walls are in the infield, how steep the curbing can be in these chicanes, and how much traffic there is around a lap that is underneath a minute 30 for the Mustangs.
Absolutely, David. And there's so many places where finding lap time means understeering towards a wall. And I think these guys are going to find out throughout the day how this track's going to evolve. And it'll be interesting to see if the drivers can stay on top of the pace of change that we're going to see on the track surface today. For folks who don't know, iRacing does model different temperatures on the track surface. They've got what's called a dynamic track, and the cars today are starting at 7:30 a.m. in the simulator, but they're actually running on a 2-time speed day. So we're already up to 8:30 p.m., even though we're only coming up on 30 minutes into the race here. That's right, 8:30 a.m. But they will be racing into the night if things go to plan. So we will see some darkness before the end of this race.
Just like at Daytona, though, we don't have to worry about the virtual power bills, and we are going to switch on the track lights, which will help them somewhat, but there's no replacement for the power of the sun, and those racing under lights is still different than racing during the day. They're going to get plenty of daylight at the moment, but we will be finishing, as you said, with a little bit of darkness around Charlotte Motor Speedway Roval. Track temp and air temp, pretty cool at the moment, which is great, but as we get later into the day, sun gets higher in the sky, track's going to get hotter, and I think especially for the Mustang teams, they might struggle with their rear tires. Car might get a little bit leery, a bit loose, as you say, on an oval. So we'll see how some of those teams manage with the big swing in track temperature that we're going to see over this endurance race.
We did just see a blown motor in the pit lane there, and I believe that was car number...
Could have been the 380?
Yeah, the 380 with TNA Racing. Aaron Bluestone was at the wheel, but now Tim Tran's taken over the T of TNA Racing. And Tim is, I think, going to try and nurse that car around for a little while. That blown motor seems to have been caused just by a little bit of driver error. It's easy enough if you downshift too early in the simulator to blow a motor.
Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. I didn't see a whole lot of smoke until they made the downshift on their way into pit lane, but it's hard to know exactly what damage they had. There is a couple cars on pit road at the moment, so TNA Racing was one of them that just left, but we also had the 30 of Bucket List on the lane as well. So a couple of cars taking that early service, but you hope they can go clean from here, because as we say, only 3 fast repairs before all of the repairs have to be done manually. And if you blow a motor, well, I don't know how quick you can do it in the paddock at a Champ Car event. Your iRacing pit crew are pretty good, but it still might take 30, 35 minutes, and that is a painfully long time to wait while everyone else is out on track putting you laps down.
And it feels a lot worse in the sim where you can't pick up a wrench and help out.
Looking at our Mustang battle again, unfortunately for Justin Ford, who tuned in on ChampCar.Live to tell us about his Hot Pocket friends, they've gone and lost that position to almost Team Jackie X and the 66. The beautiful colours that Team Jackie X run in Champ Car. So Paul Rigoli finding some confidence there and grabbing 7th place. He's not the biggest mover in the field, though, because they're a bit down the road, 3 or 4 seconds behind American Lunatics, who started in 10th and are now running 6th. So those are your biggest movers in the Mustang field. 2 positions gained for Almost Team Jackie X 66, and 4 positions gained for American Lunatics.
Yeah. And interesting to report, actually, that at the front of the Jetta field, on Second Thought Racing with Kyle Herbst at the wheel, has actually come back and taken the lead from On Third Thought with Peter Lizon, who had overtaken them right off the hop. I wondered if there was maybe some team strategy going on there, but it might have just been some tire strategy, because I think Kyle has done a better job of keeping his tires together than Peter has, and so he's seen a lot less drop-off on his lap time over the course of the stint than Peter was. So interesting to see that you can go about 20 laps pushing the tires really hard before you start to really suffer from it. As Peter Lizon was overtaken by Dangers Out, the lead of the Mustang class, into turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. These Jettas still going around in their first appearance in ChampCar.Live special events. The pace has dropped off about 1.5 seconds since the tyres were brand new. Now, the tyres don't drop massively, but the front tyres do all of the work. They're a road-style tyre, and they get very, very hot, especially around here where they're doing a lot of turning, a lot of accelerating out of some slower corners. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, how hot those front tires can get. I didn't put a heat gun to one during practice, but I've heard some numbers thrown around that suggest frying an egg on it would not be difficult at all.
Yeah, I'd been hearing teams saying north of 350 degrees Fahrenheit at the end of a stint. So it's spicy up at the front of that car. It probably has something to do with the amount of torque that Volkswagen motor's putting out too.
Yeah, maximum torque from 1,900 RPM. So not a car that revs very high at all, but it's still enough to bring it around the track faster than the Pontiac Solstice can, and shift very low as well. I did a practice lap whole way around in 6th gear, and with the torque it's got, I'm not sure you lose much time powering out of some of these corners in 6th gear than you do in 3rd or 4th. It's a very, very wide power band in that car. I think makes up for the fact that it doesn't rev at all.
Speaking of things that are revving up, Hot Pocket and Team Jackie X in 7 and 8 in the Mustang class are back to racing again. This time with the added interest of the UGA Motorsports black car, which is a lap down just behind them. They are getting a little bit spicy as Paul Rigoli gets some overlap on the Hot Pocket car heading into the chicane on the back straight. Makes that move cleanly, but he's going to have to park it on the apex. Oh, and he lights the tires up on the exit. Contact. And Ryan Maloney makes the discretion choice there, lifts a little bit and taps the brake to give Paul Rigoli a little bit of room.
Here comes Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who is suddenly in the picture as well, as Hot Pocket get that slow run after rubbing against Almost Team Jackie X side by side into the final chicane. Well, Phil Fitzmaurice hasn't put many dents on that car yet. He's not going to start today. He backed out of that one, but that was an interesting little corner or so between Almost Team Jackie X and Hot Pocket there. You know, it was a fair move by Almost Team Jackie X and Paul Rigoli, but then they lit the tires up on the exit. Were maybe a little forceful in holding that position, just rubbing against Hot Pocket and not letting them past. Maybe you could use the Jetta's front tires to cook a Hot Pocket.
Yeah, I was going to say if they were swapping tires, they could trade their rears for the Jetta's rears, and things would all go well for them because the Jettas, of course, aren't wearing those at all. But yeah, managing the rear end of this Mustang is really the key to it when you're talking about a longer race, because the rear tires are easy enough to light up with all the performance under that Flynn Klein Motorsports Mustang hood from everyone today, that you can easily light up the tires as Phil Fitzmaurice gets overlap on the Hot Pocket car, and a mirror image of the previous lap. Chattanooga Touring Wagon is going to take the spot away from the Hot Pocket car, but they're going to have to navigate some traffic on the way out. And they are closing the door pretty hard on Hot Pocket. We see Hot Pocket tap the brakes and jump upwards as they cross the line into turns 3 and 4 there. Cars have to stay above the blue line unless they're dodging other cars or taking the racing line, because that white line is the delimiter for which the racing steward will be using to decide if there's going to be any penalties handed out. As both cars were actually able to overtake Paul Rigoli, who seemed to have taken a slowdown as he was heading through the chicane on the back straight. So lots of action.
Automated race control will sting you if you exceed the track limits. If you cut some of these corners, you'll be required to give up the time gained or risk a penalty. So a couple positions swap here with these cars that are very, very close for 7th, 8th, and 9th in the Mustang field. So Chattanooga Touring Wagon get 7th place back. Hot Pocket in 8th, and almost Team Jackie X get dropped to 9th. But they have the fastest best lap of these three. So when they link it all together, Paul Rigoli is the fastest, but unfortunately he's lost a couple seconds on that previous lap, and in doing so lost a couple positions. And they've got that lap down UGA Motorsports black car with them as well, who's been very, very patient in just rolling along with them in this phase of the race. Speaking of, the sister car, the UGA Motorsports vehicle with Michael Billy on pit road right now, that is very early, and I have to imagine unscheduled, Devin.
Yeah, and speaking of unscheduled stops, I'm looking at the front of the Solstice field, and the number 2 Love racing car that's currently being piloted by Nicholas Love is just ahead of Justin Hall in the Summer Solstice car. But that time heading onto the banking, he actually made some contact with the outside wall. Now, the car looked reasonably straight, but it did lose some time down that front straight, or down that back straight, rather. So it'll be interesting to see if Nicholas Love has to come in and take a pit stop this time, or if he hasn't done enough damage to warrant it just yet. Holding on to those fast repairs as a valuable resource is going to be another winning strategy for today's race, I've got to think.
Certainly will be. We'll see what everyone's cars look like when they cross the checkered flag in 7 hours, 12 minutes time. Will be an effort to keep them clean, keep them running. As you say, it is very close at the lead for the Pontiac Solstice field here. They were basically identical on lap time that time around, but Justin Hall can see the lead of his class right in front of him. Imagine there is a little bit of an effect of the slipstream of the draft on the banking, but nothing like how powerful we saw it was at Daytona and at Road America, which are two very high-speed circuits.
And you can't underestimate the effect of someone like Callum Bedden coming by in this Resilience Racing Mustang. That little push off line for Justin Hall is going to cost him a few tenths. But did you hear that? I think I heard Nicholas Love tap that wall again. So maybe that's a regular part of his line, just getting really, really close and giving the fender a little bump. But here's hoping that he's able to keep that under control if that's what he's doing every single lap.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of drivers having to in the race, and the risk is you damage your car, you lose a lap, and you have to use one of those precious fast repairs early in this race. I have to say it's probably almost guaranteed that we are going to have a caution at some point during this race. So you don't want to, be throwing away your fast repairs before that, because that'll close the field back up when we get a caution. And really, it's going to be won and lost by just staying clean, staying on the lead lap until the run to the end from the final caution, whenever that may be.
Yeah. And let's just take a look through this Solstice field, because we've spent a lot of time on the Mustang so far. We haven't spent a lot of time with the Solstice. So we've got Love Racing in number 1 with Nicholas Love at the wheel, and UGS Summer Solstice in second place with the Justin Hall driving the car right now. But 3rd, 4th, and 5th place in the Solstice class are actually really close as well. CLT Motorsports car number 258 is currently being piloted by Joshua Crow, and I actually saw him make an overtake on the Huge Ass Winter Solstice car being driven by Christopher Flamion right now on the last lap heading into the back straight. So things are plenty warm. And the loser in that move was actually not Huge Ass. It was Team ESPN Phenomenal being piloted by Ronnie Osmer, who's just behind them. He lost 2 spots on the move that CLT Motorsport pulled last lap. So it's going to be a few seconds here as things tighten back up together. But the draft is very significant in these Solstice, as you alluded to earlier, and Christopher Flamion, if he wants it, has a run into this next corner. Let's see if he takes it. CLT
I'm watching
Motorsports.
this one. CLT are going to stay low, not give away that inside line. And I think if you've got the inside line, the car on the outside really has to back out of it in that chicane. So they need a solid run to make a move. Not able to do it. This does allow ESPN Phenomenal to get a little bit closer to these guys as well, though, as they fight each other a little bit, have to get on the brakes earlier, trying to go 2x2, side by side into some of these places. So still the CLT car in front, no look into the final chicane, but a good run out of that bumpy final chicane will sometimes let you make a move into turn one if the guy in front messes it up. And to go quickly through there, you've got to be very, very precise. You've got to get exactly to the curb, but not jump over it too much. So often people don't get a perfect run out of there.
Well, and there is some interesting considerations here on the fuel front, because these cars can run longer than 2 hours, but they can't drive longer than 2 hours with the 2-hour rule that we have in place from Champ Car. So it is possible that Chris is thinking, if I follow behind this guy and I run some fuel efficient laps, my pit stop to top the car fully up is going to be shorter than the pit stop of the guy ahead of him, which could lead to winning that track position on the pit lane rather than on the track. So it is early in the race, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear considerations like that in mind, especially with these guys expecting a caution or two here during the race, which will likely lead to some free pit stops, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, indeed. Some teams might be some waiver rounds during a caution period as well, so don't count yourself out of this just yet. There might be ways to get back on the lead lap in your class. I'm still watching third and fourth for this Solstice battle here because Christopher Flamion wants to get past, but he's not elbows out trying to force a maneuver. Now he's going to have a Mustang slot between him and CLT, but he's going to have a Jetta nearly make contact with ESPN Phenomenal behind. So if you're driving one of these Pontiac Solstice, it's possible to become a bit of a punching bag. These guys have got to be looking forward, but also in their mirrors at what's going on around them. So Drift Nuts and their Mustang try to force down the inside of CLT, get the job done, but it costs a little bit of time there for Joshua Krogh. Christopher Flamion still right behind him, and right behind that, Ronnie Osmer for ESPN Phenomenal. The Solstice class's turn to shine, put on some good racing here.
Mm-hmm. And of course, all their racing being constantly interrupted by folks like Ben Schout in this Jetta that's about to come by, running for Bavarian Mustache Works. As they go,
that's the Spirit of Thelma car. I don't know the backstory on that, but they painted that up, evidently an homage to one of their previous rides.
And while Ben Schout is a driver that we've seen a few times, they do have some drivers on their team that are pretty new today. We'll be seeing Nick Schout later today, who, from what I heard in the pre-race, is sitting on a pile of boxes for his sim racing rig. So you can spend a lot of money on a sim racing rig, or you can grab whatever boxes you got hanging around in the garage. And I think Nick's gone with that route. So some different comfort levels, certainly for the drivers as we go about our race today.
Not quite what I'd want to do for a 2-hour stint. I hope you're sitting comfortably wherever you're watching. Doc, I hope you're sitting comfortably as well.
Absolutely. I've got my my Barca lounger.
That is just delightful to hear. Well, CLT have managed to pull a little bit of time there on the Solstice behind as Bavarian Mustache Works worked their way through. We've also got American Lunatics who've worked their way past. So whatever class you are, it's traffic every lap. That's the Champ Car way, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Now, I think that we might have seen our first pit stop which could almost be scheduled in the Mustang class. Garrett D'Alessandro has taken over in the UGA Motorsports car now for Michael Billy, who was running laps for them previously. So I'm not sure if that was a scheduled change or not.
They had a bit of damage. They came in to get it fixed, but they're not massively off schedule. I think the same can be said for the 66 on pit road right now. We expect normally about an hour 20 to a tank in the Mustang. So if you're pitting after about an hour, you're early, but it's probably not going to be the end of your race. It's probably not a deal-breaking situation there. So 32-second stop for almost Team Jackie X in the 66, and Brian Cheney takes over. So if you're one of the Jettas or a Solstice pitting now, you're definitely off strategy. But the Mustangs can probably get away with it, massage it in their strategy a little bit. Because if they're pitting now and they drive then... Well, actually, we've seen driver swaps for both of those cars, but it'd be possible to pit now, fuel the car, leave the driver in for the next, hour, 5 minutes, and then do a driver swap at the next pit stop. So I think there's a bit more flexibility to what you might do in the Mustang class compared to the Solstice and the Jettas that are just trying to hit that 2-hour drive time.
Mm-hmm. And we are seeing a few folks try and take them up on that. I was going to say, though, UGA Motorsports managed to come out of the pits there with a nice, clean and fresh-looking car, and then promptly get a tap from behind from Daring Greatly Racing with with Lee Muehlman at the wheel. UGA Motorsports, though, interestingly, lost an entire lap doing that. So they've put themselves into a bit of a dangerous position by pitting early here. If a caution flag happens to come out, they will be on the one lap behind the leaders. With the likes of Wyatt Foster and Dangers Out pounding in those fast laps at the front. There's no real respite for these teams that get off strategy.
Yeah, it looks like a full service stop for a Mustang is about 1 minute 10 seconds pit in to pit out. And of course, with the best lap times being about 1 minute 28, if you're only, if you're anyone but the leading car right now, taking a pit stop will put you off the lead lap. So yeah, that is a dangerous place to be if the caution comes out. Different to Road America, where the lap times are a lot closer to 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 30. And, if you had pitted and then a caution came out, you were the winner going to the front behind the pace car, and it was a good place to be. Here, shorter track, you want to pit as late as possible. It's like a similar thing happens in IMSA, where most circuits you want to pit as soon as you're in the window to get to the end, except Lime Rock, where you want to stay out as long as you possibly can in case a caution flies. So we are seeing a difference to the strategy here when you might want to pit, because this is a quicker lap and a shorter circuit than Daytona and also Road America.
I'm calling it. Commentary favorites, Hot Pockets, are still battling with Phil Fitzmaurice and the Chattanooga Touring Reagan, who was actually just able to overtake them for 7th place in the Mustang class into turns 1 and 2 there. Phil Fitzmaurice and Ryan Maloney in the Hot Pocket car have been going back and forth, it seems like, every single lap there. Really in the spirit of Champ Car, the way these guys are racing.
Yeah, mellow yellow and hot pockets. It's exactly what you'd want to eat after school as a 14-year-old, potentially. Here they are together on track in their Mustangs.
Breakfast of champions.
Are you a champion, Doc?
No, I said breakfast of champions.
Good. Oh, good. Well, yeah, so bit of a bounce across the curbs for both of these guys, but Hot Pocket weren't able to make a move. It's also great to have the UGA Motorsports guys driving a Mustang this round, seeing as a Ford Mustang's what they drive on track in Champ Car. So I think the livery transfers very well from Mustang to Mustang there.
Yeah, and these Mustangs have all been prepared, of course, by Flim Flam Speed, that RVA speed shop that works primarily on Mustangs and BMWs, that's sponsoring the huge-ass car today. As we see the Hot Pocket car with Ryan Maloney backing off a little bit. Not sure why he's staying so far off the throttle pedal through that section. Almost looks like he wanted Hayden Swank, who's behind him in the UGA Motorsports black car, to come by, but whatever was wrong seems to have been resolved as he pulls away going into the chicane.
Yeah, didn't see anything out of the ordinary there except the hot pocket just cooling off a little bit, which we know never happens.
Oh.
And he gets a face full of smoke from the Resilience Racing Mustang, blowing a motor right in front of him. A bad shift there for Resilience Racing. And the V8 gives up the ghost once the smoke is coming out. Well, that is tough for those guys who are going to have to find a way to get that back down on a pit road. Potentially radiator problems in the engine overheating there. A couple ways you can damage a race car, as I'm sure Champ Car members are well aware of.
Yeah, that definitely looked like some damage to the front end of that car, and it just gave up the goat. It wasn't pulling very hard down the previous straight, and I guess the water temps got up high enough that it just locked up. And the hot pocket now having to fend off the attacks from the lap down Hayden Swank, who's in the UGA Motorsports black car. Two different styles seeming to be at play here. Hayden, who likes to blitz the corners a little bit, whereas Ryan Maloney likes to back him up a little bit more, so they keep squeezing together.
Now it looks like Hot Pocket are going to give this one up to the UGA black car and see what pace Hayden Swank has to maybe get further up the road, chase down the mellow yellow car again.
Interesting, though, how he just sort of changed pace all of a sudden. He had that speed for the battle, and then all of a sudden he did not.
Well, we've had more than an hour of racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway so far. It's been, I think, overall pretty clean, pretty respectful stuff, which is great to see, knowing the challenges we were going to face on the Roval. Shorter circuit, walls a lot closer, risks higher, and the danger within arm's reach had all opportunities. So to have as many cars as we have still running, fantastic to see. To have some battles still going on, fantastic to see. And we might be about 20 minutes away, maybe 15 minutes away from seeing a lot of the Mustangs dive onto pit lane as their fuel tanks are sucked dry by the V8 engine up front. What we'll do here on ChampCar.Live and HJ channels, take a little commentary break for a lap or so. Might ride on board with the car. Devin, do you have one you might want to pick?
I think Ben Schout in that Bavarian Mustache Works car, number 662, would be a good choice because he seems to be lining up Team Hastings Tires Plus as Tony Chow right now. And I just got word from them, the story on that Thelma name. This car is painted up, I guess, to look like their original Champ Car racer. I will not ask about the whereabouts of that chassis, but the original car, which was an E30 325 IS. So let's ride along with Ben and see if he can make a dent in Tony Chow as they close up together here and we head on to our break.
Well, there we go. A couple of laps on board with Bavarian Mustache Works as they had a bit of fun. A little bit of contact against another car, and then a little bit of a loop in one of the chicanes there, but no dramas to the car. All looks good. They've carried on. Ben Shout doing what he can for Bavarian Mustache Works in 4th place there in class or so. Delight to have you wherever you're watching. I'm David Haynes. Devin Peters is around. Got Doc with us as well. Michael Derby producing as we're on ChampCar.Live and other platforms all across the web. You can watch this event live. This is real Champ Car drivers, real Champ Car teams racing each other on iRacing today for the Champ Car special event, iRacing 8 hours of Charlotte Motor Speedway. You know, Doc, we've had nearly an hour and 10 minutes of racing so far. What's your thoughts on the 3 classes of car that we've got, the Mustang, the Jetta, and the Solstice?
That's kind of interesting. I mean, I can't believe the tire temps on that, on the Jetta, 300 and something degrees. That's incredible.
Yeah, whoever's doing the tires at the pit stop better be wearing some gloves or something, because yeah, that'll do some damage. That's very, very hot front tire temperatures, and just shows that they don't wear down massively, but the balance of the car will change through the stint, because obviously when they're a bit cooler, they give a little bit more grip than when they are the surface of the sun.
But yeah, I think it's great, the class racing. So it makes it very much the same as a real Champ Car race.
Couple battles going on out there at the moment. One I'm looking at is the 935 and the 348. It's just as we look. Drama for almost Team Jackie X, and then 935 in the wall. Motor blown potentially. My goodness, I might have to have a look at that one again. We're going to have time to do so because the yellow flag is... No, it was a local yellow. There was no full course caution. Apologies, merely jumped the gun on that one. But my goodness, those 2 cars were close and racing, and now the 935 is going to have to go on the tow hook after that, I imagine.
Oh, that's a real disappointment.
Winding the tape back on that.
Yeah, real disappointment for those guys. I was just checking in on them, and their Mitsubishi 3000 GT in the regular series, they said, was preparing them really well for what this Mustang was doing, and that's a real disappointment as they make contact with what looks like was that the N&M car in turn 1 there?
It was the Chattanooga Touring Wagon Jetta, I think, if I've got that right.
No, Too Mediocre to Motor. That's Evan Horner's car.
Okay, I'm getting...
and Race Control has thrown the flag there. So,
full course caution. Our pace truck going to come back out on circuit. Pits are closed right now. We'll open after 1 lap. So, wow, there we go. Danger's out. And Wyatt Foster had a lead of about 41 seconds at the front of their class. That's going to evaporate. Everyone's going to close right in. And we'll see what strategy teams opt for underneath this caution. So a lot of the Mustang teams that haven't pitted, I think we're only maybe 5-10 minutes away from pitting anyway. They'll probably pit. But what about the Jettas and the Solstice that can do 2 hours to a tank of fuel, maybe only halfway through their run at this point, almost? Not sure what teams will opt to do.
You know what? If it was me, Haynes, I think I'd take the pit stop once they get everything lined up. I'm pretty sure I'd take the pit stop unless I needed to make a lap back, just to top up the tank. Have a little bit in reserve. The extra fuel in these cars, the Jettas and the Solstice in particular, because they're so fuel efficient, it's not going to make a huge difference in lap times. And I'd rather be carrying that around to, say, have a quick, short final stop. Something like that.
So I find it interesting that Team Jackie X said that this Mustang is getting them prepared for their 3000 GTs.
No, they were just saying that it had reminded them of driving it, I guess. Misspoke there.
I was going to say, because their Mitsubishis are front wheel drive.
I think the joke was that it was pretty quick.
Gotcha.
Well, here we go. Danger's out. Right behind that pace truck that towers over all of our other cars there. So everyone's going to start to form up behind Wyatt Foster, and believe pit road will open at the end of this lap. So we've had more than an hour of clean racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and this is our first caution of the day, and it was for the spin and blown motor for that 935 almost Team Jackie X. Now, that won't necessarily be the end of their day. We might see that car back out, and if anything, they've got some repairs to do. The car had to go on the tow truck, but the fact that the caution came out afterwards probably stems some of the time that they lost. So on the oval bankings 1 and 2, our whole field starting to form up, and I think because of this short lap, most of the field will be pretty well compressed when we come to that point where the pit lane opens.
Yeah, and it is taking these drivers a second to gather up the field here. Wyatt and Danger's Out had a really big lead on their class, putting all but the top 4 cars a lap down already. So the whole field is having to catch back up onto the back straight here with Wyatt.
So before it all changes and they come towards pit in, here's the top 5 in each class. Danger's Out are leading overall in their Mustang class. Second in class, Team Village Idiots. Third is Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed. 4 is Drift Nuts. 5 is American Lunatics. In the Jetta class, on third thought are leading at the moment, head of on second thought. So those guys very well prepared in the Jetta field. Team Hastings Tires Plus are in third, Bavarian Mustache Works in fourth, and 2 Mediocre 2 Motor in fifth. In the Solstice class, Love Racing are leading ahead of Huge Ass Summer Solstice, ahead of CLT Motorsports, ahead of Huge Ass Winter Solstice, ahead of Team ESPN Phenomenal. Pit road is open. Your leader is on pit road. A lot of cars are going to follow him in at this point. I think the real question is going to be in the Mustangs. Who doesn't follow him in? Also saw some Jettas coming in on the lane. NNM have taken the opportunity.
A little surprised to see them down there with the fact that they've lost a lap and potentially had a chance to get most of a lap back there. But they might be playing that long strategy call, like I said, trying to have a little bit of extra fuel in the tank so that maybe down the road they can do a tires only stop.
So it's a driver swap for our overall leader. Chris Huggins, I think, is going to take that car. So one of the owners that form up Danger's Out, the combination of Pinky's Out and Danger Racing Team. Almost all of the Mustangs are, of course, onto the lane. They were getting right towards their pit stop window. This caution is actually rather convenient for them. So Team Village Idiots in the lane, Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed in the lane, Drift Nuts from fourth in the lane. The only car I see staying out is American Lunatics, but they probably only have 2 or 3 laps of fuel left. They're going to have to come down shortly. They are almost 50 laps into this race without a pit stop at this point. Looks like, though, Danger's Out are actually going to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and what I think is happening there, actually, Haynes, is American Lunatics, Shannon Victorian Wagon, UGA. Yeah, they're trying to get that lap back because 5th through, what do we got, 9th place? Looks like we're in a position where they could get a lap back under the caution. So they'll be waiting for the wave around and then take their medicine once the wave around has been completed.
Well, we got our eyes on the pace car, should say pace truck, and it stands tall above all of our race cars. We've got, which is the orange Jetta immediately behind. I think that's the Hastings Tire car. So they're ahead of all of the Mustangs. They might get waved around. There's definitely some Mustangs that are going to get waved around onto the lead lap of their class. Pit lane open for all classes at the same time. So everyone who was going to immediately pit presumably has done so. We might see some wave arounds begin to start. Lights are out on the pace truck at the moment, though. So race control are going to need to send that thing around another time if we are going to see any waiver rounds take place. Still waiting on the yellow to potentially be extended, but otherwise we're about to get green flag racing. Pace
looks like we're
truck
going.
is coming in.
It looks like race control decided no wave rounds this time.
So it is Team Hastings Tyres Plus who are going to lead us to this green flag. Tony Chow waiting for a green flag that I haven't seen yet.
Oh.
He's still doing pace car speeds, but the green flag is out.
Oh, okay, there's a caution. I think there was some weird stuff going on with the yellow flag there.
Yeah, pace truck's back out. We'll see if the whole field goes around and then catches it, or they have to check up behind it again. But yeah, pace truck came in and is now back out. We thought the pace truck should have stayed out. We'll see what happens of this.
I think race control is getting inundated with some different protests relating to the source of that caution right now. I think so. I think that's might have been what took place. Either way, Tony Chow and that Hastings Tires Plus is feeling pretty happy, and so is Matthew Thomas, because they effectively got a wave around by the pace truck coming back out a little bit behind where it was previously.
So it looks like Tony Chow is going to have to go around to catch the pace truck. So I guess we're going to have a lap at speed here. We can look at what this has done to the order. So Dangers Out have pitted, are still in the lead. Team Village Idiots, Huge Ass, Flim Flam, Speed and Drift Knots, who were on the lead lap, also pitted, right there in line. American Lunatics, yeah, well, they're still waiting on a wave around, I think, to get back on the lead lap. Did we have any other changes from pit stops in the Solstice class? Huge Ass Winter Solstice took the opportunity to take pit service. Everyone else in the top 5 stayed out. And of the Jetters, no pit takers, except for N&M, who've been there for 5 minutes or so. Gosh, Tim Horton's drive-thru's taking a while today.
Yeah. I wonder if they're maybe trying to get some damage repaired. A nice cap, if anything. But no, I wonder if they're getting some damage repaired without using one of their valuable fast repairs, or whether that's intentional or not. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know quite how much damage is on the car until you bring it onto pit road and the team have a look at what needs changing. So if you thought it was just very minor damage, you might say don't use the fast repair. But once it's started repairing normally, if that's going to take 10 minutes, you can't engage the fast repair once the team have brought all of the tools out. So they might have found that they thought it was minor damage. The team have started working on it, discovered it is going to take 10 minutes or so. And unfortunately, they'll be stuck there. Fortunately, we're going around at about half speed, so they're only going to lose a couple of laps to that, and there's still the possibility of more cautions. They might get that lap back. Well, we're seeing we might go green this time. Not quite sure if Team Hastings Tyres Plus have even caught the pace truck yet.
There are a lot of cars that are still on track being waved around, so I'd be surprised if we go green this time, but we'll see.
Lights back on the pace truck. We're going to have another lap as everyone tries to catch the pace truck.
And I believe that
behind the pace truck. Yeah, immediately behind the pace truck is our leader in Dangers Out. What's your understanding?
I was going to say that I believe that race control was trying to do things a little bit differently this time around, trying to get all of the classes a little bit more together, if it was possible. So some different wave around procedures being sort of trialed this week, which might be explaining why we're seeing a little bit longer of a caution and some of the shenanigans with the pace truck there under that last one.
I can see that Huge Ass Dieselgate is on the lane, and I can see that because I'm registered to that team. So it flashes up for me there that Ryan Verhulst is getting out, Giovanni Romano getting in. The only Jetta team I can see taking pit service underneath this caution. So that's a bold call for those guys who are running 6th in class. Don't think they're going to lose a position to that.
Mm-hmm. And we do see
Mustangs behind the pace truck. So hopefully when we go green, we'll have a single file restart, and there shouldn't be too much confusion about the different classes being mixed together.
Yeah, I'm also seeing the leaders of the Solstice class pulling out of the pits here. Looks like Taylor Blanchard and CLT Motorsports were actually able to undercut Sean Sakutra and Love Racing, who just has gotten into the car, both of them following Carlos Corridor in the bucket list number 147 over the pits, of course ahead of him in the standings, but behind him on track. These two cars are going to be chasing back up to the pace truck, both having completed a full service for fuel.
Yeah, so we had pit stops in the Solstice class for CLT Motorsports, for Love Racing, who were your leaders for a big chunk of the early part of this race. Huge Ass Winter Solstice had already pitted earlier, and Huge Ass Summer Solstice pitted that time. Lights off on the pace truck. We're going to get the green flag next time. We've sorted everything out there, despite maybe a little bit of confusion initially in timing and scoring. It all looks good right now. How many cars do we have on our lead lap in each class, Devon? I think that's the question at the moment.
Yeah, and the Mustangs, it looks like we've got the top 7 onto the lead lap now. And we might see a few more tick over as the pace truck and this line of pacing vehicles comes around. The next group from 8th to 13th place are all the lap down. And we've just got one car that's 2 laps down, two cars that are 2 laps down in the Mustang field. 14th and 15th place, the running on empty cars in the UGA Motorsports black cars. In the Jetta field, we've got on third thought, leading on second thought, who's currently in 2nd place. And they're really trying hard to make me have a mess up there. They actually both have a lap on the Team Hastings Tires Plus and the Bavarian Mustache Works cars, though it is only most of a lap at this point, because those cars are about 10 seconds up the track from them as it falls right now. Team ESBN Phenomenal was a beneficiary of that caution. I'm not sure how they managed to pull it off, but they've managed to overtake both CLT Motorsports and Love Racing in the Solstice field. CLT Motorsports and Love Racing, of course, the ones we watch racing off the pit road. The Huge Ass Solstice also managed to put in a new driver. That's Sven Demmel, a real hot shoe for that team. We'll be expecting him to make up some time and some positions. He's the first of the cars that are a lap down in the Solstice field. Just behind him is Hang Loose Racing with David Stern, and the Huge Ass Summer Solstice car, still with Justin Hall at the wheel. He's been driving since the start of the race, so it looks like they've opted not to pit or only to pit for fuel under this first caution here. We've got Team Unreal Purple and Money Pit Racing rounding out the cars that are just 1 lap down in the Solstice field, with Team Unreal Alpha and Tyler Langenberg. TNA Racing with Tony, Anthony, and Steve, it looks like now in the racing in the car for them. And they are 3 laps down on the lead in the Solstice field. Anyway, it looks like they're heading into turns 3 and 4.
Yep. Turns 3 and 4 of the banking. Well, yep. So the pace truck pulls away. Chris Huggins backs the field up a little bit behind him. So he gets ready to get going. Pace truck is in. He's got a Solstice and then Chattanooga Touring Wagon before Team Village Idiots, who are 2nd in class. He gets a great jump, and Chris Huggins is going to take Dangers out into the lead. Green flag after our first caution of the race, 8 hours of Charlotte. It is very close then for 2nd in the Mustang class here. Team Village Idiots had Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed and Drift Nuts right with them. It's going to be a tense couple of laps here as the lapping happens and all the cars are compressed together after the caution.
And HJ Flim Flam speed entry is having to deal with some pretty significant traffic right now. They've just put Antonio Alvarez into their car, and actually they've just made contact with a Solstice there, Steve Malloy in that TNA racing car who I'd mentioned earlier. Let's hope that Steve's able to get that thing moving because it's blocking the track right now. Oh, and some people stack up. Little contact from Ben Shout, but it looks like everything's going to get underway again. See the Hot Pocket car shooting up the inside there as well. Back to the front of the field, we've got Shane Cameron and the Chattanooga Touring Wagon racing. That's Austin Henry driving the Chattanooga Touring Wagon right now.
Yeah, so Team Village Idiots putting Chattanooga Touring Wagon one lap down there as Danger's Out continue to pedal away in the lead. That's the advantage they've got, is a whole lot of clean track in front of them when everyone else is finding themselves with some lapped cars to pass. So yeah, being the leader has been very, very beneficial for them. They might be able to pull on away. Well, we are racing. First green flag lap in the books now, completed after our caution period there. Hopefully continue green flag racing for most of the rest of the day.
And as this traffic shakes out, we are going to get to see some fun overtaking.
Certainly are. I'm seeing a couple cars that didn't pit underneath that caution from the Mustang field that we're probably going to have to expect in sooner rather than later. We're going to expect everyone to have made one pit stop before 2 hours is completed. So we observe the 2-hour drive time rule. It's definitely going to apply to some of the Jetta teams and some of the Solstice teams, though quite a few of them have already made a pit stop. We've got to keep an eye on the driver swaps as well.
Ooh, we've got a 2-wide battle between Lemons Wallbanger, Brian Leonard in the car number 19, with looks like Andrew Shembry and Senders Local Union getting pushed out. I guess that wasn't for position in the standings, though it was for position on track, because Andrew Shembry got forced wide into kind of an awkward trip through the chicane on the back straight there. A lot of times there's only one line through these corners, and in that case, Andrew Shembry took it. And we are actually seeing Taylor Chase and the Drift Nuts take a pit stop here. Now, I'm not sure if this is... Yeah, it looks like this was a black flag issued by race control after the contact that... I think the contact that brought up the caution, I'm not sure. But anyway, they've been given a 30-second black flag, and they've opted to head down the pits and take some fresh tires and fuel.
Definitely was some contact between them and the Flim Flam Speed car as well, so I haven't seen the official judgment from race control on that one just yet. But it's closed up for the overall lead in Mustang class. Danger's Out 246 have less than a second in hand over Team Village Idiots. So White Foster obviously off to a lightning start in the Danger's Out car. Now hands over to Chris Huggins, who's taking his time to get acclimatized. And in the meantime, Shane Cameron for Team Village Idiots, who I believe has been in since the start, is trying to hunt him down. That would mean that the number 34 Team Village Idiots is going to have to make another pit stop in the next half an hour. Were I Danger's Out, I don't think I would be so worried here. They're exactly on the strategy they want to be, and they can still put Wyatt Foster back in that car later.
It will be interesting to see if Shane Cameron, who hasn't actually swapped out yet, if he'll be able to make some time on Andrew Huggins here and make that no-stop strategy worth it. I just got back from the race control booth and had a little chat with our race steward, Alex Albert. It looks like Drift Nuts was given a caution, given a 30-second penalty because of some contact they had with a member of the Jetta field, the NNM Motorsports car, who's now running last. They had...
Well, they're not running at all.
Yeah, they're still in the pit lane repairing that. I think what happened to NNM was they forgot to check their fast repair when they left the pit lane, so now they're being forced to do a full-length repair. But I suspect they won't be the only ones to do that today, so they're not giving up just yet.
No, certainly not. And with the way we're doing the championship scoring, where it's from your best results in class, if you're one of those teams in a less populated class, just by finishing, you'll get a better result than even some of the mid-pack Mustang teams. That's the incentive in picking the less popular or less populous class cars. Under half a second for the overall lead of the race at the moment. Chris Huggins still settling in to the Dangers Out car. Shane Cameron, I can confirm, has been in the Team Village Idiots car since the very, very beginning. So he only has 26 more minutes he can race before he'd have to make another pit stop. So he's trying to make hay while the sun shines there as they make their way around TNA Racing Solstice. I think Chris Huggins just had a bit of a cleaner line through there this time, but when there's clean air, definitely seems like Shane Cameron has the pace.
I'm happy to report that NNM is underway again, so it looks like they were able to get that car repaired and moving. But let's keep an eye on this battle at the lead.
Golden couple of laps after the caution, where they have a pretty clear track in front of them before they start catching more of the Solstice field, more of the Jetta field, and even some other Mustangs again on to the banking out from the infield and heading towards the back straight chicane, where we've seen quite a bit of passes made, but only if you have a good run, you can get to the inside before the braking zone. 0.2 of a second, Shane Cameron right underneath the rear bumper of Andrew Huggins as they approach the Snake Pit chicane. Very, very difficult corner with very, very sharp curbs there. And the walls ever present, ever close as well. Cameron couldn't close up much there and couldn't put the pressure on just yet.
Now I'm watching a little battle brewing here in the Solstice class at the front of the field. Team ESPN Phenomenal, who was able to game that pit stop pretty well by not swapping drivers, still has Ronnie Osmer in the car. They're being followed by Love Racing with Sean Shaputra and Taylor Blanchard, who's just behind in the CLT Motorsports car. But the real battle here seems to be between them all as they're battling for traffic. Sean Saputra is following Hang Loose Racing's David Stern, who's a lap down, but just in front of him on track. That's a critical battle here.
The most difficult section of the course, that backstretch chicane. Also, probably the hardest, firmest braking zone on the circuit as well, approaching at high speed into a rather slow, rather technical chicane that's also been made slower, maybe less technical than the first iteration of the Charlotte Roval.
Yeah, but that first iteration, that thing keeps me up at night. That thing was scary fast, and you had to really put your suspension components on the line every time you went through it. In the Mustang field, we are seeing a pretty tight battle between Garrett D'Alessandro of UGA Motorsports and Brian Leonard of Lemons Wallbangers. UGA was able to get a little bit of overlap on Brian this time, though it looks like Brian is contemplating an over-under. Oh, no, he's going to let him have it and follow Garrett through the chicane here.
Yeah, so Garrett D'Alessandro taking that car from Michael Billy earlier. UGA Motorsports go back into fourth place. I think that caution has definitely helped them get back on the lead lap, but they are going to need to make a pit stop maybe in the next half an hour. They were one of those teams that had to pit early. So UGA Motorsports get into fourth, and at the lead of the field, Chris Huggins still holding off Shane Cameron as Dangers Out battle Team Village Idiots. And they're going to start catching more of that Solstice traffic on these coming laps, and I'm not sure who that favors, whether that maybe will provide an opportunity for Shane Cameron to get past, or if it'll mean more caution is required from these guys and it becomes tougher to make a move. They're certainly going to catch a couple of cars before that backstretch chicane and have to decide who they can get past and who they can't. Get past the 147, looking for the 22, and our two leading Mustangs get cleanly past the Solstice, but Chris Huggins runs wide in the middle of the chicane. A better run potentially from Shane Cameron. He's going to be up high on the banking heading towards the start-finish line. If he can hold it up there, then he can maybe overtake into the final chicane, but it just looked like a cleaner run from Chris Huggins, and Shane Cameron drops back behind. I have to wonder if he was fully committed to making that move or not. Looked like maybe he rolled out of it.
Oh, and he's showing Chris Huggins that bumper as they head into turn number 1. When he gets real wide, just keeps it off the wall. But these two are going to be going like cats and dogs, it looks like, for the foreseeable future, as they are very evenly matched on pace, within a tenth of a second of each other on that last lap.
Through the infield of the Roval, not a lot of overtaking opportunities here. There is just a little bit of undulation though, and some blind corners. Chris Huggins pushes wide through the right-hander, but if he gets back to the racing line for the double lefts here, as he does, brings it back onto the banking. Really tough there. The apex is a wall and the track out point is a wall as well. So how fast you go is often dependent on how brave you are.
Mm-hmm. And there's a couple different lines through there. A little bit behind them, we actually have Drift Nuts and Daring Greatly Racing engaged in a battle right now. Sorry, that's Resilience Racing. Resilience Racing, of course, being sponsored by that Resilience Racing Foundation that develops hand controls for champ cars in order to allow returning veterans and disabled veterans to have the opportunity to participate in champ cars. So really cool to see them out here testing out their new designs on the simulator before heading into the real race.
With the pass for the lead, Team Village Idiots get it done, and in doing so, Dangers Out lose one spot and also allow Chattanooga Touring Wagon back onto the lead lap as well. So I think that'll delight the Mellow Yellow fans of Chattanooga Touring Wagon as they fight to get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, they've still got a little bit more work to do to get that lap back. Of course, with the Shane Cameron-driven Team Village Idiots car just ahead of them. But Austin Henry is showing some good pace with those guys running consistent laps that seem to be at least as fast as the leaders, if not a little bit faster.
Village Idiots have got to make a pit stop in the next 20 minutes or so, though. Meanwhile, Chattanooga Touring Wagon are fueled and have already made a driver swap. So once what I'm saying here is that Chattanooga Touring Wagon will cycle back onto the lead lap as it is now.
Yeah, absolutely. Third and fourth place is also getting a little spicy as UGA Motorsports takes advantage of Antonio Alvarez and the huge-ass flim-flam speed car being forced to take a little bit of evasive action around some traffic. That puts Garrett D'Alessandro up into third place in class, and we know Garrett, and we know that he's plenty fast and plenty aggressive through the traffic, so he's taking advantage of his opportunities as they come up, taking third place away from that huge-ass flim-flam speed prepped Mustang.
Yeah, the UGA guys have got to fight back here because they're 32 laps into their stint after their early pit stop and not pitting underneath the caution. The HJ Flim Flam speed car and a lot of the other cars in the top 5 here did pit underneath that caution, did do a driver swap and go a little bit longer. So D'Alessandro moves the UGA car back up into third. That's good for them, and he's moving down the road as well. Got to work to get themselves back on strategy as well, though, if they're going to stand on the podium in 6 hours, 20 minutes time.
Yeah, and strategy is going to be a bit of a relative thing at this point in the race because I think that we're seeing people like UGA try and do a little bit more of a traditional champ car strategy where you just stretch that field as close as you can to 2 hours to try and avoid those driver swaps unnecessarily. So they're trying to avoid doing the extra pit stops by doing their strategy as they are.
Well, some excitement in the Mustang field in our first 20 minutes or so of green flag racing since our first caution of the day. Our other classes, of course, in speed order are the Volkswagen Jetta and then the Pontiac Solstice. The Jetta TDI diesel has 7 cars running at the moment after NNM got back out on circuit. Some lengthy repairs for them. Jetta class might just be 2 cars left on the lead lap in that class. on
Yeah,
second thought and on third thought. So those guys have been quick on track, and they've also managed to work the strategy. So a first race with the Volkswagen Jetta, and on second thought have come out of the gate strong in that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of coming on strong out of the gates, Ronnie Osmer at the lead of the Solstice class is showing us the reason that folks want to run that fuel as low as possible in that car. He's been putting in consistent laps in the 38s, pulling a gap on Sean Saputra, who's in second place. But that's no surprise from a guy like Ronnie Osmer, who's got experience in the Arkham Art Series, as well as doing a number of Legends and Pro late model races over the years. He's showing his experience at these ovals as he drives away from the front of the Solstice field.
Devin, I might send you down into the paddock because you were mentioning the work that Resilience Racing do, and I've been sent a message that they might like to come up into the commentary box, have a word with us about what they do on the sim and what they do in Champ Car.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go see if I can find him.
So Kirk Dooley and the other co-founder of Resilience, I know you were maybe more than I across the work of Resilience Racing, so you might know who you're looking for.
Yeah, just seeing if I can find him here.
We'll have a look, because we are open to doing some interviews and having a chat with some of our teams and some of our drivers here on the broadcast. So we love to hear from them, and it's pretty easy to do online here when we've already got everyone online. So to drag them into the commentary box, have a word, always a delight, get an opinion.
I'm not finding those guys just yet, but if they want to get a hold of us, let's have them message Michael Derby, our producer, so that he can drag them up into the booth. As race control reminds the drivers to keep things calm and off the all chat. Oh, and we've got a caution going. I'm not sure exactly what this is for. I'll have to check into race control. Looks like a two-car wreck
in turn one, yeah.
Yeah.
Who was that?
I'm trying to locate it right now. I'm thinking... Looks like Frank
Hot
Tabusi.
Pockets are involved.
Yeah. Broadcast team favorites. Hot Pockets made contact with the Andrew Shembry driven car of Sender's local union. It looks like both of them went around in turn one and were clogging up the inside of the track, and race control decided to block it.
Yeah, so not a lot of crowds at the track these days. So Mustangs versus Mustangs there, and both of those cars gone for a loop in turn one, and we have, in quick succession, the second caution of the day.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I know those guys were racing for position, but just looking at the replay here, that was a pretty ambitious move by the likes of Andrew Shembry, especially after they had a slowdown from missing the chicane heading onto the lap. So unfortunate that the two were tangling there, but pretty aggressive driving from both parties. Hot Pocket trying to sweep around the outside, and Andrew Shembry for putting it up the inside. Luckily, both cars are underway, and Hot Pocket looks like they have some nose damage, but here's hoping that neither of them suffers any long-term damage from that little incident.
Well, we had to start the race off more than an hour of green flag racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Then we had one caution, and we've really not been underway particularly long before this second caution. And again, it begs the question of strategy, where we're 12 minutes away from the top of the hour and the end of the 2-hour drive time for drivers who started. Who's going to pit under this caution? Will everyone who pitted on the first caution stay out? Are we going to see maybe Village Idiots have to pit again?
ESPN Phenomenal at the front of the Mustang field is very excited, I'm sure, because they were looking at having to bring in their... Sorry, at the front of the Solstice field. is going to be very excited because they were looking at having to do a green flag pit stop with their team driver Ronnie Osmer coming up on his 2-hour drive time. But luckily, thanks to this caution, it looks like they'll be able to get in and out without losing a lap. So a big win for them. Sean Saputra and Taylor Blanchard, on the other hand, who both came in under the last caution, might be thinking that this hasn't worked out quite as well for them.
All right. Hearing that this might be a quicker yellow than the first caution of the day. So not sure how, I guess maybe less waiver rounds are required because not as many cars will have gone off the same lap as their leader in the short time of green flag running that we had. So pace truck's going to stay out, but we have I think one more to green. A couple cars are on pit road, Devon.
Yeah. And it looks like Shane Cameron is staying out, so it is going to make this a very short caution.
4 from the Solstice field, so Huge Ass Winter, Solstice, Huge Ass Summer, Solstice, Hang Loose Racing, and Bucket List 147 on pit lane. In the Mustang field, I think it's just Lemon, Sender's local union, Lemon's Wallbanger, who maybe hadn't pitted yet. They were a long way into their stint, so that might be good for them. They might stay on the lead lap in Lemon's Wallbanger. I think this has worked out for them with 2 quick cautions. And Fat Crack Racing also on pit road, so 3 Mustangs. Jettas we have on second, third, and on third thought, so both of the OST cars from first and second in the Jetta class taking pit service underneath this yellow. They're going to try and catch the pack behind the pace car and pace truck. Should be going green this time, hopefully.
It looks like because of that pit stop from the 2 Jettas that are leading, Bavarian Mustache Works, Huge Ass Dieselgate, Team Hastings Tires Plus, and 2 Mediocre to Motor are all going to get a lap back on the lead, or at least part of a lap. Those Jettas will take up their station at the back end of the longest line, with the Bavarian Mustache Works car being relatively close to the front of that line. So they might be able to spin this into getting back onto the lead lap for good if they're lucky.
Seeing driver swaps, of course, for those 2 OST cars, I think. So the leading car on second thought, number 7, now Andrew Pilotta, and Austin Newman for on third thought in the number 10.
I'm not sure I've heard either of those names before. I'll see if there's anything I can dig up.
Andrew Pilotta has raced with us several times. He raced in one of the Caymans in previous iteration of the Champ Car iRacing special events. The yellow lights are still on the pace truck as it comes towards pit in, so it looks like, I think that's an unbadged Chevy Silverado there, potentially. I think it's going to stay out for one more lap, and indeed it does. It's got Village Idiots right behind the pace truck in the overall lead, and then Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who I'm sure were very much hoping to get back on the lead lap if Village Idiots pitted underneath his caution, but they haven't. And last I checked, there was actually no one suited up on pit road for Village Idiots. They're going to have to find someone quickly in the next 8 minutes. I'm
actually really surprised to report this, but Team ESPN Phenomenal has decided not to pit. So maybe they decided that 156 was not quite far enough along as far as drive time goes for them to be willing to take the risk of not finishing their full 2 hours. Correction, I guess 152 so far into the race. So either way, Ronnie Osmer is staying out at this point, and when the lights go green, looks like they'll have to do about 2 laps before they come in for a green flag pit stop and get their driver out and replaced with a fresh one.
Yellows are off on the pace truck, so we're going to get green flag racing again shortly at the end of this lap.
And as expected, the on second thought and on third thought, guys, have let Bavarian Mustache Works, Hugh Jess, Dieselgate, and Team Hastings tires all make up a lap, but probably not by as much as they wanted to. By the looks of things, they're only about 15 seconds up the track. So depending on how this restart goes, they might be able to get the competition back in line relatively quickly.
Yeah, so the two OST Jetters are right at the end of the train, and they've got some of the cars that they're battling that are just up ahead of them in the Snake, so might get put a lap down shortly, but are currently still on the lead lap.
Yeah, and that's the class with the least cars on the lead lap. The Mustangs, with Team Village Idiots leading the field, of course, have the top 6 in class all on the lead lap, with Lemon's Wallbanger being the furthest ones back. So we'll be watching the Mustangs closely as they head into NASCAR 3 and 4, and we get ready to start this race.
Hearing there's no one on the wall to take over for Team Village Idiots, and they are going to inevitably exceed the 2-hour drive time and receive a penalty. So that means that functionally, in about 6 minutes' time, we're going to see the lead go back to Dangers Out. And if Bavarian Mustache Works can stay in front of Dangers Out, they'll get back on the lead lap shortly. Speaking of shortly, it's going to be green very, very shortly. The pace truck pulls down off the banking, pulls into pit road. Now Team Village Idiots control our field, getting ready for a single file green flag restart. Flagman's got that green flag. He waves it, and we're back racing again at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Relatively clean. We are seeing some overtakes, of course, deeper in the field. You are allowed to pass as long as you do it on the outside before the start-finish line. Though we did see a few people pushing it right to the line, taking some risks there.
A lot of traffic for our Jetta leading cars that on second thought and on third thought. They are, of course, we're at the very end of the train at the restart. They are now trying to put some Solstice cars a lap down and try and catch and put a lap down some of their competitors in their same class. And I wonder if there's a little bit of rivalry between the two team cars. I wonder how cooperative they are between each other.
Well, I believe that those two teams had actually discussed having different pit radios. So they didn't want to be able to hear what the other team was saying while they were racing together. So I think that it's safe to say that there is a fair amount of competition between those two teams.
Well, they're together on track right now for the lead of their own class. Onto the banking, they got a Mustang High. They're trying to pass the summer and the winter solstice at the same time. And 3 wide on the banking. This is where everyone's got to have their wits about them, got to give a little bit of extra room. Oh, okay. Cleanly through the back stretch chicane for the most part this time. On second thought, and Andrew Pilotta pull about a second on third thought, just negotiating their way through the traffic. I'm seeing OST running the Mazda contingency decals on their Volkswagen. I'm not sure that counts.
Of course, they run a Mazda Miata in the Real Series. They run an NA and are building a second car, I believe, as well right now.
And of course, all of us hope that they can get back out on the real track soon and do so safely. In the meantime, Champ Car is on iRacing. So it's a delight to have everyone watching real Champ Car drivers, real Champ Car teams battling on iRacing here. So we're green again after our second caution.
Yeah. And speaking of real Champ Car drivers, Austin Newman in that second place on third thought car. He is an experienced real driver as well. I'm just reading his bio here. Seems like he has, he's dodging some wreckage there on the infield. I'm not sure which Solstice that was that went flying there. Looks like the William Corridor's Bucket List 370 driving through the flowers. But anyway, Austin Newman has done a lot of historic Formula Ford racing, including competing in last year's Monterey Rolex Reunion at Pebble Beach. So kind of a cool experience for a driver to have, and he's showing that patience and respectful driving as he makes his way through the leaders of the Solstice field here.
That's something else. That's an invitation-only race.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that the Jetta doesn't handle quite like a historic Formula Ford, but there's probably some transferable skill there.
Well, I think it's time for some Solstice love, and I mean that in every possible way except one, because Love Racing in the Solstice class have got CLT Motorsports right behind them. Now, of course, both of these teams pitted underneath the first caution 18 laps ago, so they're good on fuel at the moment. They're pretty good on drive time at the moment. They pitted on the same lap, took their driver swap. So Sean Saputra for Love Racing is trying to hold off Taylor Blanchard, who is, as we say, recently installed for CLT Motorsports there. They're currently battling for second in class, but we haven't seen a pit stop from Team ESPN Phenomenal yet, who are in the lead. And we're going to have to see that pit stop in the next 2 or 3 laps. Otherwise, there'll be a penalty for exceeding the drive time there. So I have to say this is really shortly going to be the battle for the Solstice lead, Love Racing and CLT Motorsports.
Yeah, and I know he's a little bit further behind on track, maybe 20 seconds behind those guys. But we can't count out Sven Demmel. Folks who've been around iRacing for a while will know the name. I've seen him maybe on some of the other endurance races that go on in other series, but Sven Demmel is a hot shoe for that huge-ass Winter Solstice car, so I would not be surprised to see him creeping up on the back of this battle if Sean Saputra and Taylor Blanchard start getting their fists out and battling.
Hot Pocket trying to put a lap on Taylor Blanchard, drops him a bit further back, gives some more breathing room to Sean Saputra. So the traffic still sorting itself out, as it tends to do for a couple of laps after we get green flag racing after our caution. So hopefully everyone being very cautious out there so that we can stay green flag racing. I want to see a more than 2-hour green flag run, because that will really lay bare everyone's ideas for strategy, as it's now been 2 hours from the top of the race. If we don't see ESPN Phenomenal on the lane soon, penalty might be in order. But yeah, an interesting first 2 hours of the race. I want to say hello to Elon Goran, who I know he was watching on Facebook from iRacing. He doesn't have a car in this event, but they did have some cars in some previous events, didn't they, Doc?
Why, yes, he did. He's got an entry in the coming up. I know he's still looking for some drivers for Watkins Glen at the end of this month.
Mm-hmm. We've got some E30 BMWs, which I know Doc doesn't think much of.
Nah, I can't stand them.
Keep your enemies close.
Speaking of keeping your enemies close, we've got one of our commentary enemies, right? Paulie Velta, running in 9th place, or is it 10th place, as he's currently battling with the Brian Cheney-driven car, driving for Team Jackie X there. Paulie Velta driving for Daring Greatly Racing had a little bit of drama through that last corner, and so was giving up a little bit of time, but he and Brian are battling with the Laura Vernon piloted running on empty car just behind the two of them, also in the mix, though
Doc,
not for position.
You know Paulie pretty well. How do you think he's gonna do? How's he behind the wheel? And I believe this is his first iRacing special event with us as well.
I think it is. I know Paulie's been scheduled to drive my car several times, but has never managed to. He got sick at Daytona. Let's see, where else was he supposed to run? And I guess in NCM, of course, was canceled this year, so we'll get him in there sooner or later.
Well, Team Village Idiots from the Mustang League have gone down onto pit road. We're still waiting to see Team ESPN Phenomenal from the lead of the Solstice class do a pit stop and a driver swap. They have about to have completed 70 laps since the start of the race. No pitting, no driver swap. So, well, Yeah, they've exceeded it by more than a lap now, and Race Control have given Team ESPN Phenomenal a black flag for exceeding drive time.
And it looks like Ronnie's not going to spend any time appealing that one as he pulls down into the pit lane immediately. For what I hope for their sake is a driver's change. Hopefully, we don't have two teams in the position of not having that next driver ready, like what Team Village Idiots is going through right now.
So Love Racing moved through into the lead of the Solstice class, and as we've seen, they've still got CLT Motorsports in hot pursuit about 3 seconds back now. That Team ESPN Phenomenal car has taken the drive-through penalty, but taken no pit service from what I can see. So Ronnie Osmer is going to continue, but then the fuel will run out for that car in about 20 minutes, and they'll have to make another stop as well. I can hear the commentary booth door opening and closing. Devin Peters is he's out, but we do have John Winker from, I believe this is one of our Resilience Racing friends, is it not?
Yes, it is. How you guys doing?
We're doing very well. It's an interesting race so far. You guys have got Ford Mustang out there, and I mean, we've talked about it a little bit on broadcast already, but I guess in your words, what is Resilience Racing? What do you guys do, and what's sort of your raison d'etre?
Yeah, so our mission is to get veterans with disabilities behind the wheel and get them involved in motorsport. And we're trying to get that done using hand controls. We're in the process right now of developing racing-specific hand controls for our 2 race cars that we're campaigning in ChampCar. Right now, we did one event last year at Indy. We had planned to do Road America this year and are registered for Indy again. And definitely plan to do some more events once stuff open up. In the meantime, we're getting our seat time in here in iRacing.
Richard Hazlitt driving at the moment for you guys in the Mustang. How's he doing, and what can you tell us about him for the team?
Yeah, Rick, he's one of our faster drivers on the team. He's a iRacing veteran. He's also a Wisconsin Army National Guard veteran. One of 7 of the drivers on our team that is Armed Forces veteran. And yeah, I mean, he's out there. He's trying to catch us up a little bit. We've had a couple incidents already. We did have some bad luck with a mistake bad flag or black flag that resulted in a DQ for a short period. So rough start, but we're working through it.
Well, this is now the 3rd special event on iRacing for Champ Car. How have you been seeing iRacing in these times, as you know, maybe a way to keep fresh, or just something to do on the weekends when you can't get to the track?
No, this has been fantastic. And simulation racing is actually something that was kind of built into our initial model of, what we plan to do at Resilience Racing Foundation. Developing the hand controls and getting them into a real race car, is one piece of it. But then, for someone to actually be able to race with those hand controls safely and not endanger themselves or the others on the track is another part of that. And the only way to, really do that safely is to have, a simulation set up with the same hand controls that they're going to use in a real road going car. So, we're working on that component of it. And Kirk and I both were not really into sim racing at all. We're pretty experienced behind the wheel of a real car. But really have never gotten into the simulation racing stuff. And, just recently within the past couple of months got involved in it. And so far we're really enjoying it.
People are, interested in this kind of thing, they want to learn more, or maybe I believe you guys have a website. Where else could people learn more, keep up to date with what you guys are doing?
Absolutely. ResilienceRacingFoundation.org is our webpage. Otherwise, you can also find us on Facebook, Resilience Racing on there as well.
Well, I'm wishing you guys the best of luck. Your friend Rick is doing a pretty solid job behind the wheel at the moment. Fortunately, you guys are some laps down, but I'm seeing his pace is only 1/10 off the leading car. Danger's out on that lap just gone. So you guys are making up for lost time out there. Is there anyone else that I guess you need to throw a shout out to for yourself for Resilience Racing there?
Sure. I mean, I guess I did just want to throw out, we do have 2 lower limb amputees on the team driving with us today. So I'm actually a left below knee amputee, and then we actually have a bilateral. So both legs, I believe he's a left below knee and a right above knee amputee, Adam Pappenhausen. Will be driving later today as well. And as far as shout outs, definitely want to shout out to a couple of our sponsors, Redline Synthetic Oils and Skip Barber, who are huge supporters of our program, and Baycom radios.
Awesome, John Winker. Thank you so much for dropping in, having a chat with us, and just sharing some of the unique story for Resilience Racing Foundation there. Door's always open if you want to come have a chat later on, or maybe future races, man.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you guys very much.
Cool, there we go. Interesting story.
Yeah, what a cool story. Yeah.
Resilience Racing.
And speaking of interesting
it's a
stories,
great story because Champ Car is super about, getting people racing who thought maybe they, couldn't afford it or it was too difficult or something. The mantra, without the obscene expense, etc., maybe they'll get murdered for not delivering that one correctly on ChampCar.Live, but or make Doc or Paulie do it later on. Yeah, exactly. So it's cool that a team like Resilience Racing then also extend that to maybe people with certain disabilities, or in this case, returned veterans or something who thought maybe racing was not something they were going to be able to do, but now it does become possible.
Yeah. And speaking of interesting stories, we do have some interesting developments on track. I know right before we started our interview with Resilience Racing, we had just seen Ronnie Osmer and Shane Cameron get black flag. Ronnie Osmer, of course, was in the Team ESPN Phenomenal car leading the Solstice field, while Shane Cameron was in the in the American, no, I'll try one more time, the Team Village Idiots car that's now lapping in 5th place in the Mustang field. Both of those drivers are having issues getting their next team member ready. So I don't have the specifics for either of the teams, but the long and the short of it is that they don't have a driver ready on the pit wall. And so Race Controls decided to make a compromise with both those cars, whereby those 2 cars have both served a stop and hold, a 30-second stop and hold penalty in lieu of doing a driver change, and have returned to the racetrack to be allowed to continue to race. Now, they will have to find their other drivers in order to be classified for the event, because it is a team event, so the fair share rule of iRacing is in effect, which requires all the drivers to participate fair in a fair amount in the race. But those 2 cars have both lost a significant time off the lead because of that penalty. In particular, the Team ESPN Phenomenal car actually misunderstood the instructions the first time around. As Shane Cameron makes contact with the William Corridor-driven bucket list number 370. Team ESPN Phenomenal misunderstood the instructions of Race Control the first time around and actually drove straight through the pits rather than going and stopping for that 30-second stop and hold penalty. So some confusion there, but it looks like both teams are going to be able to continue on, even if they're going to have to figure out something from the driver's seat about how they can get their teammates ready to go. Always drama at a Champ Car race, right?
Well, Doc was just telling us about the time Paulie was meant to drive for him and then was sick. How much notice did you have of that, Doc? Was it a same day thing? Did he know a bit in advance?
No, we had plenty of warning, so the Polly's always at least considered in that regard.
That's lovely to hear. Looking at the overall lead of the race, though, Chris Huggins, who's regained the lead after the pit stop from Team Village Idiots, it's just a couple tenths of a second in hand over UGA Motorsports. Garrett D'Alessandro proving why he's one of the guns for that team. So a difference in strategy between these two. UGA Motorsports only made one pit stop, and it was well before either of the two cautions. Dangers Out are carrying 20 laps more fuel at the moment. So I think we're going to see UGA have to pit soon. But that's not stopping Garrett D'Alessandro from putting in some pretty hot laps out there at the moment.
Well, and in between the two of them, it bears mentioning is Austin Henry, the driver we were talking about earlier for Chattanooga Tourenwagen. Now, Tourenwagen is a lap down in 7th position, but Austin Henry was actually able to put in a lap faster than both of these leading cars last time. So I think he's trying to get back on the lead lap. And if he's able to, that'll get Chattanooga Tourenwagen right back into contention. Though, of course, with a little bit of traffic there, things have split up a little bit as soon as we go to start watching this race.
I think one important thing to notice about this is that the lap times for the Mustangs at the moment, about a 1 minute 30. Full service pit stop from pit in to pit out is around about a minute 10. So it's important for Garrett D'Alessandro to stay with Dangers Out so that when they pit in a couple laps time, UGA Motorsports would stay on the lead lap. If Garrett D'Alessandro dropped back maybe 10 seconds or so and then had to pit, he'd end up off the lead lap. So he doesn't necessarily need to pass Dangers Out right now, but if he just stays close, if he keeps them within sight, then when he pits, he'll stay on the lead lap.
It doesn't look like he wants to wait, though, as he makes a bit of a run at the right rear corner of Austin Henry's car there. He's putting a lot of pressure on, and he definitely wants to get by quickly. We'll see if this Jetta up ahead, driven by Austin Newman, is going to be able to provide him a bit of a pick. Austin Henry lights up the tires a little bit on the exit of that corner. We'll see Garrett getting the draft from the Jetta. Unfortunately, going to be boxed in, but maybe he can make it 3 wide, 2 wide. Yeah, he's going to the inside, so let's see.
I think if you have a car that's lapped down, once the car trying to put a lap on you makes a move that firm, you probably should be thinking about getting out of the way. These guys are racing like it's for position. Garrett D'Alessandro going to try and go high on the banking. And at this point, surely you'd hope a lap down car would think about backing out of it. Not happening yet, as they're exactly door to door heading towards the final chicane. And Garrett D'Alessandro has the inside. Is he going to try and muscle his way through? Well, he hops plenty of the curb and he's got it done. But he's dropped back a second and a half from how close he was earlier to Dangers Out.
Yeah, and that's... it's not surprising to see Austin Henry racing him that hard at this point in the race, because this is really a critical lap for that team. If Chattanooga can get back, then they'll be able to make something of this race. But if they're not able to get on the lead lap here, you got to think that this could have severe implications for the remainder of their time out here today. Garrett seems to have put a solstice between himself and Austin, so that battle seems to be more or less cleared up on the track.
I think once Garrett D'Alessandro was through, he's got the pace.
Paulie Velta, car number 527, he spun it on the exit of turn 1, and he is just parked. He doesn't seem to have any idea of how he's going to get that thing turned around. And when he crashed, he actually collected Taylor Blanchard, who was in 3rd place. It looks like he was trying to make a move up the inside, contact with Blanchard, and he's stuck and managed to get it turned around, but lost a significant amount of time. Goes from battling for the 8th position to just in front of 11th place at this point.
Yeah, so Lee Mullerman, owner of Daring Greatly Racing, now might be reconsidering renting that seat to Paulie in future. I don't think any real damage was done there, but it was maybe just a slightly late move from Paulie on the Solstice. Mustang's really not quicker in the middle of the corners. It's a heavier car. It's faster on the straights, but you'd probably need to be a little bit further alongside, trying to put a lap on the car there. I think CLT did a much better job of recovering from the slide, getting going again. Paulie had to find reverse gear, and luckily no one hit him while he was broadside in the exit of turn 1 there.
Now, another interesting thing to report for our fans here is On Second Thought Racing, which is leading the Jetta class right now, has actually managed to open up an entire lap lead on Third Thought, who is second in class. So I'm not sure exactly what's happened there. If it doesn't look like it's pit stop related, but somehow Andrew Pilata has managed to put an entire lap on Third Thought Racing. So that's a bit of a mystery. We'll have to look into that and maybe come back to it in a bit, see if this timing screen is lying to me or if something else is going on. Oh, yeah, and as it turns out, the time screen is lying to me. It looks like the leader on track is between the two of them. So that's explaining why it looks like they're currently on different laps, even though they're about 15 seconds apart on the track in reality. And as we ride along here, it looks like we've got the leader, Andrew Huggins, in the number 246 car, Dangers Out, about to put the lap on that On Second Thought. So false alarm. We are still racing closely at the front of the field here. Did see a little bit of smoke and haze in the air.
I'll clear that one up.
It looks like Dustin Bush of Fat Crack Racing has actually had some pretty terminal looking damage. They're riding along slowly with some smoke spewing out of the back of the car just ahead of our leader there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much oil to be in a Mustang, but a lot of it is coming out of the Fat Crack car. Still rolling, so I think they'll get it to pit in. Hope they have a fast repair left. They've been on pit road 4 times already, so we'll see for them.
Oh, it looks like there's a caution. I'll get the word from race control on what that one's all about.
So, for the third time, Doc, we have a full course yellow. We knew that the tighter confines of Charlotte were going to be more challenging than the open space of America's Motorsport National Park of Road America, for example. But, Doc, are you surprised how many cautions we've had?
A little bit. I don't know. The Charlotte's such a narrow track. I mean, and it doesn't really seem like it when you're out there, but you can eat up a lot of track here quickly.
Yeah, and I just got back from the race control booth. Looks like they called that caution as a result of that Dustin Bush accident. They weren't sure that he was going to be able to keep it out of the way through the chicane, so they decided that discretion was their part of valor and threw the caution flag, get Dustin Bush back into the pits and safe and sound before they go back to racing full speed. But that crunches things back up here again. And as we are now across the 2-hour barrier, we might see some drivers deciding to make some more pit stops.
I think this is good for a couple of teams. Like, for example, think of UGA Motorsports, right? Who were, coming up towards a pit stop, trying to make sure they weren't going to lose a lap. Now they can pit underneath this caution. They'll definitely stay on the lead lap, regardless what Dangers Out do in the lead.
Yeah. And I'm not... It looks like the pace truck has caught a few people, but not quite the leader. And I think the leaders are going to back up the field to the pace truck rather than racing around to try and catch it by the looks of things. So Andrew Huggins and UGA behind him are just kind of crawling around as they wait for the leader to come by. Man, I bet you Andrew Pilata, who's right behind Huggins in that Dangers Out car, Andrew Pilata driving the on second thought Jedi, I bet you he's kicking himself, because if he had kept Andrew Huggins behind him for another half a lap, man, he might have had an entire lap on the Jetta field for free.
Yeah, indeed. So the pace truck is coming towards the final corner, has most of the field behind. Meanwhile, our leaders in Mustang and Jetta are crawling through turn one. I'm not sure anyone's ever been that slow in a race car. They're trying to work their way around at about 20 miles an hour or something now. I think they're picking up speed. Who knows? Pit road is open, though. A couple of cars are going to take that opportunity.
I don't even think you could stay up on the banking in real life.
That's interesting now. So it looks like they are not waiting for the truck to come around, and Huggins is cruising around. I wonder if they try and sneak in and maybe top up on fuel or something like that this time by.
Well, from the Mustang class, we've got Flim Flam Speed on the lane, Village Idiots on the lane, Almost Jackie X on the lane, and both Almost Jackie X teams on the lane.
Okay, and I'm hearing from race control now that these guys, Andrew Pilata and Andrew Huggins, were under the impression that they could chase back to the back of the field, but that's not the case. So they're going to have to wait for the truck to come back and pass him and put him back on the correct lap. So some slow pacing from everyone.
So on second thoughts, basically at a standstill, waiting for the pace truck to catch them as timing and scoring have instructed.
Andrew Pilata's actually come to a complete stop on the backstretch. Andrew Huggins still coasting along a little bit, but it'll be interesting once this truck joins them at about 45 miles an hour. I'm sure they'll be able to make it up to speed in time, but a bold strategy nonetheless. I think I've only ever seen it one other time. When a friend was feeling a little bit thirsty during a caution lap.
So on second thoughts, are going to need to get rolling there. Follow instructions is, I believe, they should be behind the pace truck, but in front of the rest of the field. So now they get up to speed. The exit of the next chicane, we have our Mustang leader in the Dangers Out car waiting.
Let's take a look at the side of that on second thought car. The on second thought guys have kind of a fun tradition where they put the face of all their drivers on the side of their cars. So as well as having those Mazda contingency stickers, they've got the faces of their drivers proudly emblazoned on the side of their car. Kind of a fun little livery that they've got going on there. What do you think it would cost to get a real life decal of your face on the side of one of the cars?
I bet you RVA Graphics and Wraps could troll one out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Dangers Out and UGA on the lane now. So first and second in the Mustang class on pit road. If I'm seeing this correctly, no, Dangers Out are going to stay your race leader. No, American Lunatics might be the leader in class. I
think American Lunatics are going to overtake him here under this caution.
Very fortunate with this timing.
Yeah, but David Wessel has been in the car now for almost 40 laps, so they can't be that far off of a pit stop. But I guess not far enough off, or sorry, they're still far enough off that they've judged it not worth their time to go and get a pit stop done under this caution flag. The pit strategy in the virtual series is a little bit different than the pit strategy in the real series because, of course, without that 5-minute minimum for fueling stops, you can get away with getting fuel under a lot more of these cautions. And I think that adjustment in strategy is catching some of these teams out a little bit, seeing some very unexpected strategies from a few of them.
So wave rounds taking place right now so that we have our overall leader behind the pace truck, and that is American Lunatics. For the reasons we've pointed out, they're 9 seconds ahead of Lemon's Warbanger, who are second in class. Some of these teams have gotten very, very fortunate with when they've chosen to pit, like American Lunatics pitting under the first caution. Now we're at our third caution of the race, but lights are off the pace truck, so we are going to get racing at the end of this lap. Those cars that have just been waved around get some amount of a lap back, but not going to get all the way around to the tail of the field before we go green. So that actually, if anything, well, they'll catch quite a bit of the wave, but that might help us if the field's a little bit more spread out when we get racing once again. We've seen how tough it is when all of our field is stacked together like this and the traffic is so thick for a couple laps.
Yeah, and I bet you there's a few cars that were wishing that would have played out a little bit differently. If that American Lunatics cars goes in and takes a pit stop there, then all of a sudden our two Solstice leaders get an extra lap on the field, and a bunch of things change. But one pit decision has big effects on the whole race as they head into turn 4 and the race is about to start.
Yeah, indeed. So for the third caution ends, our pace truck pulls in, and our leader is American Lunatics. Going to take us to the start of this race. They're still waiting. Green flag is out, and I think they put the power down. Get racing once again at Charlotte Motor Speedway with 5 hours, 30 minutes still to go in the 8 hours of Charlotte on ChampCar.Live and other platforms online. So American Lunatics have 6 seconds over second place in class. If they can use the clear track to pull on ahead and away, even when they pit in maybe 15 laps time or so, they'll be in a pretty decent position. Dangers Out have rejoined the race in 5th place. John Hurley driving for them now. He's right behind Team Village Idiots and Shane Cameron, who's right behind huge-ass flim-flam speed being driven by Antonio Alvarez. So a solid battle for Mustang position 3rd, 4th, and 5th as they try to put some cars in their own class a lap down, and they have to pass some Solstice. And one is spun in the infield there. I think everyone has avoided that spun Solstice. Team Unreal Aqua there, but
and they've made contact.
They were helped into.
That's Anton Bursbo, who's at the wheel of the Team Unreal Aqua car.
So a lot of caution, a lot of space needs to be given on these restarts. And for the most part, most of our teams and drivers are aware of that and doing as much so we can keep green flag racing as much as possible. Some of those positions have swapped that I was mentioning about. Team Village Idiots got past Flim Flam Speed here. Now the next car to line up to try and put the Colombian of Antonio Alvarez down a position is going to be John Hurley from Dangers Out. Still a bit of caution through the traffic as the Mustangs haven't gotten fully clear of all of them on this restart just yet.
Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this group with George L. Harrison and almost Team Jackie X at 935. Man, these Mustangs are having to go too wide with these Solstice all the way through the chicanes, and it's spicy up there. George L. Harrison is following Michael Billy, who's back in the car for UJ Motorsports. And we have a big wreck there with Paulie Veltham.
That's daring greatly.
Yeah, Paulie Veltham still in the car there. It looks like that's collected Taylor Blanchard as well, who was in 3rd place for the Mustangs. That's an unfortunate accident, and that's caused George L. Harrison a motor. Hopefully they've still got a quick repair to get them back in the race, but that was some definite excitement there. Luckily, the track cleared relatively quickly, so we'll see if the race control decides that they need to throw a caution or not. But yeah, that's definitely spiced things up for a couple of teams there that might not have been looking for it. And the race control has decided to throw a caution on that as well. It's hard to get these races back going again with as tight as things are and as many cars need to overtake as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if race control has a conversation with all the teams telling them to chill out a little bit. Still 5.5 hours to go in this endurance race.
We're doing single file restarts. The the only next instruction that can really be given is to, space everyone out a little bit further rather than starting nose to tail. Try and put half a second between each car, really spread everyone out around the circuit before we get going. Now, this is what the leaders need to do. When the caution is called, they need to really slow up, and now they are behind the pace truck, as we should have had last caution. The drivers, David Wessel doing the right thing, following instructions from race control from timing and scoring, and ends up right behind the pace truck on the first try, as he should be.
And Danger's out is smiling, of course. They went in for fuel under the last caution, and all that time they lost, well, they've made most of it up now. They managed to get past all the Solstice that were between them and the back of the Mustang field pretty quickly, and we should see them filtering back through the field towards the front if their previous speed has been any indication.
So I'm not sure we're going to see many teams pit underneath this caution, considering we've only just gone green after their last opportunity to do so. But, teams surprise us all the time. But at the moment, your top 5 in each class is American Lunatics leading, ahead of Lemon's Wallbanger, then Team Village Idiots. We've got Dangers Out in 4th, and Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed in 5th. In the Jetters, On Second Thought, ahead of On Third Thought, and then they have a whole lap on the rest of their field. Third is Huge Ass Dieselgate, being driven by other man from up north, Giovanni Romano. Fourth then in that class is Bavarian Mustache Works, and fifth is Team Hastings Tires Plus. There's only 6 cars still running in that class, so you know what, I'll tell you the 6th place, which is 2 Mediocre, 2 Motor in the Jetta class. Looking at our Solstice field, Huge Ass Winter Solstice leading at the moment. Love Racing are in 2nd, right behind them. CLT Motorsports in 3rd, are on the lane at the moment. 4th
That's
place
after
is
that
Huge Ass.
contact.
Yeah, indeed. I thought as much. So I don't know when we'll see them out. They ought to still have a fast repair, though. This is only their 2nd pit stop of the race. 4th is Huge Ass Summer Solstice, and then 5th, Team ESPN Phenomenal. Still Ronnie Osmer driving after having served that penalty.
And it looks like CLT Motorsports was just playing a little bit of game. I don't know if they've got some optional damage to repair or what, but he's pulled out just ahead of the field, and I think he's going to beat the pit at closing. So he might have been just topping up with fuel at that point, rather than trying to get a fast repair or something similar. So the car is pretty straight looking. He might have taken a fast repair there.
Pace truck crosses the start-finish line, and the lights go out. So indeed, a short yellow this time. We're about to go green next time. Couple Solstice cars on the lane. Huge Ass Summer Solstice, Team ESPN Phenomenal, and Team Unreal Purple right now. So 4 cars in that class pitting underneath this caution. In the Mustang field, no one in our top 10 is pitted under this caution. We do have UGA Motorsports Black in 13th and on the lane, and Daring Greatly Racing been on the lane for 4 minutes since that contact.
And we're also seeing the Huge Ass Dieselgate car come in for service and getting some fuel as well. So it looks like they'll be keeping Gio Romano in that car for at least another chunk of laps. They've done 40 already with him in the car, but it looks like they'll be stretching that drive time all the way to 2 hours. Oh, he has to make a little dodge there around Michael Bulls of Rum Runners Racing, who pulled out into the acceleration lane, perhaps without receiving clearance from the spot.
Got Thomas Utzon on ChampCar.Live, who is wondering about where Resilience Racing are up to. And it's great to have those guys racing, and it's great to have support of some of their friends and fans. Resilience Racing, the 07 car, in 16th right now. And I think the driver they've got at the moment doing a very, very splendid job keeping that car up to speed. Maybe they can get a couple of laps back. The next car ahead for them is Hot Pocket, 2 laps ahead. It's great to have them still racing, though.
Yeah, and the Chattanooga touring wagon car, who we had spent a little bit of time talking about before this caution, they were trying to battle back to the lead lap on the Mustangs, and good news, they have. So they are now in 7th place, putting 7 Mustangs onto the lead lap of the race. And that Turenhagen racing car has indicated that their goal for this week is to win the Mustang class, and have also indicated that their spirit animal is light beer. So here's hoping that propels them to a speedy victory.
Natty Light, to be exact.
I think I meant to cringe at hearing that, but I'm not
No,
sure.
you
Well,
should
Pace Truck
have.
is in. Okay, good. I'm glad I've worked out my Americanisms here and I can maybe blend in just a little bit. Not too much, though. I'm easy to spot. Green flag out. American Lunatics lead our field to this race start. They've got a couple seconds over Lemon's Wallbanger, who are second in class, and hopefully we can get through turn 1 and lap 1 after the caution cleanly. We're racing once again, Devon.
Yeah, and I'm scrolling back through the field. It looks like things are going pretty smoothly. So here's hoping this one is for real. Ooh. We are seeing some excitement through the field, but things are smooth so far. No contact.
Seeing battle for position between the HJ Flim Flam Speed Mustang and UGA Motorsports, who've got Michael Billy driving once again, and he takes the opportunity to dive down the inside in the 13 car before they even get onto the banking. He's grabbed 5th place away from Antonio Alvarez. So Michael Billy, who I believe started the race in that car, looked very quick. He has already made up one more position as they go 3 wide on the banking, putting a lap on Love Racing. Oh, and slow for Dangers Out as well. Not sure what's going on there for Dangers Out as they drop back quite significantly. John Hurley for Dangers Out, losing a significant amount of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about. Car certainly seems to be working now, though, as he makes easy work of the Matt W. Hill piloted Volkswagen Jetta. Those Flim Flam Speed and Tuned Mustangs are real quick, but that's no surprise knowing the Mustangs that Flim Flam Speed in Richmond, Virginia likes to put out on the track usually.
Now I'm looking still at the 6 of Dangers Out as there's contact between Jettas right in front of him. Oh, Hastings Tire can rejoin. Oh, my goodness. Devon, did you see that one?
Yeah, it looked like Gary Hamann and the Team Hastings Tires car had a little bit of contact with Matt W. Hill in that Too Mediocre to Motor entry. That sent him loose, and it's a little bit hard to catch things when you're traveling at the relatively high speeds that these these Jettas can achieve. So the end result was him getting loose and then re-entering and making contact with that mellow yellow painted entry before hitting the wall. Now it looks like he's managed to get back on track without too much interruption to his day, so the car doesn't seem to be broken, but it's probably going to be suffering for top speed with all the bent up damage on the front end of that car. Luckily there was a tire barrier where he hit, but that does mean that he is going to get passed for position by Gio Romano, who's currently driving the huge ass Dieselgate car. Actually no, that's a lap. Yeah, that's a lap.
Those guys. The Team Hastings Tires Plus are still out there rolling. I hope they go for pit in, because they're missing the entire hood off that car, and your EGR is showing. So yeah, quite a few laps difference between some of these Jettas now, as indeed the Team Hastings Tires Plus car does come down onto pit road. Through all of that, they lost a position to Bavarian Mustache Works, who grabbed 4th in class.
You got me with that EGR comment. Gio Romano took advantage of that situation in the Diesel 8 car to pass Austin Newman on third thought, which is an important pass for him. They are a lap down on the leaders in class, who are a few seconds up the road, but Gio Romano making up time on the leaders in the Jetta class, trying to get themselves back into contention for the lead in that huge-ass Dieselgate team.
Do yourself a favor at some point, get onto YouTube and watch some of the videos of people using flamethrowers to clean out soot from the intake manifolds of these Volkswagen TDI cars. Who knew you could clean things with flamethrowers and it works? So that's a beautiful thing to watch. And speaking of cleaning up a Volkswagen, Team Hastings Tires Plus still had one of their fast repairs in hand. That might have even been the first time they'd used one. Certainly could only at worst be the second fast repair that they've used. So they're back out on track with a much cleaner looking car with all of its modesty panels.
That's good. We did see a little contact that time through the chicane on the back straight. George L. Harrison in the almost Team Jackie X car made contact, and it looks like they're going to the pit lane now. They made contact with Andrew Shemby in the Senders local union car, which seems to have gotten the better end of that deal. So some contact for a few teams that are a little further down the order in the Mustang field that just can't seem to keep the car straight today, unfortunately, for either of them.
It's tough racing out there, and, you know, we've seen some difference in speed between different drivers across different teams in these events. There's certainly some drivers far more comfortable on the sim than some others, but really, the end of this race is going to come down to the teams that have stayed out of trouble, kept their car clean, and you know, for these Mustang teams, you could be 2 seconds, 3 seconds a lap off the pace. So long as you only pit when you need to, save your fast repairs for the end of the race, you could still be on the podium or in the top 5, I think. This is certainly a race that is far more geared towards the teams that keep their nose out of trouble than the teams that have outright pace stock.
Yeah, certainly. Some of these teams are really flying through these fast repairs, so they're going to be sadly lacking them at the end of this race.
Well, I just ran over to the race control room. Oh my gosh, Callan Croker 36 just ran over to get information about what was going on with Callan Croker because their team had just gotten a penalty, which is terrible news when it's your birthday like it is for Callan Croker. And unfortunately, that black flag seems to have distressed him so much that when he was heading onto the banking in NASCAR 1 and 2, he actually managed to loop the car and ended up facing the wrong way, having to do a 3-point turn on the banking that I think probably scared a few people that were heading by him. So things for Hang Loose Racing are not going great. After some contact under caution with the 28 causes them to get a black flag, and then the black flag causes a bit of distraction that leads to this moment of looseness, turning them around on the banking. So that's unfortunate news for Hang Loose Racing. That's been doing pretty solidly otherwise. Currently listed as being in 6th place, so losing 2 spots. And it looks like they're going to have a pass-through penalty as a result of that contact they had under caution with the number 28 car, which I believe...
So it was Hang Loose hanging just a little bit too loose on the banking that time. But they are now about to leave pit road, having served their drive-through penalty there. There we go. So, Hang Loose Racing rejoin the track, and I'm seeing them in 6th right now. They're right in front of American Lunatics, your overall leader as well. As traffic is ferocious and intense here. Hang Loose Racing dropping a lap behind some of their competitors with that. So American Lunatics in the lead of the race got running on empty right behind them, who were trying to get a lap back, seeing that as Lara Vernon driving at the moment. Through some of the traffic, running on empty got very, very close, but were not in the end able to get that lap back. The cars 2nd and 3rd in class for Mustangs, Team Village Idiots and UGA Motorsports started catching American Lunatics over the last couple of laps. So that benefit of all the clean air, clean empty track in front of you on the restart was very, very beneficial for American Lunatics for a lap or so. But now their competition have worked through the traffic, starting to catch them a little bit.
And it probably wouldn't be fair if we didn't mention that the current driver in the American Lunatics car is David Wessel, who also just so happens to be the president of the Midwestern Council of Sports Car Clubs. They race a Fiat 131 out in the Midwestern Council of Sports Car Clubs events, but they're currently building an MX3 for Champ Car competition. And I've seen a few MX3s that are pretty quick, so it'll be exciting for them to get that car on track once this is all done. And in the meantime, I think they probably have no regrets as this American Lunatics team is currently leading the race after having started 10th on the grid, showing that sometimes having the pits fall or the cautions fall the right way and doing some consistent clean laps is more important.
Village Idiots are living up to their name. Shane Cameron's dropped back a spot. UGA Motorsports are through into second. And that car is crabbing horribly for Team Village Idiots because Shane Cameron just pushed a bit too wide in turn one, clipped the wall, and he has massively realigned that suspension geometry. That is a sick-looking Mustang. He's still got it going around out on circuit. That doesn't look quick. It doesn't look healthy. And I have to assume that black and green Stang is headed for pit road.
Yeah, checking back a little bit further, we've got the huge-ass flim-flam speed car using some of that flim-flam power to get around the outside of the Dangers Out racing car with John Hurley at the wheel. As he lifts, looks like Antonio's going to lift and follow John Hurley into the turn there. But some close battling for 5th, 6th, and 7th place as we come to the line here. With the Chattanooga Touring Wagon, as we mentioned, the beneficiary of that last cycle of pit stops, smiling and following along behind him.
So as Team Village Idiots goes on to the lane, that moves Lemon's Wallbanger up into 3rd, who've got Dangers Out right behind them in 4th, and HJ Flim Flam Speed right behind that in 5th. So close for the Mustangs. Whatever the problem was for John Hurley earlier, he's really gotten up to pace now, and that colourful Dangers Out car is right up underneath Lemon's Wallbanger now. He'll be looking for a way past, because if he doesn't, sooner or later the HJ Flim Flam Speed car will be looking at him. So maybe a better run onto the banking for Dangers Out. He gets to the low side on the banking, gets one position made. What about Antonio Alvarez? Can he make a move on Ian Mayberry in the number 19 Stang from Lemon's Wallbanger? Oh, maybe a defensive move here. What is going on into the chicane side by side? Oh, a spin. Contact for several cars. 4 Mustangs around in the chicane.
Yeah, and that looked like John Hurley, Austin Henry. I saw Antonio Alvarez involved. So a number of drivers that are all contenders sort of through the 3rd through 5th, 6th place in the Mustang field, all getting contact and saying, hey, it looks like Shane enjoyed breaking his car. Maybe we should try that out too. And so we are going to see the Flim Flam speed car heading to the pit lane. It looks like that thing's not pointed straight anymore, but significant developments and ones that are going to definitely cost at least a pit stop for a few of these cars. Austin Henry
started when the Lemon's Wallbanger car just got into that chicane a little bit hot.
It's so easy to do. I mean, you get just a little too far inside and both front tires off the ground because of those sausage curbs, and then all of a sudden you're no longer braking, you're just flying, and it's easy enough to lose a ton of time and cause everyone behind you to have to check up.
Here's another thing to talk about. The track temperature has risen massively since the start of this race.
Oh, wow.
My Fahrenheit numbers are not so good, as you might know.
I've got it.
But we're up to 117 Fahrenheit, and I think we started a bit closer to 60 or 70. It was very mild at the start of this race in the morning. Now that Carolina sun is out, and I think that's one of the things that's leading to some of these incidents, particularly for the Mustangs, which are tail happy leaving any car meet, including a chicane here at Charlotte. So some of those cars are getting pretty difficult to drive in these track temperatures as the V8 Mustang eats through the rear tires.
And it looks like after that last incident, the huge ass guys have decided to take Antonio Alvarez out of the car and put Nate Franklin back in. Maybe hoping to get a little bit of calm time in that car, though Antonio wasn't far off of his drive time, so it might have just been an opportunistic move at that point.
It's gotten close for the overall lead now. Running on empty, have gotten a lap back from American Lunatics, and now there is no cars separating American Lunatics from UGA Motorsports, who are pursuing them for the lead of the race. UGA were 2 seconds faster on the last lap. They're going to catch a bit of traffic here, so I think Michael Billy has led laps before in Champ Car iRacing special events. I think he's looking to get to the pointy end of the field once again, as they have to check up a little bit behind a Solstice coming onto the banking. American Lunatics go low, but UGA Motorsports get a much better run onto the banking. How close are they going to be come that chicane? Not sure Billy's yet quite close enough for a move. A little bit of a defense from Michael Wessel in the American Lunatics, as well as a dive on a Solstice. Can't get it done. That's going to be a poor exit for the American Lunatics. A much better exit for UGA Motorsports. Trying to go around the outside. Ooh, a little bit below the apron there for American Lunatics, but they don't quite have the speed up high that UGA Motorsport have.
Yeah, and we're following David Wessel now into turn number 1. And turn number 2 is clearing some traffic here with keeping Michael Billy behind. They are going to be coming up on some Mustang traffic, and it's always a little harder to pass traffic in your own class because they can go as fast in a straight line as you can, so we'll have to see how he does with these guys.
Fresh motor in Fat Crack Racing since last time we saw them, and it's purring along at the moment. They are about to go another lap down to American Lunatics. They stay high, American Lunatics and UGA go low.
I respect, and that's some good reaction to the blue flag there by Dustin Bush. A good choice to get out of the way of those two leaders as they battle. Looks like UGA Motorsports getting a bit of a run. Peeking out, Michael Billy is into that chicane, but not making a move. David Wessel still holding on. And two of them are going to have a good old-fashioned battle for the lead here.
Resilience Racing as a note here, just left pit road, and John Winker, who we spoke to earlier, is driving that car for the first time. So good luck to him there. So we still keep the eye back on the lead of the race, a bit wide through the final chicane for American Lunatics. Better hop across the curb for UGA. They have a look towards turn 1, not close enough there, but they're getting in the mirrors of American Lunatics. Next car up the road for the traffic is the Hastings tires, so see if that Jetta has an impact on the Mustangs. Trying to dive down the inside in the infield is Michael Billy. Doesn't work, but he makes the American Lunatics go a bit wide, and he's put the pressure on now. It's fully engaged to keep this pressure on American Lunatics. Lead of the Mustang class as we approach 5 hours left of this race, almost 3 hours run.
Yeah, been an exciting race so far. A few cautions to break things up, but a lot of cars still in contention for this race, even 3 hours into it.
So they try and work their way around the outside of the Hastings Tires Plus Jetta. They do so successfully. Got running on empty just up the road. They've got another Solstice just up the road. But for the most part, I think we've been running green long enough that the traffic is all spread out around the course. Maybe a couple of clumps of traffic, but nothing like the first laps after the green flag at the end of a caution. This is a good job by Wessel to not crack under any of this pressure. I have to say that Billy seems like the faster driver. He just hasn't found a way just yet. He's going to look to the inside of turn 1 again, but still not close enough. Oh, running on empty have hit the wall in front of these guys. That really checks up American Lunatics and UGA Motorsports, but they both make their way through cleanly, don't lose a spot. It's a shame for running on empty there, who look like they might have to park the car and put it on the tow hook.
Yeah, and they're heading straight back to the pit lane. That car, the steering wheel didn't look like it was pointed the right way anymore at all. And as we've spoken about in this race, that the outside wall here can be a really punishing place. Only the slightest tap required to send you to the pit lane for a fast repair.
Yeah, not the first driver to hit that particular wall in the same way. It's what we saw was a problem for the Team Village Idiots. Now, it looks like running
just
on
ahead of
empty,
Team Village Idiots, Lemon's Wallbanger has had a little moment coming out of turn number 3. Luckily, Ian Mayberry in that Lemon's Wallbanger car has kept it off the wall, but that will have been a Team Village Idiots, giving them a moment of excitement just in front of them. But it really shows you how easy these cars are to light up the tires on. These Mustangs with their Flim Flam speed upgrades are driving real fast, and that hot track, 47 degrees Celsius on the track level, or 117 Fahrenheit, is causing these tires to be like molten rubber as they are getting on the power.
I think it's gotten even hotter. We're kind of closer to maybe 120 Fahrenheit or so. It is definitely getting pretty slick out there. It'll be difficult conditions like this for maybe another hour and a half, and then as we get closer to the evening, it'll cool off again. But cool track at the start, a lot of grip available. Hot in the middle of the day means a lot of oversteer, very loose cars, and then it'll cool off again towards the night.
And I'm not sure if we caught this live on the stream, but the UJ Motorsports car piloted by Michael Billy has managed to overtake David Wessel in the American Lunatics car. It looked like a simple draft down the back straight was enough finally for Michael Billy to do it. He just needed to time that run right. And he's already beginning to put some time between him and that American Lunatics car. So that UGA Motorsports car showing pace as we expected, and now taking the lead for what I believe is the first time of the race for those guys.
Yeah, potentially. I think it was Dangers out leading earlier before there was some problems for the UGA car. American Lunatics are 55 laps into this run, so they're going to have to stop soon anyway. Good news is where they are right now, they wouldn't go a lap down if they made a green flag stop at this point. Oh, they are going for that pit entry right now, down on the apron early for pit entry. I think that's allowed. I think that's fair enough. Certainly you can't run around below the apron if you're not going into the pits. So I assume this will definitely have to be a driver swap for American Lunatics. David Wessel has driven a lot of laps. Who else is there for the number 74 car? They've got a pit stall, the number 11 there with a blue canopy. Great. Blue easy up.
And it looks like they're going to be putting Matthew Thomas back in the car. And Matthew Thomas is actually a 17-year-old driver who has actually just recently started a Champ Car team under the moniker Red Monkey Racing. They bought a Miata and race in that Midwestern Council, and it looks like they're ready to get into the Champ Car racing, doing a little bit more serious long-term racing.
Wish I had started a racing team at 17.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
How young does you feel, Doc? How young do you feel? That's probably not the right question to ask.
About 85.
There we are. Back out on track now again for American Lunatics. They've rejoined in 6th place and are still comfortably on the lead lap, same lap as UGA Motorsports. So I think that's not so bad for American Lunatics. They're still in this one. They're in fact only a couple seconds behind Lemon's Wallbanger. So yeah, if Thomas has the pace again, he might claw back another spot.
We're seeing another car come down the pit lane. This time it's the Chattanooga Touring Wagon entry. Looks like Austin Henry's coming up on the end of his drive time, and I'm not sure if it's a 2-car or 2-driver entry today, or if they've got a few more than that. Phil Fitzmaurice did the first stint, and Austin Henry going to do the second. So we'll see who they put in the car for the third stint. But I was going to say,
I didn't see RJ Till's name.
Yeah, on the entry sheet. Yeah. But a very positive stint for Austin Henry there. Not only did he make up 2 laps on the lead, he's also managed to get that thing into 3rd position overall. So looks like Justin Ford's going to be going into the vehicle for them next.
Yeah, his first laps of the race. So Justin Ford just waiting on the tyres and fuel to be done before he can get away in that Mustang. He now is probably going to cycle back into 6th place there. Well, about 40 seconds is the normal time to fill the tank in these Mustangs, and after that, it takes a little bit to get it in gear. Justin Ford gets the Chattanooga Touring Wagon mellow yellow Mustang out towards the exit of pit road. They're going to be back into 7th. And where are they going to be relative to the lead lap? They might just stay on it. So I think that's not bad timing for Chattanooga Touring Wagon.
Yeah, it looks like they've got about a 15-second gap back to the leader. So assuming that those fresh tires give Justin Ford a little bit of pace, he ought to be able to hold on to that pretty easily. Makes the move on our second place driver.
Tires will certainly give you a little bit more grip for the first 5 or so laps than everyone who's further into their stint. So yeah, a fresh set of tires doesn't make a huge difference on these cars because it's not a super high performance tire.
The Lemons Wallbanger car has just been involved in another accident. That's the number 19 car. Looks like on their way into the chicane, they made a move up the inside of the Anton Versbo piloted Team Unreal Aqua Solstice. A little bit of overlap and a little bit of a pit maneuver, and both cars were sent towards the wall. Luckily, both of them staying out of it, and I don't think that either car has suffered terminal damage by the looks of things. Yeah, neither one's going to have to go to the pits.
Second bit of impact, though, where Lemons Wallbanger T-boned the Solstice was far nastier than the first bit of contact that started the spin, which was just a little tap. So both of them avoided the wall, but there was actually a bit of nasty T-bone contact between the two cars there. We stayed green flag racing, though, which is great to see as we have crossed over into the final 5 hours of this race. So the HJ Flim Flam speed car, 8 laps out of the pits with Nate Franklin. Not his first laps in the race, but he's back in that car. It's looking a little bit cleaner than Lemons Wallbanger, who might also have their confidence shaken a little bit. So Nate Franklin's looking to make the pass here for 5th in class. Got a bit of Solstice traffic, so they have to go all the way up high, 3 wide on the banking. That's what it's made for, though. Nate Franklin's going to try and go around the outside for the chicane here. Not sure that's well advised, but I think he's pulled it off. Confident move there. Nate Franklin grabs 5th place for the HJ Flim Flam speed car. I have to say, maybe not a cheap shot, but the Lemons Wallbanger car is nursing a bit of damage there, which probably made it a little easier. And they're actually going to jump onto pit road now, having lost that spot.
Yeah, it looks like they were. Looks like they ran into a little bit of aerodynamic damage after that last wreck at the very least. So they've decided to come in and get that car patched up because that front end is looking pretty ugly right now. And actually, let's take a look at the Dangers Out car from the Village Idiots, number 246. The Dangers Out car is driving really sideways. I'm not sure where they've made contact with the wall, but oh yeah, it looks like on the exit of turn number 7, they clipped the outside wall, which is really easy to do there. And one hit on that right rear wheel, that car is bent badly, and they're going to be heading towards the pit lane.
Nasty damage for Dangers Out. So of course they have to immediately bring that down onto the lane. John Hurley, I'm sure, will be kicking himself about that one. They're pitting from 2nd place here, bit early, bit out of schedule, and that's a pretty easy mistake to make. You know, you come over the crest there and the wall rises to meet you. You try and give it some space, and it takes a step closer. So yeah, there's a couple of walls around here that are like that. They just keep closing in on you. So very, very quick stop. No fuel, no service, just the fast repair. John Hurley is back out. So in the end, what's that going to cost them? Maybe 20 to 30 seconds, limping the car and then the trip down pit road. Dangers Out are going to hold on to 3rd place, but it has cost them 2nd place to Team Village Idiots.
We haven't given the Solstice field a ton of love lately, but I did want to check back in to the leader there, the Huge Ass Winter Solstice. As predicted, they have been running very quick lap times with that Sven Demmel driving the car. Of course, one of the faster drivers in the sim, if not only on that team. And Sven Demmel has now managed to build up about I'm going to say about a half lap to, yeah, about a half lap lead back to Love Racing with Sean Saputra still at the wheel, having done quite a stint. You got to expect that Sean Saputra is going to be coming in relatively soon here, having already done 67 laps in this car. Now, that's an impressive feat of concentration if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, indeed. But then CLT Motorsports pitted not long ago, probably not of their own will, maybe because they had some damage to fix that we saw there, but certainly they might cycle back up to second, if not close to the lead. And the HJ Winter Solstice car Love Racing are going to have to pit earlier than them. You know, a lot of this, it's hard to read what the situation is because we don't know when a caution might come out. The CLT car is around, though. Which Mustang was that I saw?
I'm not sure. I just actually was watching the bucket list number 147 that also ended up facing the wrong way, with Javier Pinzon taking some contact from William Corridor in the team car, actually, the bucket list number 370. So team cars getting together in the Solstice class, ending up with Javier Pinzon facing the wrong way.
And it was Rum Runner's Mustang that had to make some offensive maneuvers. So, yeah, a little bit of contact there. Not necessarily the best PR for bucket list.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Champ Car racing. You kind of get all levels of experience out on the track, and we are seeing some very, very impressive laps, and we are seeing some folks that are still learning their way around this track. So solid racing. And, you know, the nice thing is that there's always someone your pace out on the track for you to race with. And we are seeing guys going back and forth kind of throughout their whole stints.
CLT are on the lane far earlier than I would have thought. So Taylor Blanche makes way for David Boone.
And you know what, Haynes? I'm going to bet that that's actually related to the drive time, because Taylor Blanchard's been in that car for 77 laps as well. So I'm expecting that he'll have had to have gotten out of the car to make way for Boone due to the 2 hours and 1 lap drive time maximum that we place in the Champ Car Series.
Yeah, that's correct. I think the CLT car had made a pit stop without a driver swap, so it then run up against that limit before anything else. So, yeah, indeed. Tough for CLT.
And the driver they're putting in there, David Boone, he's actually an endurance racing or iRacing ringer for them. He is affiliated with a team, a friend of Taylor Blanchard's, who runs the real CLTO Motorsports, but he hasn't had the opportunity to get behind the wheel of the real car yet. He's hoping that once COVID clears up, he'll be able to get on track and hit his own or get his own opportunities behind the wheel of a real race car.
Might be time for another little break in coverage here. Pictures will continue. Our commentary team will take a little break. We're going to ride on board with the HJ Summer Solstice for a lap or so here. Thank you so much for watching so far. It's been an exciting race, and it proves to be set up for continuing to be very, very interesting with 4 hours, 48 minutes still to go. Back with you, it's David Haynes. I've got Doc Waldrop with me, Devin Peters and Michael Derby doing the production as well. We've just been riding on board a couple laps with Huge Ass Summer Solstice, your car that's third in class, and Jordan Babcock, hashtag Babs Nation, driving there with a bit of traffic in his own class right in front of him for a moment there. This is the 8 Hours of Charlotte, a Champ Car iRacing special event. We've got Champ Car teams, we've got Champ Car drivers racing against each other online on iRacing today in an endurance format, which is proving to be interesting, if a little difficult around the Roval here at Charlotte. We are getting close to being the halfway point of this race. We've had 7 hours at Daytona. We had 6 hours at Road America. This is the longest that we've done so far. I think by the end it might start to show on some of our drivers, some of our teams, and some of our cars. This is a difficult circuit to do endurance racing at. How close the walls are, how difficult the traffic becomes around a short little lap like this one. Doc Waldrop, like I with us, I would challenge you.
Go ahead,
For
Doc.
all the challenges the track has, it's awfully fun to drive.
I can believe that, but I mean, after the first time Champ Car went there, I felt a little bit scared. I want to do a few other real racetracks before I go and try this one on, because this one feels akin to, some of those legendary tracks that are car eaters,
Yeah, by far the easiest track to drive is Daytona. The one that I'm looking forward to going to, now we're not going to race there this year, but Watkins Glen intimidates me.
I believe that. Similar characteristics for sure, close runoff areas, fast corners. Speaking of, the Huge Ass Winter Solstice has actually just taken the lead from the Love Racing car, which just had to pit for driver time. Sean Saputra, who has been in that car for now over 70 laps, has now cleared away for Carl's Kowalczyk. They'll be coming out a lap behind the Huge Ass Winter Solstice, which is currently being piloted by Paul T. Roddy, who replaced Sven Demmel in that car. So the Solstice battle still ongoing. Anyway, you were saying, David?
Yeah, a lot of pit stops for the Solstice class right now. We've been riding on board with the Summer Solstice, which had only just made a pit stop. And then we had 2 laps ago, Huge Ass Winter Solstice, Paul Roddy taking that one, as you said. And of course, Love Racing, who are in and around it for the win in this cled some laps, but now find themselves in second. Their gap to the lead looks to be around 30-40 seconds or so. So they're still in it. And what we've seen in the first half of this race so far of 4 cautions, I think you'd be almost guaranteed to expect one more caution between now and the end, potentially at a minimum. So I think your realistic goal for our drivers in all of our classes at the moment is just stay on the lead lap. And of course, for everyone who's joined us since the start of this race, welcome. 3 classes of car in action around here, our fastest of which is the Ford Mustang FR500S, making 300 and something horsepower from that V8 to the rear wheels as God intended. Middle speed class, Volkswagen Jetta TDI. Interesting little creature that is. Very, very similar to what would have rolled off the showroom and onto the roads. It's got a turbocharged diesel and front wheel drive, 6-speed DSG gearbox as well. So it shifts gears very quickly, even if that engine doesn't rev very high. And then the third class that we've got represented, the Pontiac Solstice with the hardtop on. Non-turbocharged version, so not a whole lot of horsepower for the Pontiac Solstice. It is then a rear-wheel drive car.
As God intended.
Man.
Got our eyes on Bucket List 147. Alberto Pinzon, who was in an interesting little tangle with their team car, the Bucket List 370, which is actually car number 30, just to confuse us. But yeah, 2 bucket list entries in the Pontiac Solstice class. We've had those guys with us every single event we've done so far for these Champ Car iRacing special events. They were with us in a Mazda Miata for the iRacing Champ Car 6 Hours of Daytona. I think they were, I can't remember what they drove at Road America, but they're representing 2 cars in the Pontiac Solstice class this time around at Charlotte.
I believe it was another Miata for them at Road America, but I might be mistaken on that one.
Yeah, so Gilberto pins on. I thought that car was maybe crabbing a little bit. It's pit stall number 38 for that team, and he finds their crew.
Yeah, and I'm just looking back through the archives. It looks like they did have a little drama inside the infield there. They were pulled way off to the left, and it didn't look like there was any contact that I could see, but we'll have to check that out. I'll also have to go and talk to race control because I'm seeing that Paul Rigoli has been black flagged, and I'm not sure. It looks like he's with almost Team Jackie X, so I'm not sure what that's about. I'll report back.
Certainly been a couple incidents out there of the Mustangs being a little too ambitious in how they try and pass a Solstice or a Jetta. The Mustang drivers are faster in a straight line, but they really aren't any better on the brakes or through the middle of the corner than the other class cars. So if they try to make a late move, it doesn't stick because they just don't have the grip advantage to dive deeper on the brake stock.
Yeah, that's going to hold them up a bit. They do seem to come up on them in braking awfully quick, though.
I guess it's those end of straight speeds, which is the biggest difference and makes it tempting to try and get past that traffic there and then, even if you're not actually going to be much better on the brakes. Yeah,
you're going to get held up a lot on this infield if you can't get past somebody quickly enough.
Devin Peters, what have you learned?
So it looks like Paul Rigoli was actually black flagged for some contact with the number 380 TNA Racing team, a real favorite of ours. TNA, of course, with Tim Allen and today Steve running that car. The Paul Rigoli entry made contact with the 380 on the banking after coming below the blue line to try and overtake, leading to a pretty significant accident that I guess our cameras didn't catch the first time around. So they've been given a drive-through for that avoidable contact, and both parties will continue on. Luckily, the TNA guys still had a fast repair in their pocket.
Rigoli's on the lane to serve that one now. So he goes past Fat Crack Racing, the only other car I can see on pit road, who been there for 5 minutes. I think they've run out of fast repairs and are still trying to get that car fixed. But everyone else in our Mustang field still running, so 17 cars out on track right now. A couple of those have had a difficult day but still kept racing, include Resilience Racing, living up to their name, I suppose, Rum Runners as well. But yeah, from our 18 starting Mustangs, 17 are still running. The almost Team Jackie X cars are going to end up very, very close on track. So Paul Rigoli was on pit exit there, and swooping past him was the other almost Team Jackie X car, the 935. So both of their, I'd say, classically liveried cars together on track. They're not Porsche-looking Mitsubishis here, just straight-up Ford Mustangs.
Yeah, and they've... Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, I was going to say, if you ever get a chance to check out their 3000 GTs, the 66 car has every race finish that they've ever had in Champ Car listed on the rear quarter panel, and that car's been in probably close to 100 Champ Car races.
Wow.
They must get to a couple of years for a couple of years in a row to reach a nice number like that.
And I'm willing to bet they probably date back to right around the twilight of the Champ Car series, right?
Yeah, they date back to the very beginning.
Well, then in a way, it's kind of cool to have some OGs of the Champ Car Endurance Series here with us for the beginning of these Champ Car iRacing special events as well.
Absolutely. If you gotta, tradition holds.
Early adopters all round. That's what we like about them, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, your top 5 overall, UGA Motorsports and Michael Billy have 38 seconds over Team Village Idiots. I did see Lance Cameron, Shane Cameron's father, join the session, so maybe he'll be on the pit wall to take over the Team Village Idiots car when the time comes. I think for 3.5 hours now, no one but Shane Cameron has driven that car. So, in avoiding any further penalties, they're going to need another driver to take over that car. But also, poor Shane Cameron will be getting pretty sick and sore of driving that Mustang around sooner or later. We'll see about that one later. But then Dangers Out are in third place. John Hurley, having gotten that car repaired, back out there. He's 52 seconds off the lead. American Lunatics are still on the lead lap, and Matthew Thomas is doing a good job there. He was the fastest Mustang, on the last lap. So they are, having led some laps, trying to keep in the fight and stay on the lead lap. They've done so. Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed are in 5th and still on the lead lap, and they are the last Mustang on the lead lap. So we've got 5 on the lead lap in that class. The Jetters is the almost exclusive domain of On Second Thought at this point in time. Andrew Pilotta in the number 7 is leading the race with 30 seconds over their teammate in the On Third Thought car. And then they are a lap ahead of Huge Ass Dieselgate, which is currently being driven by our good friend Chris Knisley. He took over that car about 6 laps ago, so he's fresh behind the wheel of that Jetta trying to get adjusted. They are, so I say 1 lap down, then 1 further lap down, Team Hastings Tires Plus, and then Bavarian Mustache Works in 5th.
And just to shout out Chris Nicely a little bit, he's been racing in the Thursday night series with the Dinner with Racers podcast, which they've got a bunch of sponsors over there, Continental, Valvoline, all sorts of things. But he's been racing with them, and he's actually made such a reputation for himself that he's their first official sim racing villain. So whenever he's out on track leading a race, the commentators in that series have been calling out to the other drivers to go and take him out. I'm not sure what he did to earn all that, but it's been a very entertaining thing to watch on Thursday nights.
Knowing Nicely, he probably deserves it, whatever it is. Then in the Solstice field, that's currently being led by Nicely's buddy Paul Roddy in the Huge Ass Winter Solstice car. So those guys out on track together in different classes. Love Racing are still on the lead lap in 2nd for the Solstice class. Charles Kowalczyk driving that one, that was previously driven by Nicholas Love and Sean Saputra. So they're on to their 3rd driver, cycling through their team there. 3rd is the car we were riding on board with earlier when we took a little break. Jordan Babcock driving the Huge Ass Summer Solstice. And 4th, CLT Motorsports. Are they still on the lead lap? I think they've just fallen off the lead lap. So 3 Solstice on the lead lap. And then 5th is Hang Loose Racing, who were hanging very loose earlier. Just seen some dramas for Paul Rigoli in the 66 though. Coming back onto the banking from the infield, he's pushed wide, really checked up and been collected by one of the OST cars. It was On Third Thought, the 2nd placed car. So I don't think there's a whole lot of damage to the Jetta, but I think there's a bit of damage to the 66 from our early adopting friends, almost Team Jackie X. We've wound the cameras back to a replay on that one potentially, but yeah, walls are a constant threat around here. Seen contact with the walls on the outside of turn 1. We've seen it coming onto the banking in places. We've seen it through the backstretch chicane, and that's tough for that car that had only just served a penalty, and now they're on pit road again for repairs.
Seems to be the story of a few races, though. We are seeing some of the Mustangs dropping a little bit further down the field. due to some of the repairs that they have, which means that our Jettos are on the same lap as, for example, Darren Greatly Racing, who's now driving has Justin Lee behind the wheel. So frequent repairs being necessary for a few of these teams, which is going to come back to bite them as we approach the halfway point of this race.
Certainly will. I mentioned how many cars we still have running, and I'll double check that one for you. But of the 37 cars that took the race start, 34 are still out on track. That's great at this moment, but with some of the teams starting to deplete their reserve of fast repairs, I think as we get deeper into the race, we might see a few cars spending a little bit longer on pit road and maybe in some circumstances not re-emerging.
Yeah, just like when does V8 Supercars still do the course cuts thing where they get X amount of course cuts per race?
Oh,
this is kind of like
the
that.
curb hops at Adelaide. Yes, they still do that.
Yeah, and so this is kind of like that in the sense that, you know, those fast repairs, they're nice to have, but they're actually kind of like a resource. You can take a little more risks when you've got them in your back pocket, but once you don't have them anymore, you really have to lock things down and drive real neat and tidy around here, which can cost you a few seconds a lap due to how close all of the walls are. So many places where one wrong move equals, a tragic end.
Got a man joining us who just cannot stay away from ChampCar.Live broadcasts. Paulie, I don't think that was quite how you wanted your stint to go out there, but what was your feeling in the Mustang? Let's see if we get Paulie. He's in the room. Maybe he didn't like my line of questioning, Devin.
Yeah, you can only guess. There were some unfortunate incidents there.
He's got pretty thick skin.
I just had to say it before you did, Doc. If I didn't get it in, then you'd be the one throwing it around.
I think I finally made it in.
Yay, Paulie. So I don't know if you heard me earlier, but how was the Mustang for you?
Well, it's obviously a grind. This is an intense race. It's an intense racetrack. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. You're not going to get bored out there at Charlotte.
Spill some secrets for us, Paulie. How many fast repairs are left for Daring Greatly Racing? Because I've been saying we've had very few retirements so far, but some of these teams are starting to run thin on fast repairs.
Well, we've got 2, so we're okay with that. I'm a little more concerned about our X's. We're well beyond the halfway point. I'm trying to check and see where we're at, but I was actually pulling back on my stint a little bit to try and save some of that. And unfortunately, Justin is having a lot of bandwidth issues right now, so he's really got his hands full trying to maintain where he is on the racetrack as he heads through the corners, and that's made it pretty challenging for him.
Looks like you guys have about 24 X's right now. So just to give a little context to folks who are watching, iRacing gives you an X whenever you make contact with someone or whenever you go off track, and the amount can be anywhere from 0 to 4 X's. These drivers are all given 40 X's before the first black flag, with subsequent black flags coming every 10x until 80x, at which point they'll be automatically disqualified. So you make a good point, Paulie. Some of these teams are pushing the limits of the track a little bit, jumping those curbs really big, and that can be a risky game.
Yeah,
low frame rate will eat up X's.
And this is a track notorious for having a little bit of optimization issues. Anyway, you were saying, David?
I think it was me. I was just, the front of our car looks like we ran into a telephone pole, but actually that was just from hopping over one of the high curbings that did some damage to the front end. And yeah, it's hard to race when you can't see too good, I guess. So
Does anyone use those blue curbs when ChampCar visits here in the real world?
we don't know that. do we have those bollards like that? I actually don't know. I haven't noticed.
ChampCar typically
No, we
skips
don't.
the backstretch chicane, but on the front stretch, is there still the turtles?
No, we didn't do the front stretch chicane.
Okay, so you guys get going real fast on your way into turn 1.
We get going real fast into turn 3 too.
Yeah, I believe that. Can you tell us anything about Justin Lee, who's taking over for you, Paulie?
Well, I mean, it's not. He's managing really well. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the car right now with that kind of a situation, really. And he's just trying to soldier on. And he's also using one of those virtual reality goggles, which he's having a little trouble with that too. So, excuse me. He's managing on, but it's kind of stressful out there, frankly.
Yeah, I can certainly imagine that.
Come on. What's a little stress on race weekend?
Yeah, at least you have a race weekend to go to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
But I think Christopher's going to get in the car next. We've probably got another, I don't know, half hour or so with Justin in the car. We'll make a driver change. And but as far as fast repairs, I think I hope we're gonna be okay. So far, we've used one, so we'll see how.
Well, you're not halfway yet either, Paulie.
Positivity.
Right, a little ray of sunshine, aren't I?
I really wish you would have left that detail out there.
You guys are battling position with odd second thought in a Volkswagen Jetta right now. So you're on the same lap as the Jetta leader, in the same place out on track. Paulie, is it going to mean anything to you for your team to finish ahead of all of the Volkswagens?
No, I think we're really just focusing on trying to get the car home with as few penalties as possible. We'll see how it shakes out. We just don't want to really mess with anybody else's race, so that's how we're looking at it. It's really just our class is what we're.
Driving done for the day, or are we going to see you on pit road with the helmet and suit again?
Oh God, I hope I'm done. I don't know. I there's still a lot of racing to be done, so we'll see how it plays.
Any confusion in the team when the team owner's first name is the same as one of the driver's last names?
Yeah, I guess it's true. I don't really know these guys very well, except for Justin. We go way back. They seem like a good group of guys. They seem to have a decent amount of experience racing and iRacing. So I'm just trying to learn from it.
Yeah, the first few endurance races are a pretty big step. It can be helpful to have someone there who's done a few of them to guide you around.
Can't help but notice the battle's closing up a little bit for third place in the Solstice class, with Jordan Babcock, Babs Nation, driving the third place Huge Ass Summer Solstice. David Boone in CLT Motorsports has been consistently quicker the last couple of laps and is not far behind on the racetrack. So both of these cars have got a lot of drive time and a lot of fuel left. So I imagine that's going to close up third and fourth amongst our solstice.
Yeah, and as we talked about, David Boone is CLT Motorsports iRacing ringer, primarily experienced in the sim, not in real life. He is going to be running into a bit of an optical illusion, though, here, because as he catches up to the huge-ass Summer Solstice car, between he and this huge-ass Summer Solstice car is actually the huge-ass Winter Solstice car. So he's going to have to make sure he knows who he's racing against on track once he starts to catch up to Jordan Babcock in the Babs Nation Summer Solstice, huge-ass Solstice.
Longest and shortest days of the year. I'm definitely a longest day of the year kind of guy. So I'd want to be in the Summer Solstice.
I'm not going to lie, it feels like we live in the winter solstice up here in Canada.
Looks a bit boxed in on his way to the final chicane. He's right up behind one of the other solstices as some of the Mustangs blow on past, and that's another 1 minute 41 for Jordan Babcock. It's a 1 minute 40.9 for CLT Motorsports, who only pulled 5/10 on that lap, but have been pulling, close to a sec at the moment. But the trend is definitely to CLT Motorsports trying to get that third place back. What's the tyre life like for the Solstice? I feel like they don't chew through the tyres maybe as fast as the Mustang does. The tyres don't get as hot as they do on the Jetta, but maybe it's difficult to make the car turn. Maybe those fronts down.
What was that?
Is that from you, Doc?
Yeah, I was saying nothing gets as hot as those tires on the Jettas.
Yeah, I think some of those temperature recordings might be more a remnant of an old tire model than they are representative of how hot you'd expect those tires to get in the real world.
Yeah, on the lane, and Hang Loose Racing were also on the lane in the Solstice class, so there's going to be no confusion for CLT as Huge Ass Winter Solstice goes down on the pit road. Paul Roddy taking that car there, maybe a little early. I'm not sure. I have to check about that one. But Hang Loose Racing were also on the lane. TNA Racing also on the lane. So of our 10 running Solstice cars, a third of them are on pit road right now.
And it's actually a little surprising to see Paul out there. He's only been out there for 26 laps, and we have seen the Solstice run a lot longer than that on fuel. From what I've heard, they could do almost 3.5 hours on fuel if not for the track time. What's that?
Paul Roddy spoke out of the back of the leading Solstice, and I think he had to park that thing and put it on the tow hook. I'll double check on that. Yes, he pulls it. No? I'm not sure. I'm watching this replay back to see precisely what happened for the Winter Solstice, but motor kaput, no good. Had to park the car down on the apron, put it on the tow hook. So huge drama then for what was your leading Solstice. I have to...
Oh, yeah.
I didn't wind it back far enough to see if there was contact. Did you have a bad gear shift, or was that helped?
It looked like a bad gear shift to me. The car suddenly jerks as it's entering into the corner. It looks like he went 5th to 3rd rather than 5th to 4th, maybe like he was planning. But that's a real blow for the Huge Ass Winter Solstice team, who were leading this race at the time.
Don't make puns like that ever again. So the car's rolling now. Paul Roddy still behind the wheel. They had a fast repair available to drop a new GM Ecotec into the front of that thing and get back out racing again. The big time loss there was that they couldn't bring the car around to the pit lane under its own power because it had none. Had to wait for the tow hook. Now, probably a pretty quick flat tow. You'd be happy at the real racetrack if you got around to pit road in 2 minutes. So Paul Roddy and Huge Ass Winter Solstice back out on track. Second now, but maybe a little bit off cycle with that one. That could have been a lot worse, but that's not what you want to do when you're leading in the race. Pop a motor like that.
We are seeing a little bit of a battle forming between John Hurley of Dangers Out and the number 13 UGA Motorsports with Garrett D'Alessandro behind the wheel. Garrett has just gotten into that car after a pit stop on the last lap here, which I believe would have been for fuel at this point. That seems about like the window that we're talking about. But anyway, that means that John Hurley is now right up behind UGA. John Hurley having been on a much longer run so far than UGA has. So UGA will have the tire advantage, but John Hurley, no slouch in the Mustang, is going to be doing his best to track them down with a little bit less fuel in his car. Sorry.
So I think Garrett D'Alessandro, it's not his first in this car. It's not his first rodeo. I think he's proven he's quick enough. He'll keep away from John Hurley unless the traffic interferes. Those tyres have been on quite some time for John Hurley. He's had to take a fast repair in this stint, if you recall, and they didn't take any service with that, so no new tyres then. no extra fuel then. I wouldn't be surprised if Danger's Out need another pit stop in not too long because of their fuel situation there. Meanwhile, UGA Motorsports are obviously good to go, and that's a pretty good-looking Mustang. I don't see any damage on it all around there, and of course they've got their UGA livery on, identical to what they run on their Champ Car Mustang. So of course, Mustang to Mustang, most of the shape matches up, despite being slightly different generations. I believe theirs for Champ Car is that called SN95 or something?
Yeah, that sounds right, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not a Mustang expert either. But
I can look it up real quick.
Doc to the rescue. Certainly the version we have modeled here on iRacing for the FR500S, which was a track performance model that Ford Racing sold. This is one generation newer than what is run in Champ Car by UGA Motorsports, but not entirely different. I think some things underneath the skin might be a bit similar as well.
There's the 99.
So they're running one generation older than the Champ Car version is, or sorry, than the iRacing version is. But probably a lot of the same DNA, live rear axle, V8 up front. Probably have to do a fair bit of work to get the thing to turn in.
Had it right. That's the correct generation of Mustang. The SN95 is what UGA Motorsports run in the real world. I think that was the one that started off looking pretty hideous, and then they successfully facelifted it.
Well, don't say that. We're broadcasting to America, man. Folks out there can't hear, but we've made our producer quite mad with that comment.
UGA Motorsports Black has Swank driving at the moment, and they're closing up towards Lemon's Wallbanger just in front where Brian Leonard is driving. UGA Motorsports Black are going to have to pit soon-ish, but they haven't quite enjoyed the success of the sister car. They're looking to grab a position out on track here. I'm seeing Hayden Swank as being about a second a lap faster than that car he's catching. That's a good pace difference to have if you're going to be able to put the move on. If you're only a little bit faster, it's tough to find a way around someone here if they're not making any mistakes.
Little side note for our Jetta class, on second thought has just completed their pit stop this lap, and on third thought, seemingly following the same pit schedule, has come in for what looks like a scheduled stop as well, and is just rolling off the pit lane. So these cars, of course, are leading the Jetta class, both a lap ahead of third place, with which is currently the huge-ass Dieselgate vehicle. It looks like both cars pulled off a driver changer in that stop. So Todd Chapman is going to be in the on third thought racing car, and Dennis Barrett is going to be in the on second thought car.
So keeping them on the same strategy there for the OST team, but on second thought has been faster than on third thought recently. So the gap between them is getting close to being a minute. Needs to go a little bit further before the second place car goes a lap down in that particular battle. But asserting dominance on the Jetta field on second thoughts. My eyes are on the number 14 now again, though. Hayden Swank is right up behind Lemon's Wallbanger. Can't get to the inside for the chicane. Gets the gap closed on the outside as well, so no move for them that time. Hayden Swank is looking for where he'll get this position in the Mustang class.
And a very conservative line through the chicane for both the cars there. I gotta imagine that's because they're racing so closely, but neither one really pushing the limits of the track there.
So it's all excitement in the Mustang field now because the 935, almost Team Jackie X, is on the lane for a pit stop after 45 laps. It's probably about as far as the tank goes. And just up the road from that, American Lunatics 74 have been hunted down by Nate Franklin in Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed. So now it's close on track for 4th and 5th. If 45 laps is about as far as the Mustangs can go, then I think Nate Franklin is only 3 or 4 laps away from a pit stop. And having driven with him in endurance races before, he's a bit of a captain lead foot. So I'm not sure if he's going to be stretching any extra laps out of that Ford tank.
And we mentioned almost Team Jackie X in passing there with George L. Harrison at the wheel. Harrison has had a very eventful couple of stints here, stays in the car. He's got to be getting pretty close on drive time, having done nearly 60 laps already. But testament to his exciting time in the car is also a fairly large number of X's. That car is now up to 46 X's, which means they've already served one penalty and are well on their way to a second one. So George L. Harrison has got to be focusing on clean laps at this point rather than just outright pace, a consideration that a few of the teams will be approaching pretty soon here.
Dangers out. John Hurley is also on the lane, was from 3rd place, but now he's going to go back into 5th as this battle, American Lunatics and Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed, elevates itself to a battle for 3rd place. A good run past the traffic, and American Lunatics, Matthew Thomas decides he's not going to fight this one anymore. Lets Nate Franklin through into 3rd place. So 2 positions gained in 1 lap there for Nate Franklin, but I imagine the low fuel light is going to be on in that dash very, very shortly for him, as he's now been out of the pits for approaching 42 laps.
And if Matthew's gotten word that Nate Franklin's going to be going to the pits in a few laps because they're, astutely watching the excellent Champ Car broadcast, then he might have decided that, hey, I can just follow behind this guy for a couple laps until he runs out of fuel rather than fighting with him over a meaningless position for the next little while.
And if he's a bit quicker, he'll, move through some of the traffic for me. I don't know. American Lunatics have seemed like their strategy's been pretty well on point, especially that time where they, after one of the cautions, rolled through into the lead of the race. They've kept the car pretty clean as well. So another one of those teams that could be just a loss. Well, we don't talk a whole lot about them, and then right at the end of the race, they find that they're in contention for some decent positions as well. So the American Lunatics, I think, have had their head on their shoulders about their strategy so far.
Mm-hmm.
A whole bunch of Solsty, though. So that's going to be Nate Franklin's job to try and work his way past some of them. I can see Love Racing is in that pack as well.
Yeah, and Love Racing has now inherited the lead from the Huge Ass Winter Solstice after Paul T. Roddy had his issues. Luckily for Paul, the tow around this track is relatively short because it is a relatively short track. So he's on the same lap as Love Racing, albeit about a half lap behind, with CLT Motorsports another third of a lap behind him. So there is a pretty close battle going on for the top 3, at least in the Solstice still, as these guys are really getting close, about 3 minutes away from the halfway point in this race.
Yeah, it's all enclosed within the confines of the speedway, so how far does the tow truck really have to go?
Yeah, exactly. Let us know, viewers, if you have anyone that you care about that you'd like to hear an update on. Send us a message in the chat or any of our social media, and we'd be happy to let you know, give you an update on your favorite driver.
Remember, in past times, we've had plenty of the people from UGA tuning in, and then they butt heads against Doc about which football team is better, or whatever that is. Doc, you got thoughts on that?
Yeah, you got it right. It's football.
Oh, good. I have no allegiances in that, obviously. So I'm torn between, am I go Tigers or am I go Dogs? And well, until you put together a decent iRacing team, Doc, I think it's go Dog.
Oh, and speaking of UGA Motorsports, Hayden Swank just made a bit of an ambitious move on Matt W. Hill into turn number one, leaving Hayden Swank stranded on the inside, facing the wrong way, and losing about 10 or 15 seconds. And yeah, as you can see, he tried to line up that narrow line into turn number one, but that narrow line is high risk, high reward. The other guy has to give you a little bit of space. Otherwise, when you reach the apex, it's going to be a calamity. And that's what happened there.
Well, you can have him in the virtual world, David.
It's nice of you, Doc. Interesting bit of car control there by Matt Hill, though, for Too Mediocre 2 Motor to save it after he got that tap on the bumper, demonstrating that the Jetta TDI is in fact front-wheel drive. So he just put his foot in it, used the front-wheel drive to pull himself out of the slide. He kept on going without going for a spin. A bit harder to do in the Mustangs, while the track temperature is still somewhere between a Jetta tire and the surface of the sun.
Now, as we mentioned at the start of this broadcast, the weather and the day actually in this race has been shortened. We're running on 2 times speed for our day, which means that we're getting a full gamut of conditions. We started the race at about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. We're up to 120 on the track surface now, and we expect that by the end of this race, it's already 3 o'clock in the simulator. We expect by the end of this race, we'll be into the night racing under the lights. With some cooler track temperatures more than likely. So these drivers are really going to be seeing it all by the time the checkered flag is waved here today.
Of course, when you get to Charlotte in the real summer, it's about 120, or at least it feels like it.
I'm sure there's a couple places Champ Car gets to where it gets pretty warm. I mean, you spent most of the time at Indy in the air conditioning, Doc. I was out on the pit road and all of that, and it was just hot all day.
Well, I mean, think about it. When
Right.
we get when we get back to our regular schedule, Daytona is going to be on July 4th. Weekend, and Charlotte's the weekend after that. So both of those are going to be scorching hot. Daytona's going to be brutal.
Bring your cool shirts for that one, and maybe work out how you're going to plug them in outside the car as well.
I know, the one race that was canceled this year so far, it was NCM, the first one that was canceled. I was so looking forward to going there because it gets brutally hot there.
You're looking forward to getting there a little bit earlier in the season?
Absolutely. When you step out of that broadcast booth there in the summer, I mean, it hits you. I mean, literally, you just kind of recoil from it.
World race leader on the pit road, Team Village Idiots, Shane Cameron, who has driven 4 hours of this race so far, the first half. I'm going to keep my eyes on that pit stop, because if there's not a driver change, then someone needs to check on Shane Cameron. That man's arms, that man's fluid, that man's concentration are not going to be good. So let's see, does he hand it over to maybe his dad? Well, that will be the case. A driver change. Shane Cameron out, Lance Cameron in.
And Shane Cameron is going to take a well-deserved break after 4 hours in the car. Of course, they had issues at the time of their first driver change because his dad wasn't available just yet, was running into some technical difficulties. So they took a 30-second stop-and-go penalty rather than doing a driver change, and are back out again, hopefully this time with relief until the end of the race.
So they're just waiting on the final touches to that pit stop for Team Village Idiots. Looks like it's taking a teeny bit longer than I otherwise would have expected. Most of the pit stops have been around 40 seconds, which is enough for the fuel and the driver swap. It's approaching a minute now for Team Village Idiots. Hope this is not a remnant of problems for Mr. Lance Cameron. Hope to see that car get back out. But in the meantime, UGA Motorsports have cycled back through into the lead, and Kenzie Morrison is affirming me that Go Dogs is the correct way to say it. I'm sure I don't. Here's a secret: I don't actually care, but I'm delighted that they're as passionate about this racing as I am, and that they're supporting their team. So that's all that really matters, so long as everyone is having fun. And if they like to say "Go Dogs" and cheer each other on, then I like to hear it. So,
Hey, Haynes.
Yes.
Which Aussie rules football team should we cheer for?
What a calm the cat is.
I don't even know if that's a word.
Continuing on. Australian rules football team, 2007, 2009, and 2011 premiers. Let's see if they can, whatever. Literally no one watching this cares about that. So yeah, UGA Motorsports leading now. Huge ass flim flam speed have cycled through into second place. 47 laps into that stint. Nate Franklin's going to have to stop pretty soon. They are just ahead of American Lunatics, who are now in third. And Chris Huggins has been back behind the wheel of the Dangers Out car for about 5 or 6 laps, and he is properly rapid. Devin, I'll pull you up on this one. It says Andrew Huggins, but it's Chris Huggins driving, is what we learned from previous events. And Team Village Idiots did get out of the pit lane in 5th place now. That stopped about 30 seconds longer than I otherwise would have expected, but it's good to see them back out on track. Lance Cameron taking that Mustang from his son.
Celebrities like Chris often have aliases.
Yeah, and they've had a pretty successful day, all things considered. A couple minor issues, but for the most part, they've kept that car pretty clean. No surprise when you consider the pedigree of the drivers on that team, though. John Hurley, Chris Huggins, and Wyatt Foster. Of course, regular features in CCIS, the Wednesday night series that features a prize that includes the possibility of winning an entry into a Champ Car Series event, or real dollars on the line for virtual racing. So real competitors in that car, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them make their way all the way back up to the start, or up to the front of the field before this race is over.
Yeah, at the beginning of the Sim Series, the Wednesday night series, Wyatt used to be in there all the time, but we don't see him very often anymore.
Yeah, I think he's gotten busy on Wednesday nights was the most recent excuse that I'd heard, but who knows, maybe we'll see him again for some races later this season. Do you have any idea what the next championship round is for that, David?
I did know. I think it's Watkins Glen.
Just confirming that. Yeah, it looks like the 20th of May, which is Wednesday night, will be the next endurance race, next 1 hour sprint race for points in the Champ Car Endurance, Wednesday night series, which features that entry prize. Champ Car iRacing series. There we go.
I'm watching Lance Cameron right now, who's, as we said, only just gotten behind the wheel after having some problems, and he's putting up a stout defense to keep that team and that car on the lead lap. He's got Garrett D'Alessandro, who's been right behind him, and I thought maybe Lance Cameron was going to get out of the way and let the leader through. There'd be blue flags waving as an advisory for Mr. Lance Cameron, but he has steadfastly keeping that Team Village Idiots on the lead lap. Not sure he's going to be able to do that forever, though, because UGA Motorsports only 14 laps into this stint. It's not like they're about to pit. They are going to try and keep at it, get that lap back. They're going low on the banking, and UGA Motorsports are going to put Team Village Idiots off the lead lap and make sure there's 4 Mustangs still on the lead lap. I'm also surprised to see Nate Franklin still going in the huge-ass flim-flam speed Mustang. He's approaching 50 laps on that tank of fuel so far, and the Mustang, by far the thirstiest car of all of the cars racing today. That V8, gosh, I don't know what EPA standards were in place at the time it was built, but it's bringing down the average fleet fuel economy for sure. So, eyes on Nate Franklin in Flim Flam Speed Car, and he's staying out another lap. Wow, I regret criticizing Nate's fuel economy earlier, because he's definitely being a steady pair of hands for that team at this moment, which is what every team needs in an 8-hour race around here.
Yeah, and viewers will notice that there's a few new decals on the car this weekend. Huge Ass went out and acquired some sponsorship for this race with the Flim Flam Speed Shop on the hood and on the side of the car this weekend. That's a shop that operates out of Richmond, Virginia, doing performance mods on BMWs as well as Mustangs, for which I think they're primarily known. They've been doing that for about 15 years in the RVA area, and they were very excited to have the opportunity to sponsor the car this weekend for the Champ Car Endurance Series. And Nate Franklin and the Huge Ass Boys are doing them proud so far, in second place after 4 hours and 10 minutes of this endurance race.
I was going to say, that's where your real car is based out of, right?
Yeah, it's just down the road from where the Huge Ass Miata is located. Unfortunately, as far as I know, the Flim Flam guys don't do performance modifications on Miatas, but they do use the dyno there, I believe, fairly often.
Yeah, Flim Flam Speed do our engine tuning and dyno testing for our Champ Car Miata. Most of the rest of the work happens in the garage back at HJ headquarters outside of RVA, but Flim Flam Speed have helped us with the dyno testing, some engine tuning, and trying to hunt down some other issues like we were having last year. And I believe that their assistance and advice was kind of important in getting our car back out on the track. So yeah, they do some stuff for us. And every time I go, well, the one time I've been there, but I've seen some photos and some other videos from there. They've always got plenty of interesting cars hanging around, and they're in a great part of Richmond as well, in the Scott's Edition. So there's some breweries around there, and it's not far from the Greyhound bus station, which is how I get around.
Breweries are important.
The man from Brew Crew Racing, so close to your heart, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, NCM was supposed to be our first race for our new car, but now it looks like it'll be Daytona, I guess.
What's the new car for you, Doc?
Oh, it's another E30. We found a great deal on a guy that was getting out of NASA racing. And, Kenny was getting kind of tired.
We do.
The fuel light has gotten to him eventually. Nate Franklin on pit road from second place in the 337 Flim Flam Speed HJ car. I assume we're going to see a driver swap here as well. So he's rolling down to the end of the lane where their pit stall is. There's been a couple of guys on hand for this car during today's race. So he hits the marks. The fueling goes on. The tire change goes on as well. And not seeing a swap just yet. So if Franklin's staying behind the wheel, this is going to have to be a short stint to be within driver time.
Yeah, they might be going with every 2 hours theory, just trying to minimize the amount of driver's changes that they have to do. Either way, this pit stop's going to cost them some spots on track. Danger's Out is coming by, and the American Lunatics car, piloted by a 17-year-old Michael Thomas, has also passed them for second place. So the order stands now at the front of the Mustang field. UGA Motorsports first, American Lunatics back 15 seconds, and Danger's Out back 48 seconds.
You feel like it's time for some diesel love. On second thought, are leading with their number 7. They pitted 13 laps ago. Dennis Barrett driving. Todd Chapman is driving on third thought. And I think it's super clever of these guys, what they've done, taking the Jetta class with 2 cars and really showing everyone who's the best there, because they are still a while away from putting HJ Dieselgate 2 laps down. But what a strong performance from On Second Thought.
Yeah, they're certainly showing their prowess when they put their mind to it. These guys are pretty dominant. They've been running consistently, almost a second a lap faster than everyone else in that class right from the qualification period to now, and so that's been adding up throughout this whole race.
The interesting thing about the Jetta is really the barrier to entry should be lower than in some of the other classes, because unlike the Ford Mustang that has a setup sheet with tire pressures and cambers and roll bars and all of that adjustable, and there's still some adjustments available on the Pontiac Solstice, including camber and tire pressures and such, there is nothing you can change on the Volkswagen Jetta except how much fuel is in the tank. The tire pressures mandated, every single other setup option entirely unadjustable on the Volkswagen Jetta. So everyone is driving a car that handles precisely the same. This great turnout by On Second Thought is entirely on the strength of their strategy calls and the speed of their drivers.
I figured out the secret, Haynes. I've gone and looked up Todd Chapman's bio in the On Third Thought car, and apparently the majority of the racers from this On Second Thought team are actually co-workers at Bridgestone. So with these tires getting up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit on the front of this car, I guess these guys have figured out some way to manage all that and are using that tire engineer know-how to end up 1 and 2 in our Jetta class.
Aha!
Got him.
Yeah, so that's interesting. These guys are doing some front-wheel drive tire research there, I guess. Then certainly, well, maybe they should have called themselves tire whisperers or something, because that certainly must be the reason for their advantage.
Then again, with no adjustments available, they should be no thought racing.
Yeah, just get in and drive. I'm trying to think of any time Mazda and Volkswagen have cooperated on any kind of product development. Just looking at the OST cars carrying the Mazda badges on their Volkswagens. I mean, I can think of times that, you know, Mazda and Ford obviously cooperated. I think times there's the Mazda and Fiat sharing a platform at the moment, but Volkswagen Auto Group just too big to need to share a platform with the plucky Japanese Zoom manufacturer.
No, they've got their own.
Volkswagen owns so much.
Yeah, they've got Audi. They don't need to work with those little guys over at Mazda. But the Mazda stickers on those Jettas can be explained by the fact that this paint job minus the faces appears on their real car as well, which is the On Second Thought Miata, of course, based out of Nashville, Tennessee. So those guys are, I don't know if they're going to submit these photos or these race results to Mazda for the contingency money, but they're probably doing that with the real car after their average Champ Car race.
Yeah, now that Nissan's come on board as well with their contingency program, I think we're going to see a lot more of those cars.
Yeah, there was some real hype about those things at the start of this season once that program was announced.
Yeah, and Paul Cruz got out there with his and did it. So
There should be more of those contingency programs. They're obviously not massively expensive for the manufacturers, but a really, really great way to encourage people to be engaged with your brand, get it out there, and obviously it must be working for Mazda how long they've kept their contingency program going and continuing to expand it. I remember hearing there was a Subaru contingency thing in rallying and you know, types of club rallying in national competition or something. So it seems a thing manufacturers consider, and I can't see why extending it to Champ Car would be a bad idea for some manufacturers not currently doing so.
Well, you got to think everyone's going to their car enthusiast friend to go and buy their next car, right? You know, what should I buy? What used thing? Is this easy to fix, etc.? And so, if you get all those guys on board with a good contingency program, then there's nothing left to lose for you, right?
It keeps a lot of these people using the genuine parts or support channels or whatever. Obviously, there's some models of Mazda that people are popularly swapping other manufacturers' engines into. You know, when your contingency program is for Mazda chassis with Mazda engines in them, then you might keep a little bit more people within the family.
Well, I mean, look at what FCP Euro's done with free parts.
Mm-hmm. We are getting a call out from the chat for the Chattanooga Touring Wagon. Chattanooga Touring Wagon now running in 6th place in the Mustang class, about 15 seconds behind the Lance Cameron piloted Team Village Idiots car, which is running in 5th. Chattanooga had to get a little bit lucky in the early part of the race to regain 2 laps in the little spat of cautions that we had around the 2-hour mark. But they were able to do that, and with some clever strategy have managed to drive themselves back up as far as they have. Justin Ford, currently at the wheel, will be their 3rd driver, and I'd expect a 4th driver because we haven't seen RJ Till in that car yet.
I didn't remember seeing him on the sign-up sheet for this. I think they're just running with those 3 guys, are they not?
You know what? You're right. He's not registered for the session, so wouldn't be a surprise to see either Austin or Phil back in that car for the final part of the race. RJ must have decided to take this one off.
3 drivers is adequate for an 8-hour race. You could go 4 if you wanted. You'd probably run 5 or 6 drivers if you decided you wanted to. Teams not doing that. That's why we've got quite a few teams with 2 entries, like Bucket List, like On Second Thoughts, like our rather prolific gentleman with 4 cars. You know, most people, if they're going to put in the practice and, you know, commit their Saturday to this race, want to get their fair share of time behind the wheel as well. So 3 drivers, you can share it around, especially if it's the Mustang, which isn't going to make full 2-hour stints. You can hand the car over every hour 20 and everyone will get, you know, 2 goes at it.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things that we look at when you're scheduling the real races, is we look at driver stint limits.
And for them thinking about Chattanooga Touring Wagon here, they are going on average a little bit faster than Team Village Idiots. Not sure I saw it on the last lap, but on average, you know, Lance Cameron looks like he's putting in a lot of 1 minute 33s, and it seems like the Chattanooga Touring Wagon car's capable of getting into the 131s and a bit faster.
131 is a plenty fast lap, especially with the track conditions the way they are right now. Coming on to about 4 o'clock in the sim now, and we're still seeing temperatures north of 110 degrees Fahrenheit out there. Has it
started to cool off a tiny bit though? It's dropped from its peak closer to 120. So I think, you know, in the next half an hour we'll start to see the sun obscured by some of the grandstands around here, and parts of the track will start to cool off, and I feel like that'll help the Mustang teams go a bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with a little bit cooler weather, we'd be seeing closer to a 7-second gap between the lap times of the Mustangs and the Jettas, rather than the 5-second gap that we're seeing right now. The Jetta just seems to handle those warm temperatures a little bit better than the Mustangs do.
Yeah, the Jetta is used to the warm temperatures because that's what its front tires are in any condition. Your you know, front tires are hot enough to melt metal. What difference does a little bit of track temperature make?
Yeah, exactly.
I was going
So
to
in
say they
Terminator
probably
2,
don't
they
even
actually dropped
notice.
the Terminator into Jetta front tires.
Yeah, these Jettas are an older part of the iRacing service, and so their tire model hasn't seen the same love as some of these other cars, which have gotten more recent updates. So they still drive with their own unique quirks, maybe not quite as realistic as the Solstice and the Mustang are, but they still feel remarkably good. They just also feel like a little bit like they have no dampers on the car, and so you can get the thing oscillating all over the place if you're not careful as you're driving around a lap.
So I'm looking at who we expect to see pit soon, and running on empty in the 32 will soon live up to their name. Brian Dawson's done now 53 laps, and most of them green flag laps as well, so he'll be getting to the end there. Senders Local Union have just left pit road this time with Joe Krasempski driving now. And Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who we were looking at, they are also not far away for a pit stop from the Mustang field. What about in the other classes? Not sure about the drive time for Huge Ass Dieselgate there, but they're the team furthest along their stint in that class. Running in third place there with Chris Nicely. And what about Soul Sky? Money Pit Racing, which is a name I feel like I haven't said yet today, or many times, but they're trucking along in 7th place. Pretty much on strategy, no extra pit stops from them there, so they owe us a pit stop sooner rather than later. Chris Martin driving that one, hopefully, well, probably not the singer from Coldplay, but it could be.
Yeah, you never want to count Coldplay out. I've actually had a little drama back at the chicane. Rum Runners Racing with Arjun Soundarajan. I tried. Has just had a spin on the outside of the exit of the chicane there.
I don't even attempt his last name.
I'm always game for a trial run, but it looks like after that spin they're going to be heading down to the pits, maybe taking a repair because that car's got dents from a few different accidents. It looks like.
He did manage to put the note. I think the car was crabbing a little bit, and then he's just spun it on throttle in the exit of the chicane there. It's flipped back the other way before he could find the brake pedal, and he's put it nose first into one of the firmer sections of the barrier there. So, has he ever done that to any of your cars, Doc, or is this a sim racing thing for him?
It's a sim racing thing for him. He's pretty good with my cars.
Time on the pit road if your name is almost Team Jackie X. Both of their cars on pit lane together, enjoying their Saturday. So their leading car there, Kevin Bolland, is in the 935. He's just gotten out and away right as Paul Rigoli finds his pit box in the number 66. So they're running 7th and 8th together there for almost Team Jackie X, and get all their pit service and driver swaps out of the way for both cars on the same lap.
And I gotta imagine that Paul Rigoli was running up against his driver time because he's been in that car for 80 laps now. So a very, very long stint for Paul Rigoli, but a solid one nonetheless, and putting Brian Cheney back in the car, who appears to be the only other driver that they've entered for today's race.
Looking at lap times of basically a minute and a half in that class, so 80 laps times a minute and a half is exactly 120 minutes or 2 hours. So I assume I'm not seeing another penalty for Mr. Paul Rigoli, so that would be right up at the drive limit there. That's probably they're at their strat. Saying that, Michael Bull's black flagged 30 seconds. That's the Rum Runners racing car, is it not? It is indeed.
Yeah.
So is that to do the reason for some of their damage?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check with the steward. So let's check in though with the 337 car, who's heading through some traffic right now. Nate Franklin at the wheel of that car still, passing Jonathan Winkler Winker of Resilience Racing, who we had in the booth earlier for an interview. Things were looking a little congested there, but Nate's actually made quick work of all that stuff around him, and is now back to chasing down Dangers Out, and not UJ Motorsports Black, who's just in front of him, but UJ Motorsports No Color, who is leading the race overall.
J Motorsports Vanilla, maybe. I called it correctly. Running on empty and Chattanooga Touring Wagon on the lane on the same lap as each other. So driver swap there. Running on empty are going to get Dale Clough or Clough. And what's going on for Chattanooga Touring Wagon? Is Justin Ford going to stay in, or is it going to be a swap there? They've just hit the lane, and we'll know shortly. So, sorry, they've hit the lane. They've just hit their box. We'll know he's out, and Phil Fitzmaurice is going to take over from Justin Ford. So maybe we'll see Justin Ford in our YouTube chat once again. I love reading what people let us know, interesting little tidbits where they're watching from, and this is where I learnt this to try and rile up Doc by saying "Go Dogs."
Any
we
stories
took the
you can tell
national
us?
champion, so I'm not worried.
I'm delighted for you, Doc.
Any stories you can give us on Doc and Paulie are much appreciated, and we'll repeat them live on air. Don't you worry.
Oh dear.
Doc seems.
I don't know that you have that much time, actually.
I'm actually hearing that it's Doc's birthday today.
No way.
We're actually going to race on my birthday this year.
Yeah, you and HJ co-owner Tom Ellison share a birthday, so imagine if he could make his way down to Daytona and have nobody acknowledge either of your birthdays because everyone's so busy celebrating freedom or whatever.
Oh, and
Really?
also,
His birthday is July 4th as well, huh?
Yeah, it is. He was born in Boston on July 4th, which is so great for an Englishman.
Oh, yeah.
He's the most American Englishman that's ever existed.
Yeah, that is quite a date.
always get fireworks on your birthday.
Did I hear that it's Doc's birthday?
Yeah, it is. Alex Albert, our race steward from today, joins us to celebrate Doc's birthday.
Yeah, so happy birthday, Doc.
Thank you.
Yeah, so been sitting here enjoying the broadcast while looking at the protests and talking to some of the teams. So it's been a good race so far, in my opinion. It seems to calm down some now that they burnt through the majority of their fast repair.
That's exactly where my questioning was going to lead, is that we had 4 cautions in quick succession there, but now it's been green for a while and it's looking a little bit calmer.
Yeah, just haven't really had any multi-car things, just some solo car spins, but try not to put it out for that. But yeah, it's been a lot cleaner. Some people were a little impatient earlier, and cautions breed cautions, so had that for a while.
Have we? Do we have any update on what the story was with Michael Bowles and Rum Runners Racing? They just got a black flag.
Yeah, they ran off one of the slower cars. It was the 36 Hang Loose. They ran them off at about, I guess that's turn 5 or 6. So, yeah, decided to give them a pass through, and they took the chance to service the car while they were in. So, but they've had kind of a tough time today. A little slower than I'm sure they wanted to be, but they're still getting around, and looks like they're going to try to finish. And sometimes that's how Champ Car weekends go.
Yeah, I mean, that team is relatively new to iRacing because they run extremely well on real race weekends.
Yeah,
Alex, we've got Flint's Flan Speed on the side of the HJ Mustang for today's race. I don't think I know the full story behind that one. We've mentioned what they do for the team, but you got anything to add about that one? Because your buddy's there from Flim Flam Speed Shop on the car.
Yeah, so Kevin has always been very helpful to us, and we want to do something for him. I know he's a big Ford fan, and Kevin has been wanting to get into some sim racing, and I think he will here soon. So we've been talking back and forth, trying to figure out a plan for him. But yeah, we wanted to have them on the car this weekend. They've always been, like I said, oh, wow, as we see. Cars get close together there. They've always been a good partner to us, so yeah. Want to do something nice for them and show off their products. I know that we're not the only team in the paddock. Also, RVA Graphics uses them, and probably most of the other Central Virginia teams.
Well, any other further observations from race control?
No, I just wanted to come tell Doc happy birthday. Yeah, hope you guys are enjoying the race. It's been pretty good. I think it's interesting with these Jettas. They've provided some good racing. One second thought and one third thought have shown that they're ready to get it done. And there's really no secret sauce with the Jetta either. The setup options, I think, are just tire pressure.
Nope, not even that. It's literally how much fuel is in the tank when you leave pit lane. You can fill it up or have it halfway or wherever you want. That's all you got.
Okay, yeah, so no one can think that they have some kind of special setup. So the Jetta may be the great equalizer, and the front wheel drive, I hope this becomes a little bit more popular of a class. Quite a few Solstai out there today, and everyone always wants to drive the fast car, so whatever that is will always probably be the biggest field. But yeah, it's been a good race, and looks like most cars are still out there and competing. So yeah, it's been a good day.
Good to hear from you.
All right, thanks. You guys have a good day.
Thanks for the birthday wishes.
Yeah, anytime. I'd bring you a beer if I could right now.
Oh, wait, one more thing, Alex. We had one of those cautions there, a bit of confusion with our leaders about where they were meant to be relative to the pace truck. What went on with that?
Yeah, the 246 just continued at 70% speed past when the pace truck came out, and their pace was enough to where the pace truck wasn't quite out the end of the pit exit road. They got ahead of them, and as you know, the pace truck only goes pace truck speed. It doesn't try to catch up, so
hasn't got tires rated for going that fast.
Right. And
they make truck tires that fast?
I think so, yeah. At least sometimes, when you got to haul a load, all these Champ Car teams know that pulling that trailer down the highway, sometimes you just got to get there. But yeah, so the deal with that was they just got too far ahead, and finally had to tell them to stop because they were going to have an advantage to get to pit entry first. So needed to neutralize the field, and once we did that, then we just, I think, waved one more lap to give everyone a chance to catch up, and then went back. So yeah, cautions are pretty quick here. It's a lot easier for them to catch back up to the back of the field, and it also helps with all the cars being more similar paced. It's helping with the caution time, so we're able to get all of our business done in 2, maybe 3 laps, which gonna go a lot quicker here on the short track.
Cool. There we go. Race steward, race control, Alex Albert, who's most of the time being all alone down there in the race control box, came up to have a chat with us. Can't put on an event like this without people willing to volunteer their time in, reviewing protests, making sure everyone's where they need to be behind the pace car, timing and scoring, all that. So thank you to Alex, who's not racing today. And only momentarily popping into the commentary box, spending most of his time poring over what's going out on track and that everyone's racing fair, racing clean.
Yeah, doing frankly a bit of a thankless job, you know, being the steward. You're always handing out penalties. No one's really happy to see you, right?
No, and with the beer offer was greatly appreciated. Although I am not allowed to drink during broadcasts for good reason.
Well, so long as you know your limits, that's what's important. Tell you what, though, this long stretch of, I'm not going to put the curse on it, but this long stretch of green flag running we've had has spread out a lot of our battles. So say that someone spun somewhere. Ooh, is that dramas for the HJ Dieselgate car?
It doesn't look like it to me.
I've he had to dodge someone.
Yeah, I'm
Was
not
it
sure
Resilience
who that
Racing? Was it
was.
someone else?
That's what it looks like. Rum Runners Racing. Looks like Arjun accidentally put it into the inside wall there.
Oh, he's
properly towed.
It's gone and done it again. It had to be the long way around for HJ Dieselgate. That's what lost them the time. Arjun puts the Rum Runners Mustang on the tow hook, which is tough for those guys that have already had a struggle street of a day.
Yeah, and it's really easy to do in sim racing if you're coming from a road racing background. As you see him come around the corner here, he gets a little bit loose and just tucks it into the inside wall. The hardest thing, I think, coming from real racing to sim racing, from what I've seen of other drivers that are making that transition, is just not having that feel in the seat. You have to get all your information through your ears and your hands and your eyes, and you might not be used to trying to figure out if the rear end is sliding by listening for the rear tires breaking loose, for example. But that's something that you have to be able to do in the sim. So it's different muscles, but I think it makes you a stronger driver all around if you can figure out the sim racing piece.
I think one of those things is, you know, you drive a race car for a little bit, or even a road car for a bit. It gives you start to learn the signals that the car gives you before it breaks traction or breaks loose or tries to kill you. There's normally something that lets you know you're approaching the limit of grip, and you realize, oh, okay, that's about where the limit is through this corner, or putting the throttle down here, or something like that. And you maybe on the sim don't get quite as much warning that the tires are about to break loose on you, or you're asking a little bit too much in this corner or that corner. And I think that might have been what happened to Arjun there, is he's come around and just not had a feeling for the limit of the grip of the tires before the rears have let go and sent him sideways.
I was going to say, Arjun's got quite a bit of mechanical sympathy, and he's got a ton of hours in cars. So that could very well be.
And that's one of those things that you need the practice and the seat time, the practice time on the sim is eventually you realize after doing that once or twice maybe that, okay, can't quite push it that hard there. Or you learn what those things are that you hear or feel before the car lets loose on you. It's as in the real world, it's one of the things that is similar. Seat time is king. Practice is important.
Yeah, absolutely. I found that turning up my tire noise helps.
Certainly one thing you can do to get a little bit more warning of what the limit of the grip of the tires is. Especially tire noise is all you hear in the Jetta. I drove some practice laps in that one, and I think it must be the full factory exhaust system on that. You don't hear anything on the intake. You don't hear the turbo. You hardly hear the exhaust or the revs or whatever. All you hear inside that car is the squealing of those tires, probably the demons escaping the hellish temperatures of the front tires there. But you don't need to turn up the volume for the tire noise in the Jetta, because that's all you can hear in that car.
Too funny.
Some
Scrolling back
Mustangs.
through scrolling back through the field, I am seeing a little bit of a back and forth developing between Drift Nuts, car number 347, and the Lemons Wallbanger, number 19, that's just ahead of them. They're on the same lap as Darren Greatly Racing as well, who's not too far behind him, about 15 seconds at this point. But looks like Drift Nuts and Lemons Wallbanger are trading time as they go through traffic. Might be a battle worth keeping an eye on here as they head down into turn number 1.
Something's up for American Lunatics. After only 9 laps, they're back on the lane. David Wessel, only 9 laps in the car. Back on pit road. Is that damage or a penalty? Or it must have been damage because he takes a fast repair in the box and then immediately gets rolling again. So they'll hold on to 4th place. They're now only going to be 20 seconds up the road from Team Village Idiots. Yeah, and we are expecting a 3rd driver to go into that car. I've already mentioned David Wessel, Michael Thomas, who is 17 years old, and we're expecting another 17-year-old driver for that team. David Wessel, of course, I was mentioning as well, is based out of Wisconsin. He's also the president of the Midwestern Council Sports Car Club Sprint Racing. So they've been doing he's been doing a respectable job himself out on track between stints from his 17-year-old compatriot, Matthew Thomas. Yeah, so Lemons Wallbanger and Drift Nuts back together for 10th place in the Mustang field there. They got pretty close, then they spread out when there was a bit of traffic, and now I think Drift Nuts, Taylor Chase, definitely giving chase, as the name says, being 2 seconds a lap quicker on the previous lap before the one they just did. He was about 8/10 quicker this time around. It's a little bit less damage for the Drift Nuts car than we see on Lemons Wallbanger. Not that there's a huge amount of damage for Lemons Wallbanger, but just a little bit. And a pristine car is usually a little bit faster, so expect a move for 10th place here potentially. Oh, it's on already. Drift Nuts looking for the inside. Do they have to back out of it in the infield here? They do. Ian Mayberry for Lemons Wallbanger there, just trying to cover off the move through the infield. Drift Nuts not able to work their way past just yet. They're going to have to wait, set up a move somewhere else. Both of these cars within the first segment of their stint, 8 laps out of the pits for Lemons Wallbanger, 12 laps out for Drift Nuts. So this is a proper battle that is on the cards here and will be for the rest of this stint, maybe for another hour or so for these guys. Through the backstretch chicane they go. They're going to have to pass the on third thought Jetta in front. That's going to be difficult as they go side by side in these Mustangs. Drift Nuts cars looking a little bit better in a straight line. Is he going to try and pinch Lemons Wallbanger down towards the Jetta? He's not. They're going to go 3 wide and inevitably a bit of contact there. Lemons Wallbanger all the way on the grass, cut the chicane. That's going to be a slow down penalty, which is going to cost them very, very dearly indeed. They pull to the inside, trying to slow up, give up that time gained. And Drift Nuts comes through into 10th. Gosh, I don't know, did Drift Nuts squeeze them a little close there, Devon, or was that just Lemons Wallbanger losing their cool in the middle of a 3-wide sandwich?
I think both sides were squeezing a little bit, though certainly Drift Nuts was the recipient of the position, and Lemons Wallbanger was the loser in that situation. But it's a bit hard to say if one was definitely at fault more than the other. I know for sure that Lemons Wallbanger wasn't leaving any room to the outside for Drift Nuts, not really, and was trying to get him to squish further to the inside so that Lemons could take the better inside line.
Yeah. Also feel like that was good driving by Ian Mayberry there when there was a little bit of door-to-door contact. He lost a bit of control. Didn't panic then. He went straight across the grass and avoided making it a bigger incident than it could have been when the cars were all 3 wide and he lost a bit of control. So Ian Mayberry loses a spot for Lemons Wallbanger there. but doesn't pick up any extra damage, doesn't cause an incident there. So I think he did well when he realized he was out of control to not do anything crazy on the inputs and just skip that corner across the grass, slow it down, and then keep on racing. So that was good survival stuff, I'd have to say there, Doc.
No sign
Absolutely.
of Doc. Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I was blowing my nose.
I was also going to give Todd Chapman a little shout out there too, because he was the third party in that whole situation with Lemons and Drift Nuts coming by on the inside. He managed to make his Jetta really, really little in that moment. So even though Lemons took that little tap in the direction of Todd, he was able, Todd, to get out of the way of any accidents that were coming his way. That could have easily gone a lot worse.
I was holding my breath a little bit when I saw the Lemons Wallbanger Mustang sort of slide onto the grass there, and well, it was 3 wide. Anytime you see cars 3 wide, you kind of have to pucker and expect the worst there. But everyone keeps on going. We keep the green flags out on course, and no one needs to use up an extra fast repair or put it on the tow hook.
Yeah, and there is, longer term, there is a little bit of an update on the Jettas here. On second thought, of course, still leading the race with on third thought and second. Huge Ass Dieselgate was previously a full lap behind both leader cars. They have now cut that down to about half a lap. Chris Nicely's been putting in pretty fast and pretty consistent laps, so they are making up some time on the leader. Go ahead.
UGA Motorsports Black, Drew Marshall, there is smoke pouring out of every which way for the UGA Black car. The suspension looks torn up and the motor can't be too good either. The car's moving. He might be able to get that around to the pit road. I haven't seen what happened to that car yet, but we're looking at the replay, Devin.
I'm watching it, and it's, simple as getting a little bit wide, going over the curb, and then the rear end and those molten hot tires stepping out on him. That inside wall at that section of the track is just a hard concrete wall, so any contact, especially contact at 80, 90 miles an hour in a slide, is going to result in that motor being toast. So that seems to be what's happened here, and another setback for UGA Motorsports Black, who've really just been kind of running into trouble all day long.
This is the case to be made for having 2 cars is somehow UGA Motorsports have been able to put all of the bad luck and all of the incidents on their other car, and that brings out another caution today as the UGA Motorsports Black car might be putting down some oil. It's certainly going very slow, having to limp back around to the pit lane. They had to shortcut one of the chicanes as well because the suspension is so torn up they can't make the tight radius of the chicane. So having a car dropping that smoke, cutting across the course, we have another race control caution. So Alex Albert throwing that caution flag from race control. And of course, we heard from him earlier that this is an easier circuit for it than maybe, for example, Road America, where it's such a huge lap. We can get a caution period done quicker, wave cars around quicker. It doesn't eat up as much of the racing here as it does at some other places. But with 3 hours, 8 minutes left on the clock, it's our 5th caution from ChampCar, from Charlotte Motor Speedway in the ChampCar iRacing special event, 8 Hours of Charlotte.
Yeah, and I got to respect the race, or the steward's call on that one. When you have a car like that crossing across the racing line to get back down to the bottom after skipping the chicane, you kind of put yourself in a position where you really need to be waving up that yellow flag. Otherwise, you're going to see some sort of calamity on the exit there. So good call by the race stewards, and we'll see this race get packed back up a little bit and maybe see what some of these cars can do, and see who the winners and losers are once the wave rounds have happened.
Indeed. Lucky for UGA Motorsports Black, they've been very sparingly using their fast repairs. I've seen them come in for some of their pit stops, not use a fast repair, even though they were nursing a little bit of damage, because they are planning ahead for a rainy day. That rainy day happened, and then they still have some fast repairs left in the bank to fix up their car. And if some other teams start to run out of those fast repairs, They could find themselves gaining some positions later in the race just because they haven't used all of their get-out-of-jail-free cars too early in a long motor race.
And I'm sure they were glad they had that one in their hip pocket. That was a hard hit.
Certainly was. The bodywork all torn up. The suspension was obviously significantly mangled. Not to mention that motor, which I think was not long for this world, but just had enough in it to limp them back around a pit road. So they didn't take the tow hook. Kind of ironically, though, if they had taken the tow hook, we might not have had a caution. It was them limping it back around that brought out this yellow. So UGA Motorsports, from the lead of the race, are going to take the opportunity of this caution to bring it down onto pit road. Garrett D'Alessandro has driven 44 laps since their last stop, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is a more serious piece of service. Top 3 from Mustang are on the lane. What about some of our other classes, Devon? What is the other activity?
Well, I was just looking through the results, and it looks like in our Jetta class, at least, all of the teams could come down because they've all done the better part of an hour and 40 minutes in the car. But it's not necessary in that car because it does have more fuel than it does have ability to drive with the 2-hour drive limit we've got here. In the Solstice class, on the other hand, these cars look like they were coming right up to the limit on their fuel window, and so this is actually a welcome caution for them. It'll mean that probably the majority of the Solstice will be pitting during this lap. We do see Sean Saputra from the Love Racing entry taking over the car and taking a pit lane, or taking some fuel on. Sven Demmel is now hopping in the car for Huge Ass Winter Solstice. As I mentioned a few times, he's a real hot shoe for them. And then we're going to see for the first time in the CLT Motorsports car, Henry Spence, who is, I guess, the third driver in their entry. Don't know too much about Henry. I haven't seen him driving yet, so I'll have to follow up and see what I can learn about him.
And of Chattanooga Tourenwagen will be delighted to know that waiver rounds have begun, and Phil Fitzmaurice has been waved around the pace car. Seeing quite a few of the Solstice cars being waved around as well. So seeing as the waiver rounds are already happening, most of the teams are leaving pit road. Have to imagine Green Flag Racing can't be far away. So that is one of the good things about the shorter lap here at Charlotte. We can get everything done in a bit less time than we could at Road America. The flip side of that coin is that the traffic is that much more difficult around a shorter lap, where you come up upon cars more often because there's just less real estate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm looking at the pace car right now. Got a couple Solstice cars being waved around. That's one of the bucket list cars. Hot Pocket get waved past the official pace truck. And it's Hastings Tire Jetta is going to get the wave around. Now we've got Team Jackie X, almost Team Jackie X, and the 66 getting waved around the pace truck. So plenty of cars getting waved around. They were trapped sort of off their lead lap. See, on second thought, your Jetta leader now behind the pace truck, not being waved around, so I think they'll get waved around and will be led by a Mustang. Resilience Racing get a wave around there. So Adam Poppenhaus, which is a driver that John Winker told us was going to be driving that car later, and described his setup. So it looks like the lead car behind the pace truck that's going to take us to the restart is not going to be on second thought. They're going to get waved around, but I think we had everyone else waved around before they waved the leading Jetta around, so that everyone stays on the correct lap. And I think eventually, presumably, we'll have dangers out behind the pace truck. So they're our overall leader to lead us to the green shortly. They do have, on the same lap as them, UGA Motorsports right behind Richard Cawthraw, who's grabbed that one, and then Flim Flam Speed HJ car not far behind. So not going to be any trapped cars between our three Ford Mustang leaders when we go green flag racing. That's going to be exciting to watch. All three of those cars starting together on the same lap, battling for the lead.
Yeah, and it's some familiar names out front here. Danger's out, of course, leading the race with Chris Huggins in the car. Behind him, he's actually got Richard Cawthra, who has been at a couple of these races. But for folks who don't know him, he is an instructor at the Porsche Driving Experience in real life, so he's pretty quick. Though he does race with a laptop clamped. Or a wheel clamped to a laptop clamped to a desk, I think is the arrangement. Anyway, it's not the ideal seating position from what I understand. Behind him, Antonio Alvarez is in third place. Yes, yeah, I think that's our guy that was sitting on boxes.
Well, there we go. You make do and you go racing how you can. Lights are still on the pace truck, so that's going to let some of the cars that were waved around close up to the back of this pack still. We'll have come around to the start-finish line shortly and then presumably have one more lap. Looks like wave arounds have been completed. Our top three out on track here in Ford Mustangs, all pitted under that caution and now together on the pace truck. So that's brought the strategy together for our top three in the Mustang class. Looking at our top three in the Solstice class, it looks like Love Racing have ended up a whole lap clear of second and third, so they'll be happy with that.
You say a whole lap, but on track, Sven Demmel in that Hugh Jass Winter Solstice car and Henry Spence in that CLT Motorsports car are actually just behind Love Racing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, but a lap down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see both of them make aggressive moves on Love Racing here on Chance Putra to try and get back on the lap, especially after we saw what happened the last time we had a caution where there was 2 or 3 in a row. Next time by, it looks like we'll be going to green. So these guys, I'm sure the nerves are racing, hearts are beating, and they'll be looking for every opportunity they can to get ahead.
Jetta class, the only pit stop we saw there was Bavarian Mustache Works. Everyone else staying out, presumably because fuel is not a concern for those Jettas. They could have filled them an hour ago and still make it to the end on fuel. You can easily get 4 hours out of the tank, but the maximum drive time is 2 hours there. So the Jettas have stayed out. All except our 5th place car, which is 6 laps behind their class leader. With this proposition of this fantastic racing we might see for the Mustangs, I try not to forget about the other classes and their own fantastic battles that they're having. So the drop of the green flag, the Mustangs are going to be where to watch. But then we'll also have to check in with 2nd and 3rd in the Solstice class because they're on the same strategy and together on track as well.
And we do have the top 4 all sort of sitting together there, or top 3, I guess. American Lunatics is a little bit further back in the queue. But right behind the top 3, we also have Team Village Idiots and Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who are in 5th and 6th place, but a lap down. So that cohort is also going to be looking at this caution as an opportunity to try and get some track position back if they can make their way through traffic efficiently and get ahead of these leaders.
Bit of a check-up under caution, and Love Racing actually tapped the back of the 380. I think that's T&A Racing, but no damage to anyone that I can tell. Still, you got to keep your wits about you and be alert, even under caution. At what are we doing, about 40 miles an hour?
Yeah, I think
I drive faster through school zones.
I think this truck has it.
I don't. I drive safely through school zones.
Yeah, don't say that too loud, otherwise you might not get invited back to come and race in the States. But these guys are tightening up as we head into turn NASCAR 3, and we'll see what they do as they come to the line.
Indeed, lights out on the pace truck, and he's about to pull in. Got Chris Huggins for Dangers Out, Richard Cawthorne for UGA Motorsports, and Antonio Alvarez in the HJ Flim Flam Speed car. Your first 3 cars behind the pace car, your first 3 cars in the overall standings, and all on brand new tyres. They're going to be pretty quick. Your pace truck is in. Chris Huggins gets up to speed quickly and through the chicane as the green flag's about to wave for them. I'm not seeing it yet, though. I could be wrong here, but we are definitely racing at speed. Dangers out, UGA Motorsports, and HJ Flim Flam Speed. Devin, are you still seeing a yellow out there on caution, out there on circuit, despite the pace truck coming in?
I am, and I'm a little bit confused by it. We'll see what's going to happen here. I wouldn't be surprised to see an aborted start because those guys did jump it pretty hard, but I haven't heard anything from race control yet. So if the sim allows it, I think that race control wants to continue, and we'll just see what the sim has to say about it. Oh yeah, and it looks like race control has decided to.
We had this problem. We had this problem with one of the cautions at Road America, I do believe, where there was a miscommunication with the flag stands and the pace vehicle came in and we didn't get the green flags just yet. So we're going to do one lap again behind the pace truck and hopefully get ourselves a proper start once again. But a little problem with race control there. Not Alex Albert's fault. He's done everything right there, but a problem with communication between, I guess, what race control wanted and what the flaggers on circuit have displayed. The whole field might have to really check up here for the pace truck to catch them.
Yeah, I think they're coming around. Okay, yeah, they're going to let the pace truck catch back up. I don't envy the position of Alex Albert, though. Stewart, he's on the radio. He's whipping him, trying to get him to slow down, and not something these drivers want to do, obviously. It is a little bit odd, though. iRacing does tend to struggle a little bit when you get these complex multi-class scenarios and a lot of wave rounds, a lot of things like that happening. It doesn't always love it under the caution.
No, so we've got our leader, Chris Huggins, Dangers Out, currently on the banking, trying to drive at about 12 miles an hour. And even at that speed, it's going to take a while for the pace truck to catch him. Remember when they had to come to a complete stop earlier?
So yeah, we don't know. It stayed yellow there. So we're throwing another yellow. Hopefully the flaggers will see to it that we can go green here in a minute. So
yeah, you fix up those radios to the flag man.
But the drivers, that's what we're doing here. Just going slow, letting the pace truck come through.
Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, voice of race control there. It kind of looks like we're watching a slow motion shot here, but let me tell you, this is real speed. Your leader for Dangers Out driving along at 12 or 13 miles an hour on the banking here, waiting for that Chevy pace truck to come catch up to the front of the field so we can do a lap under caution, get the word out to our flaggers, get everything as it should be, and get this race started once again. There goes the pace truck to the head of the field. Thankfully, we're not really going to have to do any wave rounds because, yeah, the field should be as it ought to be in order right now. We'll work that one out. Hopefully, we get racing again shortly here at Charlotte.
We are seeing two cars, Justin Hall in the Summer Solstice, and it looks like the Dieselgate Jetta going through the pits. Chris nicely pitting. Looks like they're doing a driver swap for Huge Ass Dieselgate, which is a little unexpected.
Yeah, a hold for 15 seconds for entering closed pit 2, I see, as I'm technically a member of that car. So that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they got a lap back during the last caution, and so they didn't want to give that up. But now that they had the opportunity here to dive into the pits, whether or not they had to take a penalty, they decided it was worth it.
I think they're still a lap down on the two OST cars, unfortunately. But again, we're going to see how this shakes out. And yeah, my goodness, we had this exciting proposition of 3 Mustangs about to do battle for the lead of class here. And then we've had to abort that start. Hopefully we'll get it this time. I'm seeing the lights are off on the pace truck again. Hopefully cycling all of this through, the word will get out. We'll get green flags and get racing this time.
Yeah. Looking at the Solstice field, The fourth place car, number 619, a huge ass Summer Solstice, has actually decided to take the opportunity to pit here as well. They'll be taking the same penalty as the huge ass Dieselgate car, that 15-second stop and hold. But it has allowed them to switch to Alex Cofford, who is their final driver by the looks of things, or maybe second to last driver, as we are still 2 hours and 50 some minutes remaining. But Alex Cofford is a pretty quick driver, especially in these momentum cars. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him making up some time on the field as well.
Well, I got all worked up ready for that last race start, and hopefully it wasn't in vain, and we get underway racing here through that backstretch chicane behind the pace truck for the last time. This time I noticed Chris Huggins is giving plenty of space to the pace truck, and maybe when the truck pulls on to the pit entry, he'll wait a little longer before putting the throttle down. Maybe that was the issue, is he was a little close to the pace truck and jumped a little earlier than our flaggers were expecting. Well, we've got 2 hours, 51 minutes left now of this race, Champ Car iRacing special event from Charlotte Motor Speedway, the iRacing 8 Hours of Charlotte. This time we get the green flag. Chris Huggins is going to lead them across the start-finish line. Richard Cawthraw is in hot pursuit. He was eyes on a stalk waiting for that race start, just a couple tenths behind, just a car length or so off the lead. Antonio Alvarez for HJ Flinkland Speed rolls with them, and the Village Idiots, who have ended up a lap down, are right in this pace-wise as well. Shane Cameron has taken it back from Lance Cameron, and he's going to try and get that car back on the lead lap, potentially. We are green flag racing at Charlotte, Devon.
Yeah, and so for the viewers, just to understand, the Shane Cameron, the green and black car that's in fourth place there, they're actually fifth place overall, but they are a lap down on these 3 leaders, so they're definitely thinking if we can get past these guys, we can get back on the lead lap, especially with the way we've seen cautions causing cautions here, as he eats up a cone heading onto the tri-oval. Some slight dramas getting racing again here. Someone is stopped or slow out on circuit. It might have been Drift Nuts or Lemons Warbanger potentially. I think I saw Daring Greatly Racing pick up a spot into 9th off of that restart, but it's a great lead that Chris Huggins has built out. He's nearly got 2 seconds over UGA Motorsports. UGA are under a lot of pressure here from Flim Flam Speed, as the Colombian can't find a way around. And he's in a tough spot because he does have Village Idiots behind, trying to get a lap back on him. Eventually, he might have to let that happen. Shane Cameron's looking very, very quick in a Mustang. Well, and I think we've seen a little bit of strategy play out here, because On Second Thought Racing, who was the leader of the Jetta class, was waved around during that last caution before the split caution happened there. And just ahead of, Kyle Herbst, there's a few cars that are wrecking. I'm seeing Gio Romano in the huge-ass Dieselgate car turning the wrong way, broken. Adam Poppenhaus with Resilience Racing also taking some damage. And Ernesto Carriosa in the bucket list number 370 has been damaged so badly he's going to have to take a pit stop. So not what those guys wanted. But anyway, some interesting stuff going on in the On Second Thought cars right now. As we see, that was a scary wreck for Gio. He actually rolled it and ended up on his roof. Anyways, some exciting stuff going on in the Jetta field. Not just the fact that the car was just upside down and is now driving again, but also the fact that both of the leading cars decided to pit, and one of them took the 15-second stop and hold penalty for pitting under caution. The other one actually waited until the green flag lap to go and pit and do a driver swap. So they have now until 7 hours and 15 minutes completed in order to drive those drivers out. So it'll be interesting to see if they end up making another driver swap under green flag, or what that ends up meaning for them. But certainly a different way of playing it. I think they've got some sort of strategy thing going on there for sure, though.
Well, in the Mustang field, that fantastic proposition of that battle has started to spread out, as Danger's out. Pull a gap on UGA, who started pulling a gap on Antonio Alvarez in Hugh Jazz Flim Flam Speed Shop. But still, it is all very, very close in that class. I can tell you for sure that there's meatball flags out for Giovanni Romano in the HJ Dieselgate Jetta.
And we are having another caution just because of the 3-car wreck that we just saw. We are hearing race control talking about what's been going on, asking the drivers to calm down.
Had a few penalties thrown out there. So there's black flags for
Gary Hamann and Bill Choice.
Yeah, it was Lemon's wall racing, I think, was one that got a penalty for on the restart, and Hastings Tires Jetta had been given a penalty for their send on, it was one of the Solstice cars, and that was the same incident that then collected and rolled the Dieselgate car with Romano.
You know what, Haynes, with the third caution here in a few minutes, let's take a little break here and figure out what's going on, what these penalties are all about, and take a little break while we're under yellow here.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway for this Champ Car iRacing special event. 8 hours of Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're about to get green flag racing once again. Lights are out on our pace truck, and our leader, Chris Huggins, for Dangers Out in the Ford Mustang. It's giving plenty of space to the pace truck this time after the false start a little while ago. Hopefully the word's gotten out to all of our flaggers and we're ready for a good race restart here. Tyler James is massively keen for Dangers Out here, showing his love on YouTube and on Facebook. That's how much he's cheering on Chris Huggins. So the pace truck pulls on down, and once again, it's going to be a tough restart for Chris Huggins, but one thing that is going to help him is he's got on third thoughts between him and Richard Cawthorne in the UGA Motorsports car, second in class. Green flag is out. We get racing. Clean enough start this time, it looks like.
Yeah, and that positioning of that on third thought car is actually more significant than just for the Mustang class. That on third thought car is now 2 full laps behind the leader in class, which is the on second thought team car, holding that position. So it looks like whatever experiment on second thought pulled to get Kyle Herbst in the car has worked out for them and not worked out for Will Robbins in that on third thought car.
Interesting thing to note from this with 2 hours 40 minutes to go is that some of the Mustang teams are now only 1 pit stop away from making it to the end. We know they can get kind of close to an hour 20 on a stint. Well, now it's 2 hours 40 to go. We'll see if there's yet more cautions to happen in this race. But certainly now's the point that the Mustang teams have got to start thinking about what their strategy is to get to the end. The strategy is probably a little bit simpler for our other classes with longer range fuel tanks. 4 cars on the lead lap in the Mustang class, and 5th place car, Team Village Idiots, trying desperately to see if they can get a lap back. They're only a teeny bit away from being able to do so. Devin just gave us the situation in the Jetta class, and for our Solstice, it does look like Love Racing still have a full lap over everyone else, but the second place battle is going to be an interesting one to watch. Sven Demmel for Hujas Winter Solstice, only just a couple seconds up the road from CLT Motorsports. In third, we've got Henry Spence, see his Club Carolina, so he's also looking like he's got a pretty decent I rating, so he might be someone able to give a bit of chase there in the battle for second and third amongst our Solstice class.
Yeah, I was actually just beginning to enjoy what's shaping up here between car 527, Daring Greatly Racing, and car 347, Driftnut. They do have a car between them right now. It looks like the almost Jackie X car, but the two of them are slicing and dicing a little bit as they try to race with each other, the both of them being 3 laps down on the lead, but fortunately for them, very close to each other on track.
Yep, those guys are going to come towards the backstretch chicane here, and Daring Greatly Racing is being helped by that almost Team Jackie X car, separating them from Drift Nuts. You can see a little bit of back and forth between Drift Nuts and Daring Greatly Racing earlier, and I think Drift Nuts were the winners there. So Daring Greatly Racing have got themselves a position back, and are now maybe trying to build out a little bit of a gap. Christopher Horton driving for them right now.
Another battle that's a little bit down in the field. Oh, as it goes around, car number 22, Peter Kessler, just dodged narrowly the car number 36 of Hang Loose Racing with Justin Craig at the wheel. Justin Craig and Aaron Bluestone of TNA Racing just made contact, and TNA Racing is crabbing heavily as they head back to the pits. Yeah, and watching this back, it looks like Justin was trying to make a move around the outside, got a little deep, and then couldn't get it turned back to the right, and that was the end for both of those cars.
It looks like some Eurobeat drifting action from TNA Racing, trying to bring that thing back to the pits down on the apron. That TNA Racing car flipped very, very hard there by, I think, what might have been a bit of an aggressive move. Going around the outside rarely works at that particular corner.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I mean, I was just starting to call them out because I could see the battle developing, but you never, you need some help from the other driver to get by that. And at the end of the day, that's going to cost TNA Racing a fair amount of time because it looks like they don't have a fast repair. Wouldn't be surprised to see race control weigh in on that one.
That is, well, it definitely sounded like the driver for TNA was quite displeased with that maneuver. And so we might see them lodge a protest form and have race control look into that incident because they definitely feel aggrieved, definitely feel put out and like it wasn't their fault. Those are all of the things you need before you lodge a protest form, try and get another driver penalized for their reckless or potentially dangerous action.
Team Village Idiots has managed to overtake Huge Ass Flim Flam, the Flim Flam sponsored car, but is now sort of stuck a little bit behind the UGA Motorsports car. Of course, you remember, folks, that Team Village Idiots with Shane Cameron at the wheel is a lap behind the two leaders that are just in front of him, but this is as good an opportunity as any for him to get back onto the lead lap, so that's what he's trying to do right now.
They've got some people wondering how they race with us here on iRacing for these ChampCar iRacing special events. All of the information, and I mean literally everything you need to know, is on forum.champcar.org under the iRacing section. Right at the top of the forum, we've got how you might get started on iRacing. We've got how to set up your team together on iRacing to race together. And then, of course, the sign-up information for these special events, and also all of the information for the Wednesday night year-long ChampCar iRacing series, which is paying some fantastic prizes for the points champion and for participation. 2 free entries being given away in that one. So if you are an iRacing person or someone who maybe fancies a bit of sim racing, and you're a Champ Car person who wants to race with us, check it out on the forum.champcar.org. Some handy guides, all of the information, and all of your fellow racers who are on iRacing there as well.
Yeah, and it's really surprised me. I guess maybe it's not surprising, but it's been really pleasant to see. No, it's been really pleasant to see how the community's kind of sprung up and banded together on iRacing. It's almost every single night that we have a practice session going for whatever race is coming up next. Teams are helping out other teams, giving newbies guidance on setup and not just the in-car setup, like how high is your spring perch offset and that sort of thing, but actual physical computer setup. Hey, my monitor's doing this. Can you help me out? Hey, I don't understand how to access this part of the sim. Can you help me out? Really bringing down the barrier to entry and bringing in a lot of people into the sim. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that, something like 30 or 50% of the field here wasn't iRacing a month ago, and a fair chunk of them have gotten it set up, gotten those wheels out of the closet, and gotten racing as a result of this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like a regular Champ Car garage.
Doc, it's starting to close up at the lead here. The last 2 laps, Richard Cawthron has, found a comfy spot on his boxes and tightened the clamps on his laptop, and he's closed in on Chris Huggins. It's now down to 0.4 of a second, and he's bringing the Village Idiots along with him. So they're much, much closer to being able to get a lap back in a minute. So that's closing up there. Huggins, off some of the previous restarts, had sort of bolted away into the distance. It's not happening right now. Richard Cawthron right up behind him.
Yeah, and the eagle-eyed among our viewers will notice that the headlights have gone on the front of these Mustangs. It is now coming up on 6 p.m.
Headlights are always on.
Okay.
Headlights are always on the Mustang unless you hit something to break them. Then they go off. But then once it gets dark enough, they'll come back out.
Okay, well, they have become a little bit more visible because the sun is starting to descend. We're at 6 p.m. in the simulator, down to 90 degrees Fahrenheit with the weather, which is down about 30 degrees from the peak that we saw earlier today. So these cars are all going to be getting faster, and the Mustangs in particular are going to get a lot more drivable as the track temps continue to descend, so they can be more aggressive as they're overtaking these Jettas and Solstices in the infield. Aggression that Richard Cawthron could have used as he was trying to get by the Hang Loose Racing Solstice there, piloted by Justin R. Craig.
Indeed, gets through eventually, but cost him maybe just over a second to the lead of the race. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. In this case, it's taken away from UGA Motorsports. But I think if they've got the pace, they'll get that back. And maybe at some point they'll catch traffic at a nice place that Dangers Out aren't able to do.
Yeah, I think they got a little help even just there from Carlos Corridor in the Buckless number 147 Solstice. But simple enough, you have to get offline. And this is really, truly kind of a one-line racetrack. There's not a lot of spots where you can comfortably go too wide without losing a boatload of time. And that's the case that we're seeing there.
There's a little bit more room to be flexible through the infield, but the chicanes between the banking definitely thoroughly one line only, as we learnt with one of the previous incidences that caused one of the yellows, one of our cautions. So having worked his way then through the traffic, it's picking up again for Richard Cawthron, who's brought the lead gap underneath a second once again, trying to chip away at that. The battle I was thinking about for the Solstice class has started to spread out. It does appear like Sven Demmel's got a little bit more pace than Henry Spence between those two guys. So I feel like at the lead of the Mustangs, it's not giving them preferential treatment because they're the fastest class. I think this is because it's truly the closest real battle we've got out on the racetrack at the moment, having raced 5.5 hours now.
Well, there is a little bit of competition for that title. Oh, no, I'm mistaken. The on second thought guys are tricking me. Huge Ass Dieselgate and On Third Thought have actually ended up on the same lap because of the way the pit cycle shook out and that extra caution. But that means they're about 15 seconds apart on the track, and they actually have the On Second Thought car, which is 2 laps ahead of them, between the two of them on the track. So there's some interesting stuff going on in the Jetta field, and I'll keep an eye on that battle and let you folks know if Huge Ass Dieselgate and On Second Thought, On Third Thought are battling with each other.
UGA Motorsports having to defend from village idiots who are fighting to get their lap back, and it's hurting sort of both of them at the moment here. This is not helping UGA catch the leader. I mean, they're not dropping back too far, but it certainly doesn't help them that they've got to defend a car trying to get a lap back while they're trying to close in on the lead. Lap times are definitely getting quicker as that track temperature has dropped. We were seeing, 1 minute 31s, 1 minute 32s from Mustangs not very long ago. Now, these guys are flying along. Huggins and Cawthron both putting in lap times in the 129s.
Yeah, and one final point to make about the Jettas before we move completely on from them. Teams Hastings Tires Plus, which had been battling in 6th or 5th place with Bavarian Mustache Works, is still in 5th place, but now they're much farther back, about 9 laps behind. About 14 laps behind the leader now. They're stuck on pit lane after an accident with the Solstice that Troy Isidore says he didn't see until it was too late. So unfortunately for them, they are parked for now and wrenching on that car trying to get it back in the race.
Our leading cars work their way past Love Racing, your leader, by a very healthy margin now in the Solstice class. Now trying to get by Hot Pockets here. It's Hot Pockets singular, actually. Thought the product was plural, but what do I know? So round the outside on the banking becomes the inside for the final chicane. First and second place work their way through. Village Idiots also get that as Hot Pocket are forced to shortcut the final chicane there.
Yeah, and Hot Pocket was up and battling with the leaders earlier in the race. They were definitely in the top 10 for a fair part of it, but they've suffered some setbacks in the second half of this race, including a few trips to pit lane and a significant bit of damage on the car, which has left them sitting in what I believe is about 16th place in class. And 15th place in class, and now 11 laps down on the leader. So they are battling with Resilience Racing still, but their chase for the lead is more or less ended at this point.
Yeah, their hot pocket has gone a bit cold. Let's see if they... Well, it's good to have them still racing at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, Resilience Racing is right there, about a half lap behind them, so they do still have some competition.
Dangers out in UGA Motorsport still very, very close as they have to work their way past 2 Solstice.
Oh boy. And we've just had some contact in the mid-pack. Car number 66. And that's led to this caution, I believe. That was Brian Cheney in the Jackie X, number 66. He made contact with Ian Mayberry in the Lemons Wallbanger. It looks like Ian initially actually made contact with the Justin R. Craig Hang Loose Racing Solstice, which caused him to go sliding across the track into that other Mustang. Oh, and then
So
he got hit by a Solstice as well.
For the number 66, almost Team Jackie X Racing. It's a shame for them because they were on the same lap as their team car and they're having a little bit of back and forth as well there. 3 wide for the guys there, did not work out. And that's tough to see for the 66, almost Team Jackie X.
Yeah, and it looks like a black flag has already been issued for that incident.
Race control had been throwing the blue flags out for the Lemons Wallbanger car that was holding up the 66 before that incident. So race control had already had some of their patience reduced by the number 19 not fully adhering to the blue flags. And then when that led to an incident that caused significant damage for another car, I think that, race control were already looking at it, so they didn't need to rewind any of the tapes to see what had happened. The penalty delivered rather swiftly there, unfortunately, to Lemons Wallbanger, and unfortunate for almost Team Jackie X, who then lose their motor.
Yeah. And we are going to see the top 3 of the Jetta field all glued together here. It looks like they more or less are going to get queued up without any traffic in between them. Of course, the on second thought car is 2 laps ahead of the on third thought car, but the on third thought and the Hugh Jazz Dieselgate car are on the same lap, and they'll be battling within a second of each other on this next restart.
Yeah, don't see any cars between them as you point out. So,
and further news
wonder what.
Yeah, further news of significance. Let's see how this caution shakes out. But by the looks of things, Love Racing with Sean Saputra at the wheel has now been overtaken sufficiently by CLT Motorsports and Hugh Jass Winter Solstice, putting both of them on the same lap, and in fact about 15 or 20 seconds behind that Love Racing car on the track.
So that's made the Solstice battle a little bit more interesting then, hasn't it? The pace has been rewarded from those cars, including Sven Demmel, to get themselves back on the lead lap in class, and then this caution has certainly helped them out. Unless we hear something different, it's 1 to go before we get the green flag, so 1 lap left on this caution. A couple teams diving down on the lane now, including one of the HJ Solstice cars, presumably having got that lap back. Now's a great time to take service.
Yeah, and I'm seeing Joshua Rubenstein for Hot Pocket pitting, as well as the Sender's local union car with, who's that? Brian Cheney? No, Seth Gozlowski going into the wheel.
So this is interesting development here for the 88 Hugh Jass Winter Solstice that had worked its way back into the lead lap in second and now pits. driver swap from Sven Demmel to Paul Roddy, but we are 2 hours, 21 minutes away from the end of the race. If they give Paul Roddy the full drive time there, they're going to have to make a driver swap and a pit stop with 20 minutes or so left in this race. That'll probably be a pretty short splash of fuel, but the limiting thing is going to be the driver swap on that final pit stop for those guys.
Yeah, I wonder if what's happening here is they're putting in Paul as like a little bit of a bridge, get Sven out of the car for a few minutes and do 25 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, and then put Sven back in the car for the end of the race. They both had competitive pace, but now that they're on the same lap, I think that might be how it goes to the end of the race here. And as we're
going to get racing soon, we've got UGA Motorsports in the lead here. Dangers Out opted to pit. John Hurley has taken over in that car. That puts them fourth, but there's going to be a lot of traffic between them and the lead here. So an interesting strategy call. Richard Cawthron is going to lead us to the green flag here in the UGA Motorsports Ford Mustang. Pace car in. Cawthron still holding pace car speed, but then he applies the throttle, gets up to speed, and we're racing once again. This time with 2 hours, 19 minutes left on the clock. American Lunatics from third actually dive into pit road on the green flag lap here, coming to the green. So that's an interesting strategy call from the Lunatics. But UGA Motorsports lead away, pull a big gap on some of the cars behind, and they've got Village Idiots right behind them who would so dearly like to get back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, and they've been pushing really hard. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and make a move early here, especially with the way we've seen caution come right after caution, usually in this race. And it is definitely getting dark out there. I think the sun is fully descended behind the grandstand. Might be getting just a little bit of sunshine on the back straight, but other than that, it's almost time for the lights to come on, and I think we're all excited for that. 2 hours and 17 minutes, 18 minutes left in the race here.
Well, second and third for that Jetta class. Very interesting as they're side by side on the banking. That's Giovanni Romano trying to get ahead of Will Robbins into the chicane, and I think he's done it. So a swap for position there. Second and third in that Jetta class, and the first time in what feels like hours that it hasn't been led by the two OST cars. Giovanni Romano from Canada comes in to break up the OST monopoly that they had previously held on that class. That's interesting, but still a couple laps ahead is the on second thought car. It's the on third thought car gets moved into its namesake's position of third place.
Yeah, but if I'm Gio, I'm feeling great. I mean, they've been 2 laps down for the last 3.5 hours, and now suddenly they're on the same lap as third place and able to take second
after
place
going
away.
on the lid.
Yeah, exactly.
After they're rolling in before one of the previous cautions within the last hour, where they had a lot of damage on that Jetta and saw the ground and saw the sky and saw the ground and saw the sky again.
Yeah, so a really great drive, and I mean, you can hardly even classify it as a recovery drive once you're up to second place, but he's doing a great job, that's for sure. And that's a car that's definitely punishing to drive. I mean, simple little mistakes get you bouncing, and then you can easily slide into a wall.
It's a very tough car on the brakes. For the speed that it does, the braking distances are quite long. You're on the brakes a little early than maybe some of the other cars, just because It's very skittish at the rear. You can't adjust the brake bias at all in any way whatsoever, even with mechanical tools on pit road. How it leaves the factory is how it is for the brake bias on that car. So it's a bit skittish with the poor damping in the suspension and the brake bias, and makes the braking distances quite long and challenging for the Jetta.
Oh yeah, and we've contemplated looking at some of these Jettas before, but they're just so heavy from the factory too, like really, really, really heavy cars. So I imagine that's contributing to that braking distance as well.
Well, at the front of the field, UJ Motorsports still lead, but Village Idiots have gotten around, which means they've gotten their lap back. We have 5 Mustangs on the lead lap. What a fight from Shane Cameron there, who drove the first 4 hours of this race solo, handed the car over to his dad for a stint, has gotten back behind the wheel and fought to put that car back on the lead lap. That is determination.
Yeah, and that's including a 30-second stop and hold penalty for breaking the driver time limit, right? So if he ends up having to do that again, he might have to take another one, but here's hoping that he's able to get that car out in front far enough that he can put his dad back in, Lance Cameron, for the end of the race. And before we only compliment Team Village Idiots for that kind of thing, believe it or not, Chattanooga Touring Wagon is currently running alongside the huge-ass Flim Flam Speed Entry, which is in second place overall. I think Chattanooga's seen what has happened with Team Village Idiots and thought, hey, that looks like a pretty good idea. I'd like to be on the lead lap. And so they're pushing hard to try and catch up to Richard Crothry in that UGA Motorsports car as well.
Yeah, they are. The mellow yellow has been fixed a couple times. It's looking great now. And speeds continuing to increase as the track gets cooler. And there's definitely some places out there where the track is fully in the shade now as we head into the evening time in session here. Lap time last time from Richard Corthroy in the lead was a 1:28. So they are definitely picking up a lot of speed in all of the classes out there as the track cools off, becomes a little bit more forgiving.
Yeah, and in classes other than the Jetta class, this might actually be coming back to some of the setups for some of these cars, because I know that a lot of the practice sessions were just going right from the start of the race, which of course was about 60 degrees or 70 degrees cooler than what we saw in the middle of this race today.
So now I'm looking for Chattanooga Touring Wagon to find their way around the HJ Flim Flam Speed car. We've also got, looks like Drift Nuts and Taylor Chase joining this as well. Drift Nuts is 3 laps down, but certainly there's a wide variety of experience for a lot of these different teams, and some teams that didn't start this race so strong have found some more experienced drivers to put in later in the race and are absolutely up to speed now.
Yeah, I'm looking a little further back at 13th and 14th place. That's car number 8 and car number 32 with Senders Local Union and running on empty. Senders Local Union has run into a few issues throughout the course of this race, but they've got now, they've managed to just overtake the running on empty car piloted by Dale Clough here. Haven't had a lot of time to talk about running on empty this race, but they've been putting up a respectable and clean race for the most part, but a few unfortunate accidents have left them in 4 laps down in 14th place with 2 and a bit hours to go here.
Yeah, a little bit of time lost for running on empty there as they let the 66 car on through. That almost Jackie X Racing car is back out on track, thankfully, after the nasty incident they had that caused, I believe that was our last caution. It does appear at the moment Senders Local Union in whatever on earth you're meant to call that colour of car I hesitate to even say turquoise or aquamarine. They do appear to be just a little bit faster. Teal? Really? Okay.
I'd call it ugly if it were me.
There are some lovely livery cars in today's race, and also we have Sender's local union, and we're delighted to have them, and we mean no offense. Don't mean no.
But come on.
Driving that right now, Seth Kozlowski was their opening driver before Andrew Shembry drove. Jamie Wolak drove as well, and Joe Krzyzewski. So they've had 4 drivers in that car today, and Seth is the first guy to jump back in for a second stint.
Yeah, and by the looks of things, Seth ran the fastest lap of the race, though I think that might have been assisted by some cooler track temperatures this morning. But using that logic, it seems like they've put their fast guy back in for what will likely be most of the final stint of the race, though they will have to take one more stop, as with all the Mustangs, because the Mustangs only run about, an hour 20 minutes on fuel, as we've seen today?
Yeah, and even then, we've been, green for quite a few laps now. It's going to be close even for one stop remaining for a lot of the Mustangs. Maybe the exception would be American Lunatics, who pitted 6 laps ago. They are the only, them and Daring Greatly Racing, I think, are the only Mustangs I see that are within the window of being only one stop away from the end of the race. So maybe that strategy that American Lunatics employed, where the green flag was out, we were going back to racing, and they dived into pit road then and there, maybe that was the minute they'd entered the window to be able to pit and get to the end. I mean, otherwise, it'd look kind of foolish to be pitting immediately after a caution when you could have pitted underneath the caution and pits were open. But we've seen some great strategy calls from American Lunatics. Maybe they've crunched the numbers and they think that that's what they need to do.
Color this commentator on an unconvinced so far. They will have to do at least one more driver swap between the end of the race for the 2-hour drive time limit, right? So despite how the pit strategy has worked out for them before, they're going to need something to happen to help them out before the end of this race if they want this pit strategy to work out. I was informed by the comment section of one of the streams that we are expecting a 3rd driver in the car for them before the end of the race, though I don't see him on the list, so it's possible that someone else is going to be getting behind the wheel of that sim rig for them rather than Matthew Thomas before the end of this race. So if we suddenly see a big improvement or change, then we might know that we've got a different driver, not Matthew Thomas, driving that American Lunatics car towards the front.
I am going to gladly accept that you are unconvinced on that, because I am convinced there's, if it stays green, 2 more stops to get to the end for UGA Motorsports, 2 more stops for HJ Flim Flam, 2 more stops for Team Village Idiots, 2 more stops for Chattanooga Touring Wagon, and only 1 more stop for American Lunatics.
Okay, I buy
American
it.
Lunatics are solidly on the lead lap as well. You never know what could happen, but I think all things considered, they've put themselves in an interesting position where even though they're 55 seconds off the lead, now 58 seconds off the lead, they're still on the lead lap with 1 stop less to go than your leader.
Yeah, you know, and I didn't see that the other cars had 2 stops left to go. I was thinking they all had 1 stop left to go. So if that's the case, then their strategy makes a lot more sense to me.
I've managed to get reconnected.
Oh, hey, Doc.
That's great to hear, Doc. Rude of them to disconnect you on your birthday.
I'm telling you, isn't it though?
He had to go blow out the candles. That's a long process.
Tell me about it.
Low
There's a
blow.
lot of them.
Hope one day I get to come to one of your birthday parties, Doc.
Come on, we have them every race.
I know, that's why I'm thinking it's possible.
Since the whole garage seems to be in on it now.
There's no secrets, is there?
None.
A little bit of back and forth for second and third amongst our Solstar here, because Henry Spence driving the CLT 258 only has about 3 seconds in hand over Paul Roddy driving the HJ Winter Solstice. And they're putting in lap times that are very, very similar. And last time they put in lap times that were faster than Sean Saputra driving the Love Racing car in the lead. So that could definitely become interesting as well, with Paul Roddy maybe just pulling a little bit out of second place, and second place pulling a second and a half out of the lead on the last lap.
And despite what the timing screens are telling us, they are on the same lap as Sean Saputra in that number 2 Love Racing machine right now. They just have the overall leader between the two of them. So this is actually a pretty tight race for the front of the Solstice field right now.
Yeah, great to see. Love Racing and CLT pitted only 1 lap apart last time. So they're going to be on a very, very similar strategy there. But seeing as we've had a couple cautions, quite a bit of time under yellow since their last pit stops, I think the drive time of 2 hours is going to come up well before the low fuel light for Love Racing and CLT. So if we had, 2 hours of green flag running, it's a bit give or take which one do you reach first. The car can do 2 hours, but it's close. With a little bit of yellow, that definitely means that the limiting factor for Love Racing and CLT is their drive time. And they're about to reach that 2 hours to go that opens up that window to put a driver in to go to the end. So maybe if you Love Racing or CLT, do you go as long as the fuel and current driver time allows, or do you pit once that window opens to get a driver in for the end?
I guess it depends on how they think Sean Saputra's doing. He's been fine pace-wise, but he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting for them in terms of number of laps completed. He did one stint that went from lap 49 all the way to lap 112 for them earlier in the race, and he's been on this one for another 31 laps already. So if they're thinking that he's a little bit worn out, well, it might be time to put someone else in the car.
Doc, do you ever make the strategy calls on the pit wall, or do you delegate that to someone else?
I'm very rarely down on the pit road anymore. I'm mostly up in the booth, so I used to make them.
Knowing what we know about how long the pit stops take, that you can probably stay on the lead lap if you're close to the lead. What would you do approaching this 2 hours to go? You gonna pit early or stay out and hope a caution helps you?
I'm going to stay out and hope a caution helps me.
Okay, putting all your money on yellow.
This race is making me wonder if there are any cars in the real world that you could get to go 4 hours on a full tank of fuel.
Yes, the 944.
The 944 will do 4 hours on a tank of fuel?
Yep, the way Visceral Racing's doing it.
Dang, son. Because if you can get that going, then Yeah, you save a lot of time.
Yeah, they've done it at AMP this year or last year.
Yeah. So you're saying it's time for me to go and buy a 944 with maybe a
Well,
Jetta drivetrain to put in.
they're the only ones that have done it.
Now I've got something to Google once this race is all over.
I'm looking and I'm seeing that the fourth place Solstice, the 619 UJAS Summer Solstice, is just on the lead lap with their class leader. They're a car that would certainly be helped by a bit of yellow between now and the end. But they are flying along, fastest car out there in class. My goodness, that was a very rapid last lap from Alex Coffard.
Yeah.
Maybe the sandbags in that car was that he couldn't join earlier because he was having some technical problems. Now he's there. Look at that. 2 seconds, 3 seconds faster than every other Solstice.
Yeah, that was a heck of a lap last time. If he keeps having some open track, he's not going to need a caution to get back around. He's going to make it all up on his own. Alex Cofford is a guy.
Jetta doesn't hurt.
Yeah, for sure. And Alex Cofford is a guy that is very passionate about racing. So if he feels like he's got a fire underneath him, we know that he'll put everything on the line as he chases back down towards the lead of that Solstice class. Now that makes 4 drivers on the lead lap in class with under 2 hours to go in this race.
Yeah, we have crossed over into that final quarter of this race. 8 hours of Charlotte now within the final 2 hours, which is important for the strategy because we are enforcing the maximum 2-hour drive time like you would get in a real Champ Car Endurance Series race. So the strategies look a little bit similar, especially for the Pontiac Solstice and Volkswagen Jetta that have the fuel capacity to race for 2 hours. Not a lot of cars on iRacing do, but these ones are, I'm going to say, efficient enough, not underpowered enough, that their fuel tanks last for the duration. Speaking of, third place on the lane, we're within the last 2 hours, and I think this is Huge-Ass Winter Solstice, the 88, making that strategy call I said, put the other driver in as soon as you can. Or did Sven Demmel stay in and they just service the car? What am I seeing?
No, you're seeing Paul T. Roddy getting out of the car and Sven Demmel getting back in. So it looks like, as predicted, we put Sven Demmel out of the car for a few minutes and then let him back in after about 20 laps so that he can go and finish the end of the race. And with the way Cofford is putting in laps right now, that's probably a good idea because Demmel is also a very fast driver. And if there's that much extra lap time available, then he'll be one to go and find it for sure.
Yeah, so the 88 car comes out of the pits, still in third place, still on the lead lap, but not that far up the road from the HJ sister car, the Summer Solstice. So, yeah, certainly if they'd left that much longer, the kind of pace that Alex Coffard was doing, maybe the 88 might have become the fourth place car, the way that was going.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see what Sven can manage out here on fresh tires and a cool track. That Summer Solstice car did have a 36 in qualifying, which is mighty fast when the average lap time for that field's about a 38, 39 right now.
Not seeing many other teams see this as their opportunity for a driver swap. Maybe Team Hastings Tyres Plus have decided on it. They're on an outlap right now with Gary Hammond in their very orange Jetta.
Well, I am a leading market indicator. Whatever I do, don't. If I buy, you should sell. If I sell, you should buy.
On these Team Hastings Tires Plus has had a few issues in the race. We mentioned earlier Troy found a solstice the hard way with the front end of the car during his latest stint, and they've fallen back a few laps, but they've had a pretty respectable race overall. And their goal, they stated, was to beat Bill Strong. And since Bill Strong hasn't showed up for this race, I got to feel like they're celebrating already, right?
That's everybody in Champ Car's goal, is to beat Bill Strong. It's pretty easy.
On track or, in a dark alley?
Between races.
In a dark alley and to the buffet line, although Bill generally wins those.
So the other car that I'm wondering about is the Almost Team Jackie X935. Pitted 5 laps ago. Are they going to be legal to get to the end with their current driver without a penalty? They're going to need another stop because they're a Mustang, but I think they are just on the wrong side of Kevin Bolland being legal to go all the way to the end there. Their stop's probably going to need a driver change.
Yeah, and that might indicate that they're planning a short stint for Boland and then a longer stint for someone else. Or it could indicate that they just did a little bit of bad math. It's hard to tell. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them put in another driver before the end. Kevin has done a fair number of laps for them already. Been in the car since lap 162 as far as I can tell. And we're on lap 216 now.
Another car coming towards the end of their fuel run, and maybe a bit of a fan favorite, the 348 Chattanooga Touring Wagon. They're a couple laps away from needing to stop, and that's getting towards the point in the Mustang where you do a driver swap now and then have a splash and dash to get to the end where you only got to take on a little bit of fuel. You leave the driver in and even potentially leave the same set of tires on, which becomes a more and more valid strategy the more that track temperature cools off. So I think we're getting to the point where some of the teams are in splash and dash territory.
And speaking of that strategy, I think we saw a similar strategy being played out by the huge-ass Winter Solstice car, putting Sven Demmel in. Let me just read you the lap times for last time by. Love Racing, Sean Saputra, a 38.5. CLT Motorsports with Henry Spence, a 38.9. Sven Demmel, Winter Solstice, 36.2. Ooh, he's flying out there.
Also flying out there, the 246 Dangers Out car. John Hurley has hunted down Antonio Alvarez in the Flim Flam Speed Mustang, trying to get past the 32 of running on empty there. It's a little bit of damage on the 337 for HJ, and they still need 2 pit stops to get to the end. Dangers Out might also need 2, but are carrying a little more fuel at the moment. So Dangers Out have closed them in over the last couple of laps, and quite significantly. I don't know how much that damage is a problem on the 337, but you can see the front of that Mustang has hit something, and I think that something was either a wall or another car, because it's a very square on front impact. Devin Peters back with us, and have you learned anything?
Yeah, it looks like Michael Bowles and the Rum Runner Racing team has gotten a black flag there, a minute black flag this time for another incidence of contact on track or some unsafe driving, as judged by the stewards.
John Hurley has worked his way past Antonio Alvarez on the way into the back stretch chicane. That one was coming for a couple of laps.
Yeah, and the Chattanooga Touring Wagon is actually lining up with Phil Fitzmaurice at the wheel, lining up along the outside of Antonio Alvarez. That won't be for position, but that will be to get a lap back for that Chattanooga Touring Wagon car. So they are trying desperately to get around these cars in front of them and get back onto the lead lap before this final sprint to the flag.
Drift Nuts on pit road as well in the 347. Again, with an hour, 52 minutes remaining in this race, Ford Mustang is not going to be able to get to the end on their fuel tank from here. So should they do a driver swap? then that tank of fuel would take them to about 30 minutes to go in the race. That's probably, at that point, you just take a splash and dash after that. So Carlos Guzman going to drive the Drift Nuts car, and would not be surprised if that's going to be all the way to the end.
Yeah, and we're going to see more and more of those final stops. We'll keep an eye peeled for them as they come.
Yep, all pit stops from here for Pontiac Solstice and Volkswagen Jettas are definitely a final stop. Good to go on fuel to get to the end. Ford Mustangs, though, the fuel window for them, the fuel range is about an hour 20 of racing. So they're one of those teams, one of the cars more restricted by the fuel tank size than the drive time maximums, unlike the other two cars in this race.
Absolutely. Just kind of scrolling through the field here, folks. If you want to have an update on your favorite team before the end of the race, just let us know. Just put something in one of the comments on any of our streams, and we'll take a look at it eventually and see if we can get them on screen and let you know how they're doing.
Curiosity is eating me up inside here, Doc. What were you snacking on?
What's that? What was I eating?
Yeah, were you having a little snack earlier? Did I hear that?
Yes, I was.
Was it good? Was it birthday cake?
Yes, I forgot. I had a terrible burn, though. I forgot to blow one of the candles out.
Shame. I think, and all of these years of practice, you thought you would have worked that out.
Well, I never said I was that smart. I've got to get my fire extinguisher refurbished.
You got to have a fire extinguisher that's within date to be legal.
Absolutely.
It's the law when you have a fire that big inside the house.
Someone's running a car today that has the Lifeline decals on it. Can't remember if it was Daring Greatly or someone else, but I definitely remember seeing, I think it was a Mustang, who Lifeline fire suppression systems. I've seen the ad on ChampCar.Live enough times. I might be able to recite it word for word, but I'm not sure I've got it fully down.
If you can't, I can.
Go on, tell us, Doc. We'll get some love that they're not necessarily getting on these particular broadcasts, but we'll get
Lifeline's one of our regular sponsors. We've got, let's see, I used to know them all. Bell Helmets, of course, is just on board with us now this year. Of course, Tire Rack is our series sponsor. We've got Money Shifter. Yep. Yeah, the broadcast is actually sponsored by AutoZone. We don't know what they were thinking, but they possibly were drinking or something. I don't know. They've certainly taken
radio, RVA graphics and wraps.
Crispy Kreme Frozen still? Rotors.
Yep, Frozen Rotors by let's see.
Cryogenic Frozen Rotors.
Yeah, Cryogenics is their parent company.
They got that cool logo with the polar bear.
Yeah,
that's the one. Applied Cryogenics.
Racing Radios, of course. They're located right here in Forest Park, Georgia.
The Racing Radios is a little tougher to work out in the real cars. A little simpler online at your computer. We've got all of our drivers with voice communication. It's a bit more reliable, often a bit easier to hear than it is out on the racetrack as well. So that's one thing that can be similar. That bit of communication between the driver and the pit wall on the sim and out at the racetrack.
Yeah, we love our racing radios, and they come out to our races and support us. Oftentimes we get their, they've got a bunch of rigs. They probably have 6 or 8 rigs.
Like sim racing rigs?
No, they're actual trailers at the races.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because they have to leapfrog the NASCAR ones. Although most people in NASCAR, except for the teams, they don't really leapfrog trucks anymore. Most everybody has gone to a 5th wheel, so they don't have to DOT them.
Okay, that makes sense.
But they come to about they probably are, I don't know, 8 to 10 races a year. Most everything in the Southeast is pretty easy for them.
Question for you, Doc. Our team just bought a new trailer. What are the restrictions we're going to run into with a 40-footer towing around?
Oh, that's getting up there. By far, Pennsylvania is the biggest pain in the ass.
Trailers or just in general?
Well, I mean, the things you have to watch for is the DOTs. In Pennsylvania, if you put any decals on your car, be prepared to defend them vigorously, and you'll still probably lose. They're going to see those as sponsors, so you become a commercial vehicle at that point.
That sounds like not a lot of fun.
And then make sure that your tow truck is qualified for that weight class.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got to be registered as that weight class.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a great way to save a couple of dollars, is to short yourself there. But that's a big trailer. I admire you.
Yeah, I think a 34 on the floor, and then we got the gooseneck and the V and all that in front of it. So.
Yeah, Matt Harper, the guy that owns Flying Wrench that sponsors our car, he just bought a 48-footer.
Ooh. That's semi-truck territory.
Yeah, that thing is seriously long.
Yeah. Well, for our team, the NNM guys unfortunately exited early after a screen turned off, I guess, in the middle of one of the guys' stints and led to a crash on the wall. But anyway, we have 30-hour tows all the time coming from Saskatchewan, just north of North Dakota. So we've got the need, and sometimes it makes sense to bring 2 cars rather than 1.
Sure, absolutely. Most of our tows are fairly quick. It's actually further to tow to Sebring for us than it is to Indianapolis, which just goes to prove that Florida is way too long. And it's flat.
Well, I have some competition for you there. Like you said, north of North Dakota.
Oh, I bet, yeah. No, I mean, I'm only an hour away from.
Oh, we've got a caution up. I'm not seeing where.
Out on the someone with a blown motor. Who was that? Would have been Fat Crack Racing again potentially, and we've seen them pop a motor already today.
Yeah, it looks like it was them. Dustin Bush at the wheel, and unfortunately, it has expired. And yeah, and it looks like they collected American Lunatics as they were rolling through the chicane there. Unfortunately, American Lunatics diving into the pit lane with Matthew Thomas behind the wheel. We'll see if they decide to make this their final stop, though. It would be a bit of a stretch for them. No, it looks like just a fast repair, and they'll be out on track again. probably taking a 15-second closed pit lane penalty, but probably worth it given the circumstance.
I've just seen that again. Nowhere for American Lunatics to go as Fat Crack Racing went into the wall over one of the crests leading back towards the banking. And then the motor expired for Fat Crack Racing after that. So UGA Motorsports and Richard Cawthraw have just slotted in behind our pace truck, who has gathered the majority of the field at this point. Believe pit road is going to open the end of this lap.
Now there's some interesting choices to be made here, Haynes, because we've got an hour and 40 minutes left. We know the Mustangs can do an hour and 20. I don't think any of them could fuel stretch to an hour and 40. But do you come in for a top up at this point? Do these guys need to switch drivers? Maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay, so in replicating the livery on their real Mustang, UGA have the all of the Champ Car contingency stuff on their car. They've got Lifeline, they've got racing radios, they've got Willwood, etc. So I think it might have been the UGA car that I saw had Lifeline on both of the doors. There we go. I can sleep well tonight knowing that I got to the bottom of the mystery that I myself created. So yeah, indeed, if you are a Jetta or a Solstice, surely you're going to pit now and go all the way to the end from here. If you're a Mustang, it's a more difficult question. Doc, what would you do?
So we can apply the inverse again. I don't know. It's I think I'd come in and, well, shoot. I don't know. Let me think.
I think I'd come in, do the driver swap, and then you're going to have a little bit more time underneath yellow. The last pit stop is just going to be for 15 minutes of fuel. If it stays green, that'll be the fastest way to get to the end. And Richard Cawthraw is going to do exactly that. So our leader from the Mustang field comes onto pit road. That's good news for some of the other cars that are now going to cycle through and get a lap, potentially because of this.
Now look at this. Huge ass with the Winter Solstice car is staying out because they made that earlier stop under yellow, and so they're going to get promoted from third place in the Solstice class up to first place, I believe, as a result of this.
And good to get to the end on fuel and driver time.
If they're really lucky, they might even get a wave round here.
So a lot of cars on pit road, including car that was our leading Mustang, and then including our third place Mustang in the HJ Flim Flam Speed. Danger's out and John Hurley stay out. Driver swap for UGA, it means Garrett D'Alessandro is going to drive again. The driver swap for Flim Flam Speed HJ means Nate Franklin is going to drive again. And Team Village Idiots are putting Lance Cameron in.
And I think they were on the lead lap at the time of that caution, so I'm guessing that they would have gotten to roll all the way around.
Yes, I believe so. Team Village Idiots on the lead lap. This caution is going to help them out mightily.
And American Lunatics also, it's worth mentioning, had their penalty cleared for pitting under that closed yellow or closed pit. Of course, they were the car that was sort of the victim of the reason for this yellow coming out. So that is why their penalty was cleared there.
So a couple of cars have been given their waiver rounds at the moment, but not seeing a whole lot of waiver rounds being needed at this point. We'll see how it's going to shape up.
I think they're just starting on them. Danger's out is going to get a waiver round here as well. Actually, no.
They're the leaders.
Yeah, okay. So Huge Ass is not going to get the waiver round that I thought they were going to get, which is a godsend for the other teams. and we'll have to see if they're fueled till the end. But they've certainly benefited for some position on track, and now we go from having OST being a 1-2 in the Jetta class to having, well, a 1-2 for Huge Ass in the Solstice class. Love Racing and CLT are just behind, though.
Yep, so 4 cars on the lead lap in the Solstice class. In the Jetta class, on second thought, appear to be 2 laps ahead of Huge Ass, Dieselgate, and on third thought, who are on the same lap behind the pace car. For our Mustang field, Dangers Out lead. UGA Motorsports a little bit further back in the train, so this is a comfortable gap for Dangers Out, who have one more stop to get to the end, but so does every other Mustang if it stays green. UGA Motorsports are then in second. Huge Ass Flim Flam Speeder in third, only just ahead of American Lunatics in fourth. So their strategy call might work out here for them. And Team Village Idiots in fifth, the last Mustang on the lead lap. And then behind them in sixth, Chattanooga Touring Wagon. We've got Almost Team Jackie X 66 in seventh. Eighth place is the other Almost Team Jackie X car. So they've been, well, they're not on the same lap now, but on the timing sheet, they've been almost inseparable for a while. Daring Greatly Racing is in ninth. Team owner Lee Mullerman has that car at the moment. Drift Nuts in 10th, UGA Motorsports Black absorbing all of the bad luck for UGA in 11th place. Senders Local Union 12th, Lemons Wallbanger are on pit road right now in 13th. 14th is running on empty. Hot Pocket are still out on track in 15th. They've just made their 8th trip onto pit road. Resilience Racing have made 10 trips on to pit road, and they're our last car running in the Mustang class in 16th, living up to their name.
Yeah, Fat Crack Racing and Rum Runners Racing are still registered as participating, but they are currently in the pits, I think undergoing some long-term repairs on those cars, so we might see them out again before the end of the race, but they're more or less out of it for the Mustangs.
Yeah, open heart surgery, I think, to fix either of those Mustangs. Hope we get them back out before the end of the race, though. It would be a great thing to have all of our Mustangs see the checkered flag. Be a great testament to their presumed durability. Lights are off on the pace car. We're going to get racing once again, hearing word from race control that everything is all in order. And Devon, you can finally say the headlights are on.
The headlights are on.
Woo! And of course, we've got daytime running lights for the Mustangs that are on all the time. But now you see on our Pontiac Solstice and Volkswagen Jetta TDI fields that their headlights, tail lights are fully on, and same is true for the pace truck that now has its headlights on that it didn't earlier. It's getting a bit dark over Charlotte Motor Speedway, and with still an hour 30 to go, we are definitely going to finish in the darkness here, which is going to be a treat to see. Not the complete darkness, we've got some of the track lights because we don't have to foot the bill for them on iRacing, and that's going to be an interesting way to see this. We are going to go green shortly. John Hurley at the lead of the field for Dangers Out is leaving plenty of space to the pace truck, which is pulled in now, and he puts that power down. Dangers Out gets going. I hope we're going to get the green flag this time. We do. Word has gone through to the starters. 1 hour 33 minutes left on the clock. We're racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Devon.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Solstice battle plays out.
Our drivers stream through turn 1. I'm seeing the Flim Flam Speed car trying to gain a couple spots on a bit of traffic that they had because they were a bit deeper in the field, having pitted underneath this caution. Kept them on the lead lap with a bit of fuel on board. Then they had to work their way through a little bit more traffic on this race start. Perfect start for Dangers Out, who have 11 seconds over second place in class now, as UGA Motorsports and Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed have to work their way through quite a bit of traffic. So this is an interesting one for Dangers Out, who are going to be able to get to their fuel window to pit and get to the end with just one more stop. But then they restarted the race with all of that beautiful clean track that is letting them pull away from some of the cars that they're really battling against.
Yeah. And it looks like all the faster cars are clearing out from this Solstice battle pretty quickly. Actually, Alex Crawford's got a heck of a view in the number 619 right now. He's got every single car, all different classes up ahead of him. Ian Maryberry in the number 19 car going 3 wide with TNA Racing, Steve Malloy, and Lance Cameron of the Village Idiots on the inside.
Caulfield completes their first lap back at full speed green flag racing without any noticeable incident, which is good because we had quite a few Mustangs pit and end up mixed in the middle of the train. They're taking their time to work back through. A couple of runs on the banking, let those Mustangs stretch their legs, and they'll be back to the lead of the field, and we'll be back to as we were before that caution.
How did Chattanooga Touringwagon come out of this?
It looks like they weren't able to make a lap up through the pit cycle, but the car is just a little bit behind the leaders on track. It looks to me like they're maybe 25 seconds behind the leaders. So if they can put together some solid laps, they might be able to squeak back onto the lead lap and get lucky with some pit cycles. I'm willing to bet that they'll be trying to push that fuel window as far as it can go, just to try and give themselves a chance, you know?
I'll put it this way for you, Doc. They're 1 lap down on the leader, which is bad, but they're 1 lap up on 7th place behind them, which is good. So unfortunately, they've ended up on their own little island there in 6th place, where they're a lap off the rest of the leaders. But they are a lap ahead of the next car behind, so it'll be tough for them to lose a position from where they are.
There you go. Some good, some bad.
Sounds like a day of racing.
Absolutely.
Now Sven Demmel's come around and just put down his first flying lap of this green flag period, 1:37.2, about 3 seconds faster than every single other person in the field. Oh no, it looks like they're coming around too. Alex Crawford with a 37.8, CLT Motorsports with a 39, and Love Racing with a 40 this last time by. So Sven Demmel, as promised, coming in when the time is ripe and pushing that car to the limits.
For those Pontiac Solstice there, the 258 CLT Motorsports is in a proper battle for position with Love Racing in 4th. There's, a second or so in it at the moment, but they're on the same lap. They're on the lead lap and not far apart from each other with no traffic between the Mustangs having all recently worked their way by. So it'll be a bit of clean track for these Solstice guys for a little while here. And Jacob Hiller might be able to catch CLT. Got Daring Greatly down on the apron with quite a bit of damage, though. They're going to stay well out of the way, but that's not looking good. Drift Nuts, my apologies. Sorry if I gave Lee Mullerman or someone else a heart attack there. The 347 not looking good. It's moving under its own power, and there's going to be a huge gap of clean track for them to get back around to pit road, but that looks like suspension damage for the most part for the 347 at the moment. It's moving and it has power.
Want a fun fact about the 347?
Dying for it.
The number 347 comes from an amalgamation of the numbers off their real personal cars. One drives an S13, the other an S14, and the third one an RX-7. 347.
Tangled up with Village Idiots and the older of the Village Idiots there. So, yeah, hip check, side-to-side contact there as they came back out onto the banking, and Drift Nuts came off far, far worse than Village Idiots in that case, which is unfortunate to see for Drift Nuts, who've got a pretty good-looking car. And Drift Nuts makes sense now that you've mentioned all of their models of car, which are all very popular drift cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and we've seen Carlos Guzman out at a couple of races as they come down the pit lane here, unfortunately. But it does look like they are taking 4 tires and fuel here, which would put them right in the window. And they're going to swap Carlos Guzman out for Taylor Chase. So I'm thinking that this is their final pit stop.
I wish I could
stretch.
share your optimism.
It'll be a stretch,
It'd be
but I think
quite a
they're trying.
stretch.
They're betting on a caution.
Do you want to bet on it?
No. Last week's bet.
Whoa.
Give me a Canadian to bet on. Taylor Chase hopping in the car here shared a little bit with us in his bio about his racing experiences. He's actually a racer with Open Source Autosports from the Bay Area. They run a Porsche 986 with a VR6 swap in it, which is kind of a neat combination.
It's a Volkswagen motor, right? Is that our Volkswagen connection?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And it sounds like they're also competing in the Corner 3 Motorsports Nissan Challenge Series, which is another real racing series where he's racing with his S13 240SX. So another kind of neat story for them.
Well, John Hurley is pedal to the metal out front. A lot of clear track for him after the caution. Means he can run his lines as he likes them, and he's going pretty quick as well. He's built that gap to second place out as far as 14 seconds since we went green. UGA Motorsports also just pulling away from Nate Franklin in the 337 Flim Flam car. So, assuming there's still going to be a short pit stop for UGA, a short splash of fuel for the 337, we're looking at a bigger, longer pit stop for Dangers Out. So if a full service stop for a Mustang's 40 seconds and a splash of fuel is maybe 15 seconds, the difference between those two would suggest that if it stays green to the end from here, Dangers Out need 25 seconds in hand as a lead to hold on to that lead after the next pit stops come through. I think that's the situation they're in right here. John Hurley needs to keep at it, build another extra 10 seconds so that he has 25 seconds in hand if they want to be confident of holding on to that lead after the final stop.
With Garrett in the car behind him, that's going to be a hard task. Garrett is plenty fast in everything he gets into. So good luck to John Hurley, who's fast in his own right, but I'm not sure I can imagine him finding another 10, 15 seconds on the guys in second.
Do we have a sunset camera? It is a beautiful orange-pink hue out there as the headlights of the race cars become more noticeable. The lights of the track become more noticeable, but yeah, beautiful sky. Love to see that.
Yeah, and it's about 8:30 p.m. In the simulator right now, of course, and about an hour and 20 minutes left to go means we can probably expect it to get plenty dark, almost 10 o'clock by the time the race ends. Of course, we're running on a 2-time skybox today as we get some beautiful overhead shots of this track, and you can really see the way that this track weaves through the center of the infield here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Stands are packed today too.
Some of these guys got some real flamethrowers. You can see those lights playing off the facades of the buildings, and those buildings are way up there.
Yeah, someone needs to get the lumen meter out there. Some of these guys aren't following the town car rules on the headlights, that's for sure.
Nobody does.
Don't advertise that, jeez.
Why? I'm one of them.
Looking on board with your race leader overall and in Ford Mustang class. Dangers Out again, a combination collaboration. Danger Racing and Pinky's Out together, and they've got both teams' logos on the car combined with a splattering of colors. And John Hurley in the lead right now, starting to catch a little bit more of the traffic after that caution period bunched everyone together. And that time around, he didn't increase the gap to UGA Motorsports. So I can still see a path to victory for UGA in this one. but they are still 12 seconds behind the lead.
Well, and I think we'd be remiss not to mention the huge-ass Flim Flam Speed sponsored entry. Flim Flam Speed, of course, out of RVA, sponsoring these guys. They're only 3 seconds behind UGA right now, and they've got a real shot if they can get a little bit closer to UGA. That when this next pit stop happens, they could make up some time too, because I want to say that Nate got in that car, 9 laps ago. So they're not going to have to take much fuel at all when their final fuel stop comes around.
Yeah, there's the thing. UGA and the huge-ass car are on identical strategies, and at the moment, Garrett D'Alessandro is just the faster driver. So it's tough to see where Nate Franklin would suddenly pull some speed out of, but never say never, and there's only a handful of cars on the lead lap now, so it's going to be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Traffic's getting quite noticeably thicker for John Hurley now. His way onto the banking, he's got the 22 and the 36 hang loose car, and he gets past both of them with ease. He has double the cylinders and I think double the displacement as well.
Yeah, he did have to make a little dodge down onto the apron there to avoid hang loose. He wasn't quite sure that he was going to have the space, but he managed to keep 2 tires on the racing surface, so I don't think that the stewards will give him any trouble for that one.
So 1 hour 20 minutes to go is now the point where a Mustang could confidently fuel and get to the end. In fact, I want to say actually 1 hour 15 is the point they could confidently do that, but now is definitely possible. So this is a big move from John Hurley to try and grab 2 Solstai at once, and that's the battle 3rd and 4th. Love Racing side by side with CLT.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's not just any 2 Solstai he's passing. That's 2 racing for the podium.
Now, I believe the order they were in earlier was CLT ahead of Love Racing. So I think Jacob Hiller has closed that down a little bit. So maybe he's going to try and make the move here. This is a great one to watch then.
Yeah, and I gotta call myself out here. I was calling Jacob Hiller Jacob Hillier last week, and that's just because
too much French Canadian.
Yeah, I was doing that Quebecois accent while I was speaking, so causing some consternation down in that pit lane. So I apologize, Jake, and best of luck here in your battle with CLT. Joshua Crow leading the way between those two right now.
Apparently that's not how they do it in Texas. They are very, very close together. They were side by side earlier, and a big dive from one of the almost Team Jackie X cars is not going to be what Jacob Crow wanted to see out of that one. Forced him a little bit offline, but there's no way Jacob Hiller is going to have it up high.
Yeah, that's certainly not the way they pronounce it in Texas.
And there is kind of an interesting battle of experience going on here. Jacob Hiller has done a fair amount of racing, SCCA, time trials, autocross, as well as doing some Champ Car stuff, 2 to 3 of those a year. But on the other hand, his opponent in the Love Racing car, in the CLT car, Joshua Crow, has virtually only done sim racing, about 3 years of sim racing, and is looking to get into Champ Car racing, which sort of led him to this series here. So kind of interesting to see 2 different backgrounds leading to about 7/10 of a difference after 7 hours of racing.
Well, it's close now. There's still just about a car length in it. The Love Racing Solstice in pursuit. Fantastic battle, and of course both of these cars pitted underneath the last caution are good to go to the end. So presumably both of these drivers are racing these cars till the end, and fascinating proposition to have 2 very, very evenly matched car driver combinations. battle all the way to the end from here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which one can handle the traffic better. As Jacob Hiller runs a little bit wide on the exit of the chicane there and gives up some time to Joshua Crow there.
Of course, as the slowest cars out there, they're a bit of a punching bag as all of the other classes work their way through here and there and sometimes cost them a bit of time. I think we have our first taker from the Mustang class to make it to the end. The 14 UGA Motorsports black car on pit road. I would say with an hour 16 minutes to go, they can dot their I's and cross their T's on making that one home. No struggles for them to get to the end from this pit stop.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to put Drew Marshall back in the car. He's done a little bit less than Hayden Swank, who's been in the car for most of the day. But those two have been sharing responsibilities for that car. Now about 4 laps down in 10th place. Might be 12th by the time that pit stop shakes out, but I imagine Drift Nuts and Senators Local Union also have to pit as well.
I got to apologize for riding off my buddy Nate Franklin. He's just closed to within 1 second of second place, number 13 UGA Motorsports. I don't know where the turn of pace has come from or if there's been a little bit of damage from hopping the curbs on the UGA car. But Franklin started closing D'Alessandro, and D'Alessandro hasn't dropped back from John Hurley. Definitely seems like our 3 most likely cars for the win here is our current top 3 in this Mustang class.
I think someone told Nate that you told me, or that you said he was slow.
Well, if that's all it took, he would have been a bit faster a couple of years ago.
Oh!
Ouch.
Someone got some Lifeline fire suppression systems for that burn. Well, you talked about that 2 times acceleration that we've got for the time of day here, where the weather is passing a little bit quicker than real time. And notice in the last 10 minutes how dark it's got in some places in the infield. The banking is, very well covered by the lighting of, not perfectly, but the infield has some dark spots you could play hide and seek.
Interesting enough, NASCAR used the Champ Car series to set up the lights for the broadcast for when they first ran there in the Roval.
What kind of doc fun fact we bring you in for?
Well, you certainly don't do it for my intelligence.
Shout out to Matthew Thomas here in the number 74 car with American Lunatics. It looks like they're still going to have to make one more stop, I believe. But Matthew Thomas, at 17 years old, is showing a remarkable amount of composure in the car there. He's running consistent laps, and he's about 15 seconds off of that UGA huge ass grouping that we figure will be right near the front by the end of this race. So will be interesting to see how his pit stop shakes out and if he's able to make any challenge for the lead.
Love Racing have gotten by for 3rd. Missed precisely where that happened, but Jacob Hiller up into 3rd place, leaving Joshua Crow behind.
I'm scrolling back through the replay. It looks like it was before they head on to the oval this last lap. Right as I called out Matthew Thomas.
It's happened crossing the start-finish line a little bit over a lap ago. So the final chicane there, to be quick with the Solstice or indeed any of these cars, you've got to get the correct line and bounce it across the curbs correctly, kind of like the last chicane at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. So Joshua Crow just not as confident throwing the car in the air across the curbs. Jacob Hiller got a better run there and made the move stick into turn 1. They're still within 1 second though, so Hiller, while he's pulled a couple car lengths here, it's definitely not clear of the CLT Motorsports car in fourth. And we've seen, unexpected issues happen and this and that, and the possibility that there still might be another caution sometime between now and the end. But that was not done, but Love Racing have gotten third spot back.
Yeah, and as much as Hiller's pushing to catch those two guys in front of him, it started to seem like a big task. Hiller ran a 38 last time by 38.1. Crawford ran a 37.8 just in front of him in second place with the Summer Solstice car. And Sven Demmel, well, he's running a 36.4. So it's looking more and more like, unless something happens, that Winter Solstice car is going to run away with them and leave Crawford and Hiller and Crow to fight over the scraps of second, third, and fourth place.
Got a question. Will the winner of this race win anything? Well, what they will win is a fantastic result towards the championship standings, and yet to be confirmed, but there will be some prize for our best finishers in that. So I think a good result for any team in any class would be great for them. Caution out on the speedway. I've lost count. Is this 8? This might be 7 or 8 or 9.
I think it's that.
We are going to go full course yellow.
Yeah, and that's as a result of Ernesto Carriosa with the Buckle S370. He caught the sausage curb pretty heavily and then made some contact with Austin Henry in the Chattanooga touring wagon, as well as George L. Harrison with the Jackie X, almost Jackie X car, I believe. Yeah, man, that Team Jackie X can't catch a break today. Anyway, that's left the bucket list car wounded. And as we can see, that Ernesto Carriosa sliding across the track and smacking that Team Jackie X car for what feels like their 15th wreck of the day. They just haven't been able to avoid the accidents at all.
We've got to get rid of the magnets out of the bumper of that thing. Tough break for them. So the leader's got a while to go around the circuit to catch the pace vehicle. He's now going to come through the final chicane. Pace truck is going to he's then going to have to check up to make sure he ends up behind the pace truck, which with its high center of gravity and road tires can't go so quickly through the pit exit. So then we'll do one lap. Then pit will open, and we might see some cars from the Mustang field take their final stop. For example, Danger's Out can pit now, make their final stop, get to the end from here. Same to be said for UGA in third. Same to be said for HJ Flim Flam in third. UGA in second, Flim Flam in third. American Lunatics, I think this is pretty good for them as well. They're still on the lead lap. So, field now lining up behind the pace truck. Pits will open this time, and there's definitely a few Mustangs that would benefit from stopping now.
Yeah, and we'll get to see what we were predicting about fuel play out here. I suspect that UGA or Huge Ass will take the front after this pit stop here, because we're thinking that they have a lot less fuel to take than the Danger's Out guys do in front of them.
I think if your Danger's Out, you have to pit now. It makes this window is far too convenient. They were headed for having to make a full service stop under a full course caution. Now they can do that, get it out of the way, run to the end, whereas they were not building out enough of a gap over UGA or Huge Ass that the splash and dash for those cars was going to put them ahead of Danger's Out were it not for this caution.
Yeah, and the UGA car and the Huge Ass car behind have managed to catch up to the queue. So whereas they were about 14 seconds behind the Dangers Out car on track before the caution, they're only about 2-3 seconds behind him now. So I'm thinking that all these cars are going to pit, and then we'll see them come out in more or less inverse order, with either Huge Ass or UGA out front and then Dangers Out in third. I'm also thinking that American Lunatics is going to need to stop for a little bit of fuel here. They're currently running in 4th place, so they might have an opportunity to catch up a little bit of time here as well, depending on how the pit stops fall. And let's not forget about Team Village Idiots with Lance
Everyone's
Hamlin in
on
the
the
car.
lane here, Devon. So
Yeah.
Dangers Out are on, UGA are on, HJ Flim Flam Speed are on. The top 5 in the Ford Mustang field are all on the lane. Bunch of Solstice on the lane as well. I'm seeing some Jettas coming in as well. The leading, maybe not leading, no, definitely not leading, Dieselgate Jetta on the lane. So I think about half of the field just took pit in there.
Let me correct you there. The 5th place car of Team Village Idiots actually hasn't pit, so
They're
might
5th
be
now.
about
They
to-
weren't.
Yeah, it looks like they're about to take the lead in the Mustang class, however temporarily. But I believe they are good to go on fuel till the end of the race right now. It's a bit hard to say, actually. This wave round might be what they need, though. Although I guess they won't get a wave round because they're a Mustang. Man, wave rounds are hard. I'm glad I'm not in race control.
So, race off pit road has been won by Nate Franklin in the Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed car. He had a shorter stop than the UGA Motorsports guys, and both of them a shorter stop than Dangers Out. So, the top 3 there for the Mustangs. Now, after they all made a pit stop, is Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed, UGA Motorsports, and Dangers Out. Now, everyone fueled to get to the end, everyone on a new set of tyres, and I do believe most of these guys were within the driver window. There was a driver swap for Dangers Out. Now it's going to be Wyatt Foster who started to bring that car to the end.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel here for Chattanooga Touring Wagon. They're
Yeah.
3rd in line, 2 cars away from getting back on the lead lap. If some of the cars in front of them in the Snake had been a little bit quicker when the leaders pit, they might have gotten the lap back. If they'd been a bit quicker on pit road, they might have gotten that lap back. But as it is, Chattanooga Touring Wagon, half a second away from being on the lead lap, but instead they're not going to get waved around. And they're going to start this final hour of the race tantalizingly off the lead lap. Lights are still on the pace car. We're going to have one more.
Yeah, and it looks like there'll be a few cars joining them a lap down here. We'll have to see next time past the stripe how this all shakes out, but I could see as many as 3, maybe 4 cars ending up 1 lap down on the leader here. So we'll have a battle for the top 5 for sure, but we might also have a battle for the next few spots after that as well.
Mentioned this Chattanooga Touring Wagon were 1 lap off the lead, but a lap clear of everyone else. Some of the other teams, like one of the Almost Team Jackie X cars, I think, maybe Daring Greatly Racing, have gotten a lap back here, while Chattanooga Touring Wagon have been unable. American Lunatics jump onto the lane as the lights go out on the track, and we're going to have one more. Is that a drive time, or they're putting in their preferred driver, Devon?
Well, so they had Matthew Thomas in before the pit stop. David Wessel's gotten in the car, come out and done 1 lap. And let's see. I wonder if they're going to swap to another driver before the end of the race here. Looks like it might just be stopping for fuel. Oh, we'll see, though, once they roll out of the pits. But definitely not what I'd say is an expected stop.
So your top 5 is going to be in the Mustang class. Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed ahead of UGA Motorsports, with a couple cars in the train before Dangers Out. Then American Lunatics, we'll see if they get back out on track this lap in 4th place. 5th place is Chattanooga Touring Wagon at the moment, and 6th is Team Village Idiots. I said top 5, and then I did 6, because Chattanooga Touring Wagon and Team Village Idiots are on the same lap and next to each other in the Snake here. For the Jetta field, saw a pit stop just then for Huge Ass Dieselgate. Chris Knisley taking behind the wheel. So on second thought and on third thought, they're at the lead of that field once again. On second thought, have 2 laps clear of every other Jetta in their class. Devin, take a look at the Solstice for me.
Yeah, just looking at the Solstice, it looks like Sven Demmel's managed to hold on to that lead that he was able to build over the last probably half hour or so. Behind him in the line is Love Racing now, with Jacob Hiller at the wheel, still looking like he'll go all the way to the end. Just behind Jacob Hiller in line is Joshua Crow, who we saw battling with him earlier. And perhaps surprisingly for some, the Summer Solstice now driving, now has Jordan Babcock, Babs Nation, driving. They are actually a lap down, according to this, though they are just ahead of the other huge ass car on track. So I'm thinking that they are probably less than a lap down, but about to get lapped as soon as Sven hits the hammer or puts the hammer down on these final laps.
Okay, well, lights are off on the pace truck. They're about to go past pit entry, where it will peel away and the field will be led by Nate Franklin to get us racing with almost exactly 1 hour left of this 8 hours of Charlotte, a Champ Car iRacing special event. The V8 is burbling for Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed as Nate Franklin takes the green flag, only just ahead of the UGA Motorsports car, Garrett D'Alessandro. Through turn 1 they all go. I've got my eyes on it, looking pretty clean there. A bit of a check up towards the end of the Snake, but no big issues here. These guys are used to this after 7 hours of racing. So then at the pointy end, for the overall lead, Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed have less than half a second on Garrett D'Alessandro, who's proved himself more than capable behind the wheel of one of these cars. He gets a good run onto the banking for the first time, closes in yet more precious tenths on the race lead. Both of these guys feel to get to the end, and the man in third is working his way through the train. Wyatt Foster quite a bit back.
I've got an answer for that puzzling American Lunatics pit stop. I guess David Wessel says that the fuel didn't go in the first time they stopped. They must have forgot to check the box, so that's why they needed an extra stop. Cost them a bit of time on track, but shouldn't be the end of the world.
First flying lap back to green flag racing is completed. We're underneath 1 hour remaining of this race, and Franklin is looking like he's doing what he needs at the moment to hold off Garrett D'Alessandro, at least until they catch some traffic. Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who are third in the train, are a lap down in 5th in class, and they got a much better jump than Team Village Idiots and Lance Cameron. So while they are unfortunately a lap down to these cars they can see in front of them, done a good job to grab 5th place.
Yeah, and Chattanooga Touring Wagon
CLT battle. Looks like Jacob Hiller had a much better launch off that restart, and they're not as close as they were previously when we were checking them out. So closest battle looks like it'll be the overall lead, Devin.
Yeah, Sven Demmel was able to get away pretty cleanly. It looked like the team car gave him a little bit of room so that he could just pull by on the outside as soon as they got to the stripe. But Love Racing and CLT Motorsports are a heck of a lot closer than they were about 10 minutes ago before this caution came out because of the compression that happened under the caution flag. Obviously, the real key here is going to be seeing if either Jacob Hiller or CLT with Joshua Crow can find that extra gear that Sven Demmel seems to have over everyone else in that class. Last time by, Sven ran a 37. They were running 38s and 40s. So once again, Sven Demmel showing that he can make a difference in that Solstice.
No, you lose time in the Solstice by finding that extra gear. 5th is way too tall.
There you go.
5-speed gearbox in the Pontiac Solstice. First and second are maybe far too short. Third and fourth get a lot of use in that car, and the fifth gear is bordering on useless with the amount of horsepower that the Pontiac Solstice has. You hardly get up to that speed. It's way too tall. It's definitely a fuel economy gear for a road car, not a racing kind of ratio in that Pontiac Solstice. So fifth gear does not get a lot of love in that car.
Yeah, for sure. As we continue on watching this race, a few folks might have noticed a little haze hanging over the front straightaway. That's actually coming from Jim Kessler and Money Pit Racing, car number 22. We're sitting in the pits after sort of valiantly battling all day long through a few different issues. It looks like they've had to park that car one last time, and the smoke is just pouring out of it over the front straightaway. So as these Mustangs come around, right now 1 and 2, but when they go around 3 and 4, you'll be able to see the smoke coming out of the pit lane from that car that's parked, kind of adding a little bit of ambiance onto the track.
That's a real barbecue there.
Yeah, things have gone poorly.
I'm not sure if I want to go out with a Viking send-off like that, or if I want those dancing pallbearers from Ghana, but I think I still have quite a bit of time to decide.
I don't know. No mosquitoes.
Oh, boys. So that front battle is heating up. Huge Ass, Flim Flam, and UGA Motorsports with Nate Franklin and Garrett D'Alessandro, respectively, at the front, just ran 29.1s, which are plenty fast laps, until you look one spot behind them with Wyatt Foster running a 28.1 the last time by. Wyatt Foster is a very, very fast driver, and so I'm expecting him to catch up to the back of this battle and maybe even drive right on by pretty soon here.
Yeah, it took him a while to work his way through some of the traffic that was in front of him, like the Village Idiots and some of the Solstice and Jeddah, but now he's got clear track. He can put down those lap times that he wants. Nate Franklin's under pressure all of a sudden from Garrett D'Alessandro underneath a 10th of a second. The UGA car is going to look to the inside of the backstretch chicane, and that's the change for the lead of the race within the final hour. UGA Motorsports get their dogs back to the lead ahead of Huge Ass and Nate Franklin. Wyatt Foster is catching both of these guys. He restarted the race at the end of that caution, 8 seconds off the lead. He's now 5 seconds off the lead, under 5 seconds off the lead, flying along out there.
Yeah, and Wyatt Foster's been known to come along and spoil a race from here, or once in a while with his speed. He's got over 16 years in racing, and he's raced everything from karts to motorcycles, SCCA, NASA, and all kinds of other acronyms that I won't even list because I don't know what they mean. But he's done a ton of racing over the years, and every time we see him in the sim, he's one of the fastest, if not the fastest, on the track.
Hardly seems fair.
And I wish I was the fastest guy around.
Well, I think we're definitely set for an exciting finish the way this is going. And that's kind of what we had at Daytona. Road America was also fantastic. This has been, I think, a tougher race than either of those. To have as many cars still running as we do, to have a lead battle as close as we still do is great. And also to have as many cars on the lead lap as we do, because it's far easier here to fall off the lead lap and not be able to get it back than it was at Daytona. And also same true for Road America. And so those things combined, where it's easy to find a wall, less time to fall off the lead lap. I think we've done well, and I feel like overall the standard of driving has stepped up a lot. These guys have become more comfortable on the sim, put in all of their practice time. This has been a good race.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the Jeddah class, the front half of that field seems to be pretty sorted, so I'll give folks an update in case we neglect them in the next little bit. Andrew Pilata is currently running the On Second Thought car with a lead of about 2 laps over second place, which is the other on second thought car, this one called on third thought. Peter Lauzon is taken. I'm using my Quebec accents again. But anyway, Peter Lauzon is taking second place in that class and has the better part of 3/4 of a lap over the third place car, which is the huge-ass Dieselgate car. Correction. Not 3/4 of a lap. Has about 1/4 of a lap over the huge-ass Dieselgate car. So those two might manage to make a battle. But Chris Nicely, who was bugging me earlier to try and get in the booth, is going to have to put his foot down in order to make up some ground if he wants to get talked about any more tonight. Ben Schout is carrying on in Bavarian Mustache Works, 4th place, with a fairly large cushion back to 5th place, which is the Team Hastings Tires Plus. They're the last cars in the Jetta class that are still racing, with the other 3 having wrecked out.
Well, I'll tell you something that we're going to have to keep our eye on in the closing stages of this race. I'll spill the confidential secrets and tell you that huge-ass Dieselgate has now reached 35 of their 40 incident points. They've got to keep it clean out there. Any further off-track excursions or maybe car-to-car contact might see them in a position where they're given an automated drive-through penalty there for not keeping it tidy enough. There's certainly going to be some other cars that are on that limit as well. So don't know about our leading Mustangs. They've driven a pretty clean race, but there is some cars that if towards the end here we see them diving onto pit road when we thought they had enough fuel, might be the corner workers calling in just a couple too many off-track excursions, and that leading to them needing to go down pit road for being a bit naughty.
Yeah, the huge-ass Winter Solstice is actually pretty close, with 32 incident points by my count as well. TNA Racing has 39. Wallbangers has 39. So a few cars that are kind of getting close to that penalty, that automated penalty from exceeding the off-track and incident limit. So another angle to consider as we come down into the closing laps here. 50 minutes to go.
I've just seen that I can see the official count of numbers on the incident points for everyone as well there, so I didn't actually need to be making any guesses. Wow, okay, lead of the Mustang field. Garrett D'Alessandro hasn't been able to drop Nate Franklin, who's still 1 second behind, but Wyatt Foster has joined the party. He heard it was Doc's birthday. He's gone from 8 seconds back to 5 seconds back to only 2 seconds off the lead of the race. So he is only a couple tenths behind Nate Franklin now, slotting into the slipstream in places on the banking as well. Don't count him out.
I didn't save any cake, so he's on his own.
And American Lunatics, despite that error at the pit stop, is only 30 seconds back of the lead here. So even though they had to go down the pit lane a second time under the caution to get that fuel that they forgot the first time, they're still on the lead lap and in a place where they could come out ahead if there's some sort of incident involving all 3 of our front runners.
Certainly is the case. It continues to compress an accordion at the lead.
We are seeing the huge-ass Summer Solstice car coming back down the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure why they would do that.
I think that's probably the penalty.
But
Let me look what car number.
They're 619. But they've only got 28 incidents by my count.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they've got 40. That's 28 for Jordan, 14 for Alex, and 8 for Justin.
14 for Alex. It's 6 for Babs, 14 for Coffard, and 8 for Justin Hall, which together adds up to 28.
Okay.
Babcock has, in recent weeks, had some issues with the sim, and I worry maybe he's had those. I can't remember exactly what his problems were, he was happy to get back on iRacing. Maybe he's having some more problems again.
Yeah, maybe I'll swing down the pit lane and see if we can see what's going on for him.
White Foster did get past Nate Franklin there, so now he continues his pursuit of the race lead, which is now down to 1 second. The advantage that Garrett D'Alessandro has over Danger's Out. And I remember the fantastic battle we saw between these teams right at the end of the 7 hours of Daytona. Feels like it was 3 or 4 weeks ago, not long ago, but great battle they had in the Porsche Caymans then towards the end of what felt like a long race. This race has been an hour longer, and still a fantastic battle where these teams have had to save some bullets in the gun for right at the end.
Yeah, and I've just gotten back from the huge-ass pits, got a hold of them. I guess Jordan Babcock in that number 619 car had actually slid a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1, just barely clipped the wall, but enough to bend the steering on the car. So they figured rather than battling with it, they just went down and used up one of their remaining fast repairs to get that car straightened out and running again.
Garrett D'Alessandro, then 0.8 of a second, then Wyatt Foster for the lead of the race. I'm seeing by most calculations that there's about 31 laps to go, which still feels like a bunch to fit into 45 minutes. Considering it's been an 8-hour race, 45 minutes suddenly, in that scheme of things, doesn't seem so much. Wyatt Foster has been very, very quick through some of the slower corners here. He just gained car length through the backstretch chicane. Garrett D'Alessandro might have been a bit too aggressive with some of the curbs there, and on the brakes into the final chicane, Wyatt Foster makes it even closer. Now it's to the point where you wouldn't call it 0.1 of a second, you'd call it 1 car length, maybe 2, as they go past Love Racing.
And Nate Franklin in that huge-ass Flim Flam speed car, despite the excellent preparation of that car by the Flim Flam guys, has dropped off the back of this race. I don't know if he's got the pace to keep up with those guys. And in fact, he's actually just let Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who's in 5th place, come by. The Chattanooga Touring Wagon's been running some pretty quick laps themselves and are probably hoping to try and get around in front of that battle. So it'll be interesting to see if they can catch up to UGA and Dangers Out first, and if they catch up, if they can make anything happen. Ooh, but that clip on the wall at the exit there is not going to help them out.
We just neg Nate Franklin until he, drives faster. Is that what we've been doing?
Yeah, maybe I need to go down to the huge ass pit again and give Nate some trouble for being slow.
At lead, Garrett D'Alessandro is feeling the need to defend from Wyatt Foster into that backstretch chicane. He was all the way down to the line, marking the apron, just to try and make sure that Wyatt Foster wasn't going to be able to make the look there. Foster's definitely looking a little quicker in places, picking up a good run in a straight line and aiming for an opportunity. Shows himself in the mirrors into the final chicane, but you need to be a lot closer to be able to do that. They both hop all the way across these curbs, trying to get past the 147 Bucket List Racing, and Dangers Out gives a bump draft to Garrett D'Alessandro to help get them by. A little bit of bumper to bumper there, very, very soft rub, but Garrett D'Alessandro still holds the lead through that. But every time they catch a bit of traffic, it's a problem for D'Alessandro. And every time he has to go offline or gets checked up, suddenly Wyatt Foster is right there. That's what, a quarter of a car length now?
Yeah, and this is some excellent defensive driving from Garrett so far. I'm interested to see how long he can keep it up. He's doing a really good job of positioning the car so that Wyatt can't get around him, can't squeeze between him and the wall or anything like that. So two very fast drivers going hard in the final 40 minutes of this race.
Another strong run onto the banking from Wyatt Foster. Big head of speed wound up here. They're going to both get by that Solstice, and still D'Alessandro holds it low, defending the inside to that chicane. Near impossible to go around the outside there unless you have a monster of a run and have maybe half to 3/4 of your nose ahead, which Wyatt Foster was not able to do. His best run looks like it's into the final chicane here, where again D'Alessandro has to defend. and Foster can't get by. We've reached that point where it is elbows out. D'Alessandro is going to defend with everything he possibly can. Not like earlier in the race where you put up a fight, but if they make an aggressive move, you let them have it. Here, D'Alessandro's got to defend for his life, defend for the race win, defend for the honor of UGA.
UGA has no honor.
Well, not if he lets Dangers out through.
I'm just kidding.
Bit of traffic in front for them. The 88 one of the Solstai. Then they've also got the Hastings Tyre. They're going to get past both of them on the banking here, but Wyatt Foster, again, almost pushing. Nope, not almost, definitely pushing Garrett D'Alessandro around. D'Alessandro stays at the blue line. You can't pass below the blue line. Wyatt Foster knows that. Looks to the outside, but again, it's not going to happen. He needs to set up a much stronger run off this chicane, and he does because he keeps all four tyres on the ground. Two of them point to the sky for Garrett D'Alessandro as he monsters those curbs. This is surely the place that Wyatt Foster needs to have a look.
Oh, and Garrett's pushing him up the track, trying to keep him out of that line. But as soon as you give up the inside, of course he's going by. Wyatt Foster takes the lead of this race.
Great move. He was stronger on the brakes. He had just enough of a nose down the inside there that D'Alessandro couldn't close the door, couldn't shut him out. And then Foster's always looked a little bit braver across those curbs in the final sector. That's what he needed. And now he's through. He goes and breaks 1 second away into the lead here. That was great to watch for a couple of laps, wasn't it? But now Dangers Out have the lead. UGA are in second, and both of these have been pulling away from HJ Flim Flam in third. Pace is still there for American Lunatics, but through all of this, Chattanooga Touring Wagon were actually the fastest Mustang last time around. I think with the pace of Wyatt Foster, though, now he's released, they're not going to be able to get that lap back.
Yeah, Wyatt Foster is probably going to run away at this point unless he catches some traffic the wrong way and Garrett gets back into it. But really great battle there for a few laps, and we'll see how this thing shakes out. It's never over till the end, and with a guy like Wyatt at the front of the field, it's always possible that he runs a lap longer than people are expecting, and we get someone caught out with not enough fuel or something like that.
Shortest stop at the last caution was definitely Nate Franklin. That's how he initially jumped UGA, as he was looking for a couple less seconds of fuel on the lane. So surely he'd have to be the one most at risk of that. You'd hope that the huge-ass statisticians on the pit wall would have got the correct numbers for him, but we've done stupider things.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the first time that someone did bad math on the fuel.
Math is hard.
I agree.
And Devin's a teacher.
I teach math every day. It's hard for everyone. We've actually... we're seeing the UGA Motorsports car head back down the pit lane again. It looks like
UGA Motorsports black, not the car.
UGA Motorsports black. Sorry, yeah, this is the number 14 car. And it looks like they were crabbing again as they were heading down the straightaway, and they might have gotten into the wall, caused themselves a little bit of damage. That does mean that Sanders Local Union is going to inherit the position that UGA Motorsports used to occupy, and Lemons Wallbanger is also going to narrowly overtake UGA Motorsports Black on pit exit.
That's why you never give up in these races, because the opportunity to pick up another spot is present until the checkered flag flies. So Sanders Local Union, Lemons Wallbanger thought they might not have got a spot. In the end, they do pick up one. Hopefully UGA Motorsports Black get back out. There they will. 45 seconds on the lane, and True Marshall stays in, bring that car back out. So good to see that they're going to carry on. Haven't burned up all of their fast repairs or beyond the limits and talents of their crew. for the Jetta class, a little bit of formation flying again for on second thought and on third thought. Looking like the second place car that is 2 laps down is a little bit quicker at this moment, so possible they could get themselves back to only 1 lap down if indeed they are the slightly quicker car at this point.
I'm seeing some black flags coming in, so I'm going to head on down to the race control booth and see what's happening there.
Devon goes for very, very short work. And I think I've heard what that penalty might have been for, but I'll wait for Devon to return and confirm that. Yeah, still... Devon, is it what I think it is?
Did you guess driving on the apron?
Yeah, I did. I had my ears open, heard a little bit of race control myself as well. I haven't seen what that particular incident was, but we've been saying this before. You know, you can't race on the apron, you can't pass on the apron, and race control have their eyes open to it. So, which car was that, and where were they doing it?
It looks like it was Aaron Bluestone in the TNA racing car Solstice, which is a few laps down at this point. He came out of the exit of the chicane that lap, and he just decided to run right along the yellow line. Not really sure why, but the stewards caught onto it within a lap of it happening, and 30-second black flag for him.
Crime truly doesn't pay.
Especially when you got attentive stewards watching your every move from a million different camera angles. Anyway, there's a celebrity out on the track. Did you notice?
No, I'm up in the booth. So who could it be?
Oh, it's our own
Doc's up in the
Paulie
booth too.
Veltum. It's Paulie Veltum. He's showing back up in that Daring Greatly racing car. They're still battling with Drift Nuts, so they've got about a half a lap lead at this point. They look to have gone back to the pits and said, hey, let's put Paulie in. Even though he was telling us he didn't want to finish the race.
Oh, a wreck right in front of them there. Bit of a door slam from our friend Nate Franklin. Everyone keeps going. I think we're going to stay green, but a bit of heavy contact was made right in front of the man you were talking about. Paulie Velton would have had a good view for that if his computer is holding up.
Yeah, I think
Paulie's got the only computer that is holding up.
that's the situation there.
Maybe that's why he's back in.
Yeah. Man, that's the thing, though. You really, with these endurance races, first off, you need to check the track before you go in and make sure that your computer can handle it, adjust the settings a little bit. But then if it's going to go into the night, you need to adjust it for the nighttime as well, because sometimes these extra shadows that are being cast by the headlights on all the different objects around the track, they can get pretty resource intensive and slow down your game a fair bit. And if that's the case, well, then you're going to get caught fiddling with your graphics setting in the pit lane, or you're going to have to put something else in the car.
Yeah, Paulie's got a pretty robust system. I know we spent a lot of money on it.
Yeah, and iRacing is pretty forgiving if you're willing to turn off some of the bells and whistles. I mean, you don't need to see all the sparks and smoke and stuff like that.
Road there for Paulie Velton. He's going to get a slowdown penalty from skipping the chicane, and because the slowdown penalty was still active when he crossed the start-finish line, the lap counts, but his lap time is not registered there. All the gear, well, he's working on it.
Now, it looks like on third thought is now about the car, number 10 car, is about, well, I'd say about 10, 15 seconds up the road from Chris Nicely in that huge-ass Dieselgate car. So we might still have a race yet, but it doesn't look like either of them is making any particularly big mistakes to get them closer together right now.
Yeah, and on third thought were a second and a half faster last lap as well. So I don't know what the overall trend there is, but at least on that particular lap just gone, Knisley didn't close it up in what could be a battle for second in that class, because second and third are on the same lap, despite being 2 laps down on the leader.
Yeah, it looks like the over time Nicely's been making up pace or making up some time on second place in class, but that last lap he caught some traffic the wrong way and lost some time. Front end of the Solstice field is also pretty static. Huge ass winter solstice. The number 88 car has Sven Demo at the wheel still. They are still making up ground or building their cushion back to second place, which has the Love Racing car and Jacob Hiller behind the wheel. And CLT Motorsports, the number 258's car, is in third place as well, still on the lead lap of the Solstice, but not in contention really anymore for the win. Sorry. They are still on the lead lap and definitely in contention for the win should something happen to the cars in front of them. The person who has lost out, though, in recent times is the Jordan Babcock piloted Summer Solstice car, the number 619. Unfortunately for them, after that trip into the wall and they had to go and take a pit stop, they've managed to fall 2 laps off the lead. So we're down to 3 cars on the lead lap of the Solstice field.
Now I'm looking again at the 619. Don't believe they've exceeded the 40 incident points yet, but I do see last time they rolled through the lane was a drive-through. So, not quite sure what's going on for them. They've made 6 more pit stops than Love Racing in second have. It's amazing to see the variety of strategy here. Your leader pitted with almost every caution and have made 7 stops. Love Racing have done a lot of staying out and running the tank drive, made 4 stops. The Summer Solstice in 4th have made 10 stops. TNA Racing have, unfortunately, down in 9th, had to make 12 stops. But there's almost no one sharing their strategy with anyone else in the whole class.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we caught it on our cameras. Number 34, Lance Cameron with the Village Idiots, had a little bit of a drama through the infield last time by. It looks like he just got a little bit loose and stuffed it into the inside wall as he was rolling. Had to back up into traffic, narrowly avoiding some contact. But once he found the forward gears again, he was able to get it going at only the expense of some lost time. That does put him now solidly behind almost Team Jackie X, who have the 6th place spot by nearly a full lap at this point.
So spacing out a little bit as your leaders in Mustang and Solstice continue to flaunt their speed and extend their margins. And unfortunately for the last while, a battle for the lead of the Jetta class has been a foregone conclusion, as on second thought have had, and I'm sure thoroughly enjoyed, a 2-lap advantage.
Yeah, and that's going all the way back to the 3rd hour of the race, where they were able to stay out at a point where the other 2 teams decided to pit, and they got an additional lap because of the way the waiver rounds fell. So some good fortune on their part, combined with some consistent racing and no mistakes, has put them into that dominant position in that class.
And they've looked to have that car figured out. I mean, almost every driver that they've thrown at it has been very, very quick.
Yeah, without exception.
Drift Nuts on the lane again. Taylor Chase picked up that car 37 laps ago, I do believe, from Carlos Guzman, if memory serves, but my memory has been well and truly tested over these last 7.5 hours.
Yeah, and just going back to look at it, looks like Taylor Chase had an incident in turn one, got a little bit loose, and then turned it back into the wall, and that did some damage to the engine that ended up where you see it here on the pit lane. So, unfortunate to see. And as you can see, he turns in here, gets a little bit loose, corrects back to the right, and bang into that wall. But yeah, unfortunate for them. They've been having a pretty consistent race all the way through. A really good showing for what I believe is one of their first iRacing endurance events. Maybe not their very first, but definitely in their top 5. Or first 5, rather.
Well, we've very much enjoyed your company across ChampCar.Live and the Team Huge Ass YouTube and Twitch. This broadcast going out live on 4, potentially more places. So wherever you're watching, I hope you've enjoyed this race. My goodness, 8 hours feels like a long time until you get here, and then it felt like it flew by us.
Yeah, there's been really solid battles all the way up and down the field today, and a lot of drama because of the challenging technical nature of this track. And have I just seen UGA Motorsports, the vanilla team, not the black team, have just made contact with the outside wall in the front straightaway. I think they're going to get away with it, but the car did not look stable into that braking zone after that contact. There's still some pages in this book that are yet to be written, so we'll see what they are. And more contact that time through that corner there.
Garrett Alexandra getting a little sloppy, unfortunately. I was just going to say we've had Lemon's Wallbanger down on the lane for their stop and go penalty. They've been another team to just fall afoul of the 40 incident point limit there. So that's has that cost them a spot to UGA Motorsports Black? I think it might have.
Yeah, it looks like it might have.
So a couple teams are treading on thin ice with regard to that.
Yeah, and it's a bit surprising, but every car that's not on the lead lap in the Mustang class, going back to about 13th place, they've got someone else on the same lap as them that they're actively battling against. So
there we go. Alexandra's on the lane, second in class.
Yeah,
has he damaged that thing too badly? Has he reached the points? I think they should be fine. That could be damage.
I think that's damage. He clipped the wall twice on that lap, both times damaging the right-hand side. And if you look at the right front corner of that car, it's really beat up. I got to think that thing's not steering quite straight anymore. Huge-ass guys are going to be celebrating in their pit. That's a gift for position number 2, and we'll have to see if Nate can hold it for the remaining 20 minutes of the race here.
I don't think UGA Motorsports have got a fast repair left either, so HJ Flim Flam Speed is going to come through into second. I think American Lunatics might get third, and now there's no one behind the wheel of the number 13 UGA Motorsports car. This could be a long repair for them, which is not what they need right now. I think American Lunatics have come through and grabbed third, and there's still no one behind the wheel of the UGA Mustang.
Yeah, that's real heartbreak, and I had noticed that. I had noticed that one of their drivers was entering and exiting the session pretty regularly. They looked to be having some connection issues, but I don't think this explains that. They might just have 30 minutes of repairs on that car, and they might not get back in before the end of the race. I'm going to go see if I can find their pit lane and find out.
Okay, Devin Peters is going to go find their pit stall and kick them while they're down. That's a shame, Doc. I mean, they've run so well, been so fast all race, and now, they've, as we said, run out of get-out-of-jail-free cards, and this looks like at least a minute and a half of repairs for those guys, costing them some spot.
Yeah, so close to the end, too, but, that's when you always kick people when they're down. I mean, you don't want to kick them when they can kick back.
Yeah, so they have left pit lane now. Garrett D'Alessandro got back in the car. It was a minute and a half of repairs. So they were running second. They've lost out to Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed, American Lunatics, and Chattanooga Touring Wagon. They're only about 15 seconds behind Chattanooga Touring Wagon at the moment. So if Garrett D'Alessandro can find some speed, might be able to get that spot back. But with all that said, Austin Henry in that mellow yellow liveried car has been basically matching leading pace as well. So he might still have something left to turn it on. Devon, did you learn anything interesting? Was it just a case of a bit of repairs needed?
Yeah, just a case of a bit of repairs needed. They tapped the wall twice on the lap, managed to do about 8 minutes of required repairs and got themselves a meatball. So they came in and did the repairs right away, and they're hoping to make up what they can from that. Of course, those guys are definitely in contention for the championship. They've had a few strong results in our races so far, so they want to make sure that they don't do anything untowards, like quitting early on a race like this.
So from second, a minute and a half of repairs has dropped them back into 5th place. They are off the lead lap now after that as well.
Ooh,
Looks to be considerably off pace too.
Resilience Racing car number 07 has also had a little issue on the exit of the bus stop there. They've managed to get it turned around, but it looks like that car's motor has expired as well. They got to the apron quickly enough, though. I don't know if we'll see a caution coming. And yeah, just rewatching it, it looks like got a little bit loose getting on the throttle there, which is easy to do in that Mustang, and couldn't bring it back.
Yeah, the Resilience Racing car's on pit road now. Richard Hazlitt driving, who was one of their opening drivers in that particular car. If they've not got a fast repair, a motor swap, well, will be tough to do in 20 minutes. It has stopped smoking, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking they've got a fast repair.
Is that because they've fixed it, or there's no oil left?
No oil left is often the result.
I'm thinking that they might have just forgotten to uncheck their fuel, or they're switching drivers or something. But that car has definitely stopped smoking, so I think they still had a fast repair remaining.
Well, we'll see. There's no one in behind the wheel at the moment, but that sometimes happens in these pit stops. We saw it for UGA as well, where, well, maybe you bring it onto pit road, you see how much repairs is needed, then you can jump out of the car, do something else, and then get back behind the wheel and not actually lose any time as the repairs complete.
Yeah, absolutely. But looking back up at the front of the field, it looks like Danger's Out and Wyatt Foster have a pretty much a stranglehold on this race. They've now got about 30 seconds back to the second place car, which is Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed, with another 30 seconds back to American Lunatics, who are a minute behind the lead now. So pretty commanding and a pretty big separation between all those leaders. But as we know, any spin will put those guys all right back together. So we'll keep an eye on it all the way to the end of the race.
'66 team almost Team Jackie X on the lane. They haven't reached their incident limit yet. No, they haven't yet in the 66. The Fat Crack Racing car had. So 27 seconds of work there on almost Team Jackie X, and that's just because they'd gotten to the end of their fuel tank. They'd stayed out at the previous caution, hoping to maybe grab some laps back here or there. Now their service is done. They're going to come out just ahead of Team Village Idiots, so maybe that's the right strategy for almost Team Jackie X. We're going to get to the end here with 17 minutes to go. And they are back up into 6th place. What an up and down roller coaster for the 66 car. I mean, there was one of the times they were involved in what brought out a caution and the motor popped, and then they got a penalty a while ago, and now they're back in 6th.
Yeah, but it just shows why you never give up at these races, you know. We were down nearly 2 laps at the Nürburgring 24 this year, and came back to finish in the top 3. So it's always a better chance than you think in these endurance races. Never ever give up.
Wyatt Foster, I'm not going to accuse him of being a show-off, but your second place car has just done a 1 minute 30. Your third place car did a 1 minute 31. Your fourth place car did a 1 minute 30. Wyatt Foster has a lead of 33 seconds, still banging out 1 minute 28.
Yeah, and he's been really consistent there. Just want to call out the UGA Motorsports black car. If there wasn't enough bad luck already going around, the UGA Motorsports black car number 14 was coming out onto the oval this last time through, and they got tangled up with Paulie Veltham, our very own, who got a little bit loose and sent them spinning down to the infield. So yeah, you see him coming out of this corner, lined up. Paulie makes an evasive move because of the Solstice ahead of him, and then he clips the front of the Drew Marshall piloted UGA Motorsports black car, and he hits that safer barrier, but that safer barrier is more than hard enough to end that motor, and so UGA Motorsports towing back to the pits. Man,
tough half an
happens,
hour for UGA. Tough couple laps there for those guys, and that's a shame to see. We're going to have to bring this up with Paulie later on. Devin, I'm taking a look to see who is close to tripping over that limit and of 40 incidents. And next closest, it's going to be Paulie Veltham. He's on 37.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get all the way to the end of the race without any issues.
I'm back again.
All right.
Missed you, Doc.
I miss me too. Say, don't let me lose my connection with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, that would be too annoying. It looks like our Jetta class has maybe been settled once and for all. The huge ass Dieselgate had to take their final pit stop, which ended up putting them. Oh no, it looks like they haven't taken a pit stop. They've just got the leader between themselves and the second place car. So they are still about a quarter of a lap down, but they are not making up time on that second place car right now. So unless they can find a little burst of speed, they're going to struggle to catch these guys. I got to think. And the same can be more or less said for Loves Racing and Jacob Hiller's attempt to catch Sven Demo. They're putting in great laps by anyone's standard, but Sven Demo in that huge ass Winter Solstice car is putting in unfathomable laps. He's still running 35s while the rest of the field is running 37s and 38s. So basically running qualifying laps every single time. So a really impressive performance from Sven over there. And that means that Love Racing and CLT Motorsports are basically competing for the remaining two spots on the podium. The huge-ass Summer Solstice car with Jordan Babcock, Babs Nation behind the wheel, is still churning laps, but they're 2 laps down on that top 3 group now, so they're unlikely to offer any challenge unless something crazy happens in the last few minutes here. 13 minutes, 37 seconds to go.
So a couple of interesting international drivers we had on Wednesday night for the championship round of ChampCar iRacing series, which was broadcast on huge ass YouTube. Driver from Argentina take the win.
Just getting a call about the Chattanooga Touring Wagon, who we had just seen in the pit lane. It looks like they came out onto, they were coming out onto the oval, and they clipped that outside wall and then clipped the inside wall to go along with it, leaving that car heavily damaged. That's a real shame for them. They were ahead of UGA Motorsports, and it looks like they might lose that position and maybe more.
No, they still got it. So they had a fast repair still in hand.
Oh,
so they've
okay.
kept all their things up their sleeve till right at the end here. Like some of the teams maybe wish that they had. And that gets them back out there in very rapid order because they didn't need any other service. And Chattanooga Trinwagon now 2 laps off the lead, potentially, still holding on to 4th place. My point about the international drivers, we've got a German then leading the Solstice class. We've had quite a number of Canadians. We had a Colombian in the form of Antonio Alvarez, I believe, driving... Was he driving one of the Stangs? 4HJ cars, I forget exactly who was in across what. And then for UGA Motorsports, we had Richard Cawthraw showing as Club UK and Ireland. So strong showing in that way. I'm also seeing that George Harrison, almost Team Jackie X, showing Club UK and Ireland as well. So not an all-American affair out there today, and even when we do have them, a large variety from across the nation as well. Georgians and Floridians and all sorts.
Well, as far as Champ Car membership goes, Florida's number 1, Georgia's number 2. So
Makes sense.
I'm trying to think what address is actually listed on my Champ Car membership.
Gotta assume that it's in RVA. Maybe New York.
I'm trying to know what statistic I'm contributing to.
And Drift Nuts is driving down the track looking really, really sideways. They are keeping it out of the way, but it looks like they came out of the pits with some damage on that car, and I'm not sure if they did quite enough fixing of it after a wreck at the chicane on the previous lap.
I think race control are going to have to get a meatball flag out for that one as Taylor Chase goes past pit entry and carries on. There's stance, there's drift setups, there's Carolina squat, and none of those are quite what on earth the Drift Nuts car has worked with. That always looks like they've got a puncture to the back right tire for good measure as well. It's crabbing hard, it's squatting at the rear, and yeah, that's no good at all. He can't keep it on the racetrack now.
Yeah, I'm going to think that that's going to catch a black flag and go back to the pits pretty quickly here. I went back and looked, and it looks like they actually drove that over one of the curbs in the infield. And yeah, sure enough, you can see that right rear tire smoking because it's going flat. So that car is in a bad way. And here's hoping that they get back to the pits before they cause any issues for anyone else's race. 8 minutes
something
remaining.
about the camber or toe or other realigned suspension settings have put too much wear on that tire as well and caused it to go down. Losing some spots here. Drift Nuts running on empty have just gone past them on circuit in their teal fuchsia, whatever you want to call it, machine. So this is it's tough for Drift Nuts as they're going to have to bring it down onto pit road or park it. We're also going to lose some spots.
Yeah, they've just gotten sent to the pits by race control. So we can expect them to come in this time. Shame for them. They must not have a fast repair to get that car fixed back up. Used them all already. But a pretty good performance, all things considered.
And Garrett D'Alessandro follows them in the UGA Motorsports car with a big trail of smoke and presumably engine damage there to what was the 5th place UGA Motorsports car. That is, if they're out of fast repairs and there's only 7 minutes left in the race, I question their ability to get that car back out there.
And I'm watching the replay, and it doesn't seem like anything was wrong except for the front of the car having some damage, and must not have been keeping an eye on the gauges. But when they tapped the wall twice earlier, it bent up the front end, and that car wasn't getting the air it needed to stay cool, and pop, there goes the motor. A lot cheaper in this scenario than in others. But Garrett is still in the car, though they are doing tires. I'm thinking that they're not going to get going, but we'll see. They might make their way back out on track again before this is all said and done. But sort of an epic meltdown, going from second place all the way down to potentially outside of the top 10 here if they don't get it going again in the last 10 minutes. That's or in the last hour race or so. That's a real disappointment for those guys after a really strong performance all day long.
Yeah, it is. They've been quick. They brought 2 cars, and now both of them are sitting on pit road, smoke and that pouring out. So that is tough to see for them. I've seen the NNM Jetta, which is 200 laps down, come out on circuit, make 5 laps, and then park again. You speak Canadian, Devon, so maybe you can ask them what's going on with that. But it seems like they wanted to check if after they'd left it parked on pit road a couple hours, if the repairs had actually taken.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, they did have the repairs complete. They left a driver in the car just sitting there waiting for the repairs to complete because they've had issues with the car not repairing in the past. But they didn't come back quick enough because after the repairs completed, the car sat on the pit lane with the fans not running and no air going through radiators, and it overheated and blew up again. And then it did it 2 more times before they realized what was happening and why the car wasn't repairing itself. And when they finally got back into the car, well, it wasn't driving too happy anyway, so they decided just to park it after taking it out for a little test run there.
So did they go through more or less motors than you guys did at Indy?
Definitely less. Luckily, there's no provisions for getting rocks in your motors in the iRacing sim.
Don't give them any ideas.
Yeah, the fuel tank leak is already bad enough. I've had to deal with that one before.
Yeah, I've had that one on iRacing before. That's fun. Possible to damage the car sufficiently that the fuel tank starts dropping fuel and you run out of fuel, even though the car is otherwise moderately drivable.
They probably don't even give you any ivory soap either, do they?
That's right. That happened at Indianapolis for team I drove for, Chattahoochee Motorsports. Something punctured one of the fuel lines in a place where in the 10 or 15 minutes or so that we were going around before the start of the race, the fuel pump managed to empty the tank, I think. A car ran out of fuel with a punctured fuel line.
Impressive.
It was an easy fix, and we got back out there, and the car ran moderately okay. But yeah, car ground to a halt right before the green flag came out on Sunday.
Yeah, we hold a tank at Barber, and luckily the corner convenience store had some ivory soap, so we were able to fix it.
Speaking of impressive, Danger's Out and Wyatt Foster have come around and managed to lap the American Lunatics. So there's now only 2 cars on the lead lap, Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed Shop and Danger's Out. And thank God for those speed parts on the Huge Ass Mustang. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a shot here as Wyatt continues to put on a clinic about how to drive this Mustang around the track. He's been running consistently laps that are nearly 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field, and he's been doing it through traffic without skipping a beat. So we got about 2 minutes here, and I think this one's more or less in the bag for the guys at Danger's Out.
They should have switched to the Mustang earlier. They at Road America had the option between the Cayman, the Mustang, or the Mazda MX-5 Miata, and they were sticking with the Cayman. I think they should have moved to the Mustang then.
Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good handle on this car.
Looks like it was 2 laps to go just then as Wyatt Foster crossed the line. So an 8-hour race with quite a lot of time behind the pace truck, quite a bit of time racing out on track, has now found itself into its final chapter. Minute 30 left on the clock. I think that almost guarantees the white flag for Wyatt Foster and Dangers Out next time they come around the start-finish line.
Well, didn't they win at Road America?
But not in a Mustang.
Well, I mean, if you win, well, who cares what it's in?
I guess they're just proving they're better than all of us. That's what we're
Was
here
it
to do
by
today.
as much as this? Did they win by this much?
Lance Cameron and the Village Idiots have just made contact with that looked like the American Lunatics car. Yeah, and that's been stuffed into the wall. Now, luckily, they've got a bit of a buffer back to Chattanooga Touring Wagon. That's 2 laps behind, but they're going to have to limp that around for 2 more laps here. Looks like the car's pretty straight, but yeah, pinched down as they were heading out onto turns 1 and 2, NASCAR 1 and 2, and both cars ended up with a fair amount of damage. So we'll see if either of them can cut this around till the end of the race.
Waiting for a little confirmation here, but it would appear that Wyatt Foster has started the final lap of the race. The Champ Car iRacing special event, 8 hours of Charlotte Motor Speedway. What a race it's been. Everything you expect out of these kind of endurance races. We've had some great close racing, and in the end, it looks like Dangers Out have got it.
And just
it is the last lap.
Just a little update for our Bulldog fans. The UGA folks have disconnected entirely, so it looks like both UGA cars are not going to cross the line in a running condition today, unfortunately for them.
Oh, the poor puppies.
And at least one person in the booth is celebrating.
Oh, no, they ran a great race, and it's a shame that it happened so close to the finish.
Here we are, one last corner for Wyatt Foster and Dangers Out before the checkered flag waves for them. Their lead almost out to a minute now. Final corner, and Wyatt Foster's racing instincts haven't given up as he puts Hot Pocket a lap down through the difficult final chicane. Checkered flag out for those guys who I believe thoroughly deserve this victory in their class. 2 other class winners out there, and the next across the line, Devin, who's it going to be?
It looks like Sven Demo in that huge-ass Winter Solstice has just crossed the line to take the win in the Solstice class. He's got a fair lead on the 2 cars behind him in that class.
Certainly does, which leaves Andrew Pallotta and the on second thought Jetta come across the line. At this point, they're 2 laps up with less than 2 laps to go. They can't lose it, but they are still going to come to the checkered flag here for their Jetta. Yep. Fantastic showing in this class by On Second Thought, bringing 2 cars into an 8-car field and then putting both of them into first and second. So Andrew Pallotta brings that car across the line to win in the number 7.
Just behind Andrew Pallotta, Nate Franklin crosses the line in second place for Huge Ass Flim Flam Speed, the car sponsored by that speed shop out of RVA, specializing in Mustangs and BMWs, that does a lot of work, including helping out the Huge Ass guys. And the American Lunatics are going to come across the line, motor exploded, and finishing the race.
Yeah, what a finish, putting on their own fireworks there, American Lunatics. So smoke pouring out, they finish it on the podium. It's an amazing result for them, testament to them sticking with it. Looks like almost everyone has finished. I think in a minute we'll be able to get those results up on screen.
Yeah.
So the winner there, Dangers Out, John Hurley Wyatt Foster. Who else did we see? Chris Huggins, that's right. Those guys combining to win here. And a minute doesn't do justice to how close this race really was for quite a while there. A lot of guys starting together on some of the restarts. Second, as you said, goes to the HJ Flam Speed car, the 337, wearing the true HJ number. American Lunatics in third place. Then Chattanooga Touring Wagon are going to get fourth place, rewarded for their persistence. So too, almost Team Jackie X in the 66, who started this race in ninth and end up finishing in fifth place. Team Village Idiots get sixth. Seventh is Daring Greatly Racing. Paulie Veltum getting the immense honor of bringing that car across the finish line. Then Senders Local Union get eighth, with Jamie Warlack finishing there. Lemons Warbanger get ninth. Running on Empty get 10th. 11th place will still go to UGA Motorsports as they retire their car on pit road. Drift Nuts 12th in class there. Hot Pocket 13th in class, and then it's 14th for UGA Motorsports. Black Resilience Racing 15th. West Team Jackie X 16th. Retirements here. Fat Crack Racing 17th. Rum Runners Racing in 18th. Devon, the easiest, the Jetters.
Oh, thank you very much for giving me the small class. On Second Thought Racing, of course.
Didn't want you to have to count too high.
Yeah, exactly. Has Dennis Barrett and Andrew Pilata and Kyle Herbst piloting nearly a perfect race, winning 2 laps ahead of their other car on Third Thought, which had Will Robbins, Peter Lazone, and Todd Chapman, all doing an excellent job to stay ahead of the Dieselgate entry from Huge Ass that had Chris Nicely, Gio Romano piloting that car. In fourth place in that class is Bavarian Mustache Works with Ben Shout and Nick Shout combining for that effort, and Team Hastings Tires with Gary Hamann and Troy Isidore that put on a respectable performance before I believe they finished the race, but finished 26 laps down. The other cars in that class, too mediocre to motor, Team NNM, both retired earlier in the race. Finally, the Solstice, we had Sven Demmel finishing that one off after his combined effort with Paul Roddy and Chris Flamian. Love Racing finishing second with Nicholas Love, Sean Saputra, Charles Kowalczyk, and Jacob Hiller all combining. And CLT Motorsports came in third with Joshua Crow, Henry Spence, David Arboon, and Taylor Blanchard, all working for that one. Huge Ass Summer Solstice finished in fourth with Team Unreal Purple in fifth. Hang Loose Racing in sixth. Bucket List number 147, I think, with their best finish so far in the Solstice class, finishing in seventh. Money Pit Racing finished eighth. TNA Racing ninth. Bucket List number 370, finishing in 10th. Team Unreal Wakaba and Team ESPN Phenomenal, who were early contenders, unfortunately had to retire and finished in 11th and 12th place, respectively.
Well, I've found our Mustang winners from Dangers Out, brought them in here. Guys, you really put on the show at the end there to blow everyone else out of the water, but before that, it was much closer, wasn't it, Wyatt?
Yeah, I think to start with, the mindset we were going to take was, let's not bend up any of the suspension on the curbs or anything like that, and just try and get to the last 2 hours, basically.
Mr. John Hurley, you also had some driving duties in this race, and certainly of these Champ Car iRacing special events that we've done so far, I have to say, for a couple of reasons, this is going to have to be the toughest, right? The race length, the track, the traffic. How did you see this one as different from some of the other events you've done before?
Yeah, I mean, this track you don't really get a high incident. If you go off, you hit something. I had one little lapse, looked at the wrong thing, and found myself in the wall. Had to use a fast repair. We haven't had to use a fast repair yet, but luckily we had the extra to continue to drive the car at least to the pit, so it didn't take us, the full tow to get back. But this track, you have got to pay attention the entire time.
Chris Huggins, no Cayman in this race. You guys opted for the Mustang. How did that change treat you? I mean, obviously, talking to you as our race winners, but were there any surprises there, or was it all about as expected?
Well, I was learning to use a new pedal set too, so it was a big change for me. And then I had to log out this morning and go do some testing offline to try to get myself acclimated to the setup we ended up running. Driver adjustment made a huge difference. And, I was learning even in my first stint.
This one's open to any of you who have some strong thoughts about it, but obviously 8-hour race here, the longest we've done so far, 2 times acceleration on the sky. We had cool temperatures in the morning, hot temperatures in the middle of the day, and then it cooled off again. Mustang's a bit tail happy at the best of times. How was it in the middle of the race?
So I think I was out there maybe at the hottest part of the day, and the big thing was managing tires. Just trying not to let those tires get too hot, because as soon as you did, then they would go away, and you'd lose some time for a couple laps. So you got them cooled back down. So it's just being, squeezing on the throttle, easy on, go too far into the brake zone on every lap.
It really was a good stand-in for an actual Charlotte race. It reminded me a lot of Charlotte last summer when we did the championship there. It was a 14-hour race, but in the beginning it was cool, and then it got real hot in the middle of the day, and everybody slowed down. And then when the sun went down, it sped up.
Well, we've had you guys for every one of these special endurance races so far this year. They've been treating you pretty well. Likelihood that we might see you again in future?
Well, I guess it depends on what actually happens with Watkins. I've got my car back now, and I'm trying to put it back together and get ready for Watkins. So that's taken up a lot of my time, but this is super fun. So I don't want to miss these.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go back racing in the real world. But as long as he's fit the schedule, we're gonna keep at it.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you guys. I'll throw it open to you. Any thanks you need to give, any shout-outs you want to give while you're on ChampCar.Live?
Thanks to you guys for doing this broadcast. I've been having that up on YouTube on my laptop the whole time, listening to you. It's really enjoyable. And thanks to all the huge-ass guys for putting these.
Yeah, thanks to competitors today. Really good driving, honestly. That I think I was really concerned that this was really going to be much more of a bloodbath. But guys were, for the most part, really, really driving well. You can see that we've had a couple of these, and the driver skill level is coming up at each one of these. So thanks to all the drivers today, and the corner workers, of course.
Yeah, I'll add on to them and thank the work that Race Control have done across a grueling 8-hour race that did need quite a bit of their attention. Devon, I haven't been able to find our Jetta winners, but I have been able to find our one of our Pontiac Solstice winners.
Yeah, I can see the other one hiding in the waiting room if you want to pull them down too. Oh, it looks like I can. So we've got both of our winning drivers for the Solstice. That's Sven Demmel and Paul Roddy. Congratulations, guys. That was a great race.
Thanks. Don't forget about Christopher Flamion. He did the early stint and did a great job at keeping us in a good position and keeping the car clean, especially in the very dangerous early part of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We always appreciate it as commentators when you look good. And when I saw you get in the car, I said Sven Demmel's going to be one to watch, and sure enough, you were. You did a really impressive stint there at the end. Were there any sort of major obstacles to you guys along the way here today?
Yes, me.
Yeah, we had the hardware malfunction that caused us a blown engine, and we were a lap down for a while, and we're really worried about the cautions because they seem to come out in not the best places for us, not at the best times, and the final caution, we really were worried if it comes out a little bit later, it could really mess with our strategy because we could lose the lap again. But it came out at a perfect moment and it just put us in the lead, and from then on I could just drive away. Also, things that we didn't have that many things standing in our way, but we had one thing in my final stint. It was really fun. Shout out to Gary Hammann in driving the Jetta for Team Hastings, because he was just pretty much exactly my speed and just pulling me along, giving me half a second of draft every lap for like an hour straight. I loved it.
That's exactly what you like to have when you're in the slowest class, isn't it?
Yeah, that was just perfect. I loved every second of it.
And you, Paul, was it you that had the technical issue there?
Yeah, I'm running the Fanatec shifter, and it was on the infield, the fourth, the third downshift, and it was, a fourth, the third, but the shifter was like, no, you meant to say one, and it popped the motor right there. So that was terrible. It was it a 2-minute tow, I think, and then fortunately we had the quick repairs and stuff like that, so we still had one left at the end of the race. But I just wanted to make Sven's last stint really interesting. So
mission accomplished, and great job from both of you guys. That was really solid racing today. Anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to the entire HJ group, especially you guys for making the great broadcast, and Alex Albert, Tom Ellison, and everyone who's setting up the session and stewarding and keeping the race rolling. They had a lot of work today, especially in the middle part of the race. There were so many cautions and incidents, and I think they did a great job. Like, it was not easy to keep this under control. And shout out to the Voodoo guys for racing with us this time. There was a lot of fun having a chat with them during the race, and just racing with them. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that too. Thank you all the huge ass guys for letting us drive with y'all. It was a lot of fun. And then all the work behind the scenes, everybody, all the broadcasters. David didn't get to do a stint today that he was trying to do, and then all the work for the broadcast. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate you letting us drive for you today when our team sort of dropped the ball. So thanks.
Cheers, guys.
Take it easy.
Now we've got the winner from the last class that we haven't got to yet. We've got Andrew Pilotta and Kyle Herbst from the winning On Second Thoughts Jetta. Guys, first appearance in these Champ Car iRacing special events for the Volkswagen Jetta TDI. Drives a little odd. No setup adjustments possible. What drew you to the car?
I think for us, it was just trying to run something different. I mean, that's kind of a staple of Champ Car, is kind of a big, heavy, maybe not exactly ideal type of car with front wheel drive, and, kind of something that you kind of have to manage a little bit. So it was an interesting car to drive, and we just kind of wanted to try something different. So.
Kyle, fuel economy to make Al Gore proud. How did that affect your strategy today?
Well, initially we thought, for sure that we would maintain the 2-hour stint with a full tank, not even a full tank. But then as caution started to roll out, we kind of had to change drivers on the fly, and our 4-stint strategy started going to a 5-stint. So then trying to, play with fuel levels and trying to 2-stint full tanks, we really didn't know the fuel mileage going in. So we learned a lot with this race of kind of what we can do with the tank, and trying to, do full fueling under caution versus when it's green. So, it was a lot of learning experience from that side.
You guys bring 2 cars to the class, make up a quarter of all of the entries, and lock out first and second. What's the secret? Is it having the Mazda logo on a VW? Is it just a car that suits you guys' driving style, or what was helping?
I definitely think the Mazda logo helped a lot. I mean, as we all know, stickers add a lot of horsepower.
Adds a lot of zoom, don't it?
Exactly. So that helps a lot. But yeah, for us, it was mostly, we had a lot of people who wanted to participate, and we kind of were able to share notes and be able to kind of work off of each other, especially towards the end there. So yeah, but I think the secret is just don't overdrive the thing. It's only got so much camber, it's only got so much tire. The shocks are either blown or way over valved. I haven't actually figured it out yet. and the thing likes to overheat. So with kind of keeping those things in mind, like especially during the cautions, trying to stay out of the line and let the car cool down really helps on the restart. So we figured out a few things, able to share those things between the two teams and kind of work off each other. So
also not take each other out this time. That helps.
Yeah, that also helps.
Memory gets a bit hazy after a couple of these endurance races. You guys have definitely done at least 2 with us so far this year. What's been different about Charlotte than we had with Daytona and Road America?
The biggest thing is incidents, I think. So when I ran at Daytona by comparison is a lot easier to run. Like there's certainly a lot fewer hard objects to hit. With Charlotte, the biggest thing was just trying to stay off of those pieces. It doesn't take much to really do serious damage to the car, and we even had a couple rubs that we were questioning, like trying to use our fast repairs on or anything like that. But thankfully, the little Jetta held up. But that was the biggest thing. Just be aware of the bottlenecks and not try to make too risky of passes, and just try to keep that on the oval.
Well, congratulations to you guys again. A solid team result all around, and that's gonna, I think, help you with the championship standings after this one. Does that factor into your mind? You just take every race as they come?
We just take it as they come. At the end of the day, we're doing this for fun, and we're having a lot of fun doing it. We're having a lot of fun planning, practicing. In considering that we can't actually go and do the real series right now, this is as best or as real as things are going to get right now. So we try to take it somewhat seriously. We try to do the same things we would do for a real race. So as long as we get to continue to enjoy it, and I think we will, then we'll keep doing it.
Shout outs, thanks. Final thoughts from you guys?
I think the biggest thing is thanks to Todd Chapman. So he owns the actual car that we've run for Champ Car, the On Second Thought Miata. And also special thanks to Todd again for not crashing into us this time like he did at Road Atlanta. Road America. So yeah.
You can echo all of that, Kyle?
Yeah, and also thanks for you guys putting together race broadcasts and all the stewarding that goes on. I know it's not easy trying to, look over 20, 30 some cars and appropriately, manage everyone. But I think it was done really well this race of, handing out black flags when necessary. And I think everyone kind of took that a little bit more seriously and, made the moves a little bit more thoughtful this time. So I appreciate all the efforts you guys have done.
Well, there we go. Thank you so much, Devin. We've spoken with our winners from every single class here today at Charlotte. It's been an amazing race. It was always going to be tough. A longer race, walls closer, traffic thicker than previous races. But I think our Champ Car drivers and teams showed us what they're made of, and they've definitely kept stepping it up race after race. I want to thank everyone watching across ChampCar.Live and the Team HJ channels for tuning in today for what was definitely another very, very interesting race. Champ Car teams, Champ Car drivers racing against each other, but online on the iRacing service. I've been David Haynes. I've had Doc Waldrop joining us almost all race here. Devin Peters alongside me as well. We cannot do this without Michael Derby, our producer, pressing the buttons on the cameras, pushing the broadcast out so that you can enjoy it. Also, our thanks go to Tom Ellison, who does an incredible amount of organizing work here on these races, and also the Champ Car iRacing Series Wednesday night championship. And our race steward, almost all race long, Alex Albert, trying to keep everything in line and trying to fight fires when the iRacing system brings in the pace car but doesn't throw the green. That's the kind of thing that keeps him on his toes and is why we need him around. And of course, thanks also go to Champ Car as an organization, letting us put these races on, put these broadcasts together, bring everyone together for a bit of racing. I want to thank you so much for tuning in. We've got more iRacing content coming up in future. Head to forum.champcar.org. Check out what broadcasts are coming up, what races might be coming up that you can join. The Wednesday night series locked in to the schedule for the remainder of this year through to November or December. and other information we'll be bringing to you as and when it gets confirmed. Thank you so much once again, and we hope to see you again soon. Bye.